Everything that will be talked about now are completely fictitious events. All the time rush of Vladivostok is the very place where the largest concentration of crime is located. It was already quite cold outside, there was a strong wind, the girl was running along the street, she needed to get to exactly the place where she was directed. Now she was almost there. It was a bar called Iskra. She was told that she could find the person she needed in this very place. This girl had never been to such establishments, and therefore she began to open the door with caution. She did not yet know if she could find the person she needed. A beautiful, well-groomed girl was sitting at the bar counter and drinking some kind of alcohol. Without turning around, she told the fugitive that their establishment was still closed for now, she needed to wait, and asked her what she needed, why she wandered here. The fugitive said that she came to this establishment only to meet the Amur tiger, which shocked the girl who was sitting at the counter a little. The sheepskin coat said that she heard that it was in this establishment that she could ask him for help, and, taking off her hood, showed her beaten face. The girl who was sitting at the bar told Beglianka to leave because the services of the Amur tiger are very expensive, and she will not be able to pay him. Immediately after these words, the runaway said that she had money and took out of her pocket everything she had. There were several rolled-up bills and jewelry. Damn, the runaway knelt down in front of the girl and said that she was ready to work a lot more to pay the missing amount if this was not enough, and she really asked for a meeting. The fugitive asked that this idiot Gunther be killed for her because the girl asked, and because of her appearance it was very important for her. The fugitive began to talk about the fact that he sold her to a brothel after he killed her son and husband, so she ended up here. She could not bear the fact of the existence of this devil. The girl near the bar became interested in what this runaway was saying, of course. This Gunther was a very influential boss of the Eastern Region Mafia. The only thing this girl said was that there was very little money for the head of such a criminal element. Well, I thought to myself, if she was like her past self, she would never have agreed to fulfill this request without money. But now she thought that she could help this fugitive. The girl at the bar thought that this would be a good task for the Amur tiger. He now needs just such a task because the young man has been sitting a little too long, and now he needed a task that he was ready to complete with pleasure. This Amur tiger always carried out tasks restoring justice. The girl behind the bar said that the fugitive was very lucky, and she was ready to give all this to the Amur tiger so that he could fulfill it. And she also said that she was very lucky, because they just needed a head like Gunther. This was the head that was suitable for the Siberian tiger to retire. Before this city was quite calm. Like everywhere else in this country, there was a fairly large number of criminal groups and mafias. Each of them controlled some area in the city. The Amur tiger received his task and began to carry it out. For this he needed to get into the building itself. Where this Gunther was located at the entrance, armed people were waiting for him who thought that they could deal with him with weapons. But it was not so easy to kill him because he was quite cunning and put one of the guards of the same mafia in front of him. It turned out that they shot one of their own and the Amur tiger was able to get much closer to the guards and unexpectedly strike them. This was his plan. Therefore, jumping out from behind the already killed man, he was able to strike one of the guards, so that he instantly fell unconscious. The second of the guards thought that he could shoot the Amur tiger with the weapon he had in his hands. This guard wanted the Amur tiger to die and pulled the trigger. The Amur tiger repeated his trick and covered himself with the body of two guards. So all the bullets hit this guard, but he himself remained unharmed. Having taken away the weapon from the guard with whom he was hiding, he decided that in this way, if he could not strike, he could finish off the guard who shot. The Amur tiger did not wait long and knocked out the guard who remained with the weapon and was ready. No one stood in his way to shoot. The corridor was empty, and he could now easily get to the office where Gunther was sitting. No one was guarding him anymore, and he could deal with him. The next moment he was already standing at the entrance to the office, and, having opened the doors, he saw there exactly the one for whom he came here. Gunther was sitting at the table. Gunther is the boss of the mafia in the eastern part of Vladivostok. He controlled absolutely all legal and illegal transactions in the eastern part of the city. As in the whole city, they didn't hear about the law here. The mafia rules here. Gunther was a little surprised that the Amur tiger came to him. He was also surprised, and for him the transition of this young man was a surprise. Of course, he heard that recently, as if out of nowhere, a man who was engaged in murder appeared on the territory under his control, But he could not believe that this was a simple young Asian. His name was Kim Shin. He was a Korean killer by name. Nicknamed Amur Tiger. What did the tiger of the Black Dragon River mean? Gunther invited the Amur Tiger to make a deal with him. He was ready to give him 10 times more than he received now so that he would not do his job. He suggested to the Amur Tiger that he should just go out through this door through which he came here and pretend that nothing happened, then Gunther would give him 10 times more than he received. Gunther needed to find out if the Amur Tiger agreed to his proposal because he considered himself a mafia and his word was law, and he was ready to fulfill it. After listening to everything that Gunther had just told him, the Amur Tiger very calmly told him to go as far away as possible with your proposal. Of course, for Gunther it was a little unexpected because the young man was refusing such a lot of money, as it seemed to him that it was not very right, but he was not ready to give up. And so he decided that he could use the weapon that was lying in his desk to finish this question. He called the young man Torn Up the Monkey. He pointed a gun at him, trying to scare him in this way. Many non-commissioned officers did not even have time to remove the safety of their pistol when they received a blade right in the throat from an Amur Tiger. They instantly reacted and threw a blade in his direction. That's why they called him the Amur Tiger, because he had an instant reaction to everything that happened around him, and he knew how to get out of trouble. The job was done. Gunther was lying in his office with a hole in his throat. Now he definitely won't be able to offer anything to anyone, and he doesn't need his money either. The Amur Tiger was a professional, so he decided that he needed to clean up after he killed Gunther, and he set fire to the office building where the hips were. The girl who ordered the murder of Gunther can live in peace because she did what she wanted and her revenge was washed away. She avenged her son because of her husband. Yes, revenge can be washed off, but only with blood. That's what the Amur Tiger thought. That's why he became a killer. Although he also had secrets. Every time after he returned from a mission, he went into the shower to wash off the blood of those people that was on him. Today was no exception and, as always, he went to the shower and his head was spinning with events that he put off until later. To do this, he needed to go to Koyam. His head was spinning, the weight of the words of the person who told him that if this was the same place, then he could find a way to get to those guys. Fedia is now in the shower and smoking a cigarette. He realized one thing, that he was already ready to do and there was no point in delaying it any longer. Therefore, he decided for himself that he was leaving here, and now he would not delay any further. He needed to solve some more problems that concerned him personally. Coming out of the shower, he changed clothes. He still needed to resolve some financial issues, so he decided that he should close all these issues now. He needed to meet her. She said that he had done a good job with all the work he had done here and that she would be a little sorry when he left. She said that she put the money and Korean documents in his bag, that everything was already ready for his departure. But he didn't say a word. I made him a new ID similar to his old one, just like he asked for, and the rest of the documents that Korea needed. This girl's name was Lisa. She was the owner of the Iskra bar, a mediator between the parties to any contract. The girl looked at Kim Shin and asked now that all he had in his head was revenge and what he would do after her. Kim Shin thought for a bit, and then answered that he doesn't know the answer to this question. He doesn't think so far ahead of her. The fox looked at him, and then said if he has nowhere to go, then let them come back. Here he is always happy to see him. And she is ready to continue working with him. The young man took the bag that was standing on the table, put the documents separately in his jacket, and turned around and went to the exit. The fox looked after him. She was a little offended that he didn't even say that he would return even if it was a lie. Kim Shin was absolutely cold until the very end, not only with her but with everyone around him with whom he interacted here. It seemed that he never smiled or felt emotions. The car was waiting for him near the Iskra bar. All he had to do was get everything from it and go to the place where he was going. He got into the back seat of the car and opened the same bag that Lisa gave him. In addition to the money, this bag contained another folder. He took out this bag folder and read that the castle project was written on it. Then it was written about the project organization scheme. He was heading there. It was a secret organization that was located on the 71st floor of the luxury castle hotel, and it was also the alliance of all the big shots in the hotel construction, trade, and financial industry. This 71st floor of the hotel, a luxurious castle, was guarded like a presidential apartment. There were so many guards and security that it was impossible to get inside without an invitation. However, it really was a national crime syndicate, and all representatives of mafia structures and various criminal elements gathered there. 8 years ago, a great misfortune happened in the family. He took out a photograph in which he was photographed with his father, a detective. Then this senior detective of this crime syndicate was mercilessly killed on the way. The only thing Kim Shin wanted now was revenge. He closed his eyes and thought that justice alone would not defeat them. He needed a plan to carry out his revenge. When he opened his eyes, he clearly understood that they would not flinch and would not be afraid when he dealt with 1 or 2 top mafia structures. So a plan came into his head as he flew to his destination. He knew that there was only one way, the only way he could win. He needed to gather everyone who had personal scores with him. This was quite a large number of people. Many would be useful to him in this matter. Next, after his arrival, he had to gather all these people. He had to understand how many like-minded people he had. In the end, he returned. He sat and looked at this folder called the Castle Project. In it there was a list of Hoyama. These were all those people who killed his father. He sat on the plane and looked out the window, waiting for it to land and begin to act. He had been waiting for this for a very long time. Now the word revenge, more than ever, was the most important thing for him. He was already ready to single-handedly avenge the death of his father on those people who are in this country. There were literally a few seconds left before the plane was supposed to land at the airport. It was Incheon International Airport. Everything was as always. No one met him at the airport, so he walked through the airport building and thought about his place. His loneliness was interrupted by the news that came from the large TV screens. It said that further public news would be made by the secret manager of Hazong Construction, Kim Jae-hoon. Raised a question. At that moment the young man stopped and looked at the TV screen. He stood in the middle of the airport hall and listened to the very news that was now being broadcast on television. He was interested in precisely this person who was now on the screen. This man spoke from the television screen that it became known that the president of the company, Kim, donated money to patients with cancer. This man on the television screen was the well-known Kim Shin. Now he was the president of a large company. And once upon a time they had personal scores. Kim Shin perfectly remembered how this man told him that he was making a mistake and that he would regret until the end of his days that he had angered him. All this happened when they studied together, and this man thought Kim Shin was a poor freak and that he had no place among people like him. Now, on the news, television did not say that the Kaisen Construction Company this year received a presidential award for the achievement of a young man. He stood in the airport lobby and listened carefully to all the news. From that moment on, Kim Shin's life fell to the very bottom of hell. The television continued to show that President Kim Song-kyu of the Progressive Party was also at the awards ceremony. Kim Shin, no matter what, never regretted the choice he made. The news showed the entire award process. Also on the news they said that he is a potential presidential candidate. Immediately after these words, Kim Shin got tired of listening to all this, and he decided to leave the airport. He decided that this should be the beginning of condemnation for these people. Leave the airport. He saw a taxi standing and waiting for its client. He opened the back door of this car, sat down, and said that he needed to go to Hoyam. The taxi driver was a little surprised because it was quite far away. Therefore, the taxi driver asked the young man if he really lived there, and if he had money to pay him for the trip. Kim Shin did not explain anything to this taxi driver and handed over exactly twice as much as the fare could cost and told him to drive faster. The car started moving and drove at very high speed in the direction where the young man said the driver had received enough money and therefore he was not indignant. Kim Shin needed to make a few more calls before he arrived, so he picked up his phone and dialed the number he needed. The first person he called was Jean Tae. He needed to say that he had already arrived and he was here and to find out some news. The other side answered very quickly, and the first question that interested Jean Tae was whether he returned, and if so, when will they meet? Kim Shin, in principle, he called to find out from him how the investigation was progressing and what was new during that time. He was not able to. Jean Tae began to talk about how it began to look more like a purge than some kind of investigation. Some idiots attacked him when he began to ask about directions. And he just went crazy and was beside himself about where this investigation was going. Someone was trying to attack him in order to scare him. Well, everything didn't go according to their plan at all, and Jean-Tae stopped these attackers, but now he was even more angry at them. Jean-Tae even liked what happened to him. He loved it when he was doing business. The most important thing in his life was to deal with such bastards. He told Kim Shin in detail over the phone how he dealt with these bastards. Kim Shin asked him not to kill them. Jean-Tae said that it was good, he will do so to Seo Jean-Tae. It was the right hand of Kim Shin, his main weapon. It was a combat knife. And every time he went out on the street and one of the bastards asked him, "Hey, what are you doing here?" and that he should approach them for a showdown, he said that he was just asking for directions, and they attacked him every time. He didn't understand why this area is complete chaos, and he has to deal with these idiots who stand in his way. That's exactly how it was. Jean-Tae didn't like to talk for a long time and was ready to teach a lesson to anyone who stood in his way. So this evening he had to deal with those whom Kim Shin told him to deal with. If they did not understand ordinary words, then they had to understand the power. Hoyeom is the city with the highest crime rate in the Republic of Korea, full of homeless criminals. This place was his teacher's hideout. Therefore, this is where Kim Shin was heading. This is where his right hand Jean-Tae lived. He was supposed to meet him. And the very bottom of this city was the troika right here, and he came and met his friend so that he would tell him everything that he was investigating. Jean-Tae saw his boss and called him to warn him that he was being followed, and several people had already tried to attack him. And now one of these guys who was following him is chasing him, so Kim Shin must be careful and help him. He looked out of one window of this still unfinished building and shouted for the boss to come here. Thus, he showed where he was. The enemy was ready to strike. But Kim Shin got ahead of him and threw his bag at the enemy. He definitely did not expect this. This bag knocked the enemy off his feet, so now he was absolutely not dangerous. It was only necessary to finish the job to the end. Therefore, Kim Shin hurried to help his friend very quickly, so that the enemy did not even have time to react to the blow. As the next moment, Kim Shin dealt blow after blow to the very man who was pursuing his friend, his opponent had no chance left. Kim Shin chose to stop the enemy's breathing even while in the shadows. He knew how to do it quickly and without unnecessary movements. Jean-Tae was surprised by what he saw, but he didn't understand what happened to this idiot. Everything happened very quickly. Kim Shin, what is this one that just attacked him? It's all insignificant, and these are just small flies that can't even bite much. But what they saw together before their eyes was really like something else, and it no longer resembled lone attackers. In front of them was a group of young people who were armed with bats. They were quite well prepared. One of them walked first. Most likely he was the leader of the group because he asked what kind of boys they were in his area. This guy who was the leader of this group was on that list from Kim Shin, so on the one hand he was even glad that he had now met him. This bandit leader's name was Kim Ju. He was the head of the guard. He had a 4th rank weapon that was always with him. It was a folding knife. He asked the young people why, even though they saw them, they did not start running away. And he also said that these young people are blown-up fools and behave as if on their territory. It even somehow offended him. He continued to talk about them cleaning up his territory, and that if they don't do this, they will deal with them. The next moment a knife flew towards him. Tired of listening to these threats, he tried to avoid being hit with a knife. Jean-Tae didn't think twice and threw Uno at him and said that he was talking too much. It's time for him to shut up. He was very indignant, and he shouted at the young people that they were sons of bitches and reached with one hand to take a knife out of his pocket. Kim Shin told him not to even think about taking it out of his pocket, or else he would die immediately. The young man was not going to bother with them for a very long time and stand on ceremony, so he knew that he had to finish this as quickly as possible. The bandit was surprised by the impudence of this young man. No one had recently told him that he would die. Therefore, he did not listen to his words and took out a folding knife from his pocket with which he was going to attack Kim Shin now. This bandit said that these bastards don't care about him, so he asked his people to bring them to him. He was so angry that he was ready to cut them into pieces. They didn't wait long and started attacking the young people with sticks. They thought that was such a primitive method they could neutralize these 2 bastards, but it was not so easy to do. Kim Shin easily avoided the blows that one of the attackers tried to inflict on him. He swung his mace over the young man's head, but could not reach the target and deliver a full blow. Kim Shin was not going to stand on ceremony with them for long and decided to quickly deal with them. This one who had just attacked him with a mace, he struck a blow. So he flew away. And then another blow to make sure he no longer wanted to fight with young people. He could only lie on the earth. About the same thing happened to everyone else. Kim Shin took turns striking them in order to neutralize them all. At some point, he was left alone with the head of this bandit group that had just attacked him. His people could not bring Kim Shin to him, and so he was very angry. He shouted that they were bastards and he ordered them to come here immediately to him. Kim Shin looked at him and saw that in his hands there were two folding knives. A weapon like this bandit's does very little damage. Therefore, he determined that the first movement of this bandit would be to hit him with a knife from the right. So in fact it turned out that the young man escaped this blow. This is a light blow, and the second will be a blow with a knife from the left hand. But most likely he will do it from below, thought Kim Shin. This is what this bandit actually did. But when he tried to strike this blow, the young man hit his hand, so the knife fell out of the bandit's hands. It was a real poke. The young man, without thinking twice, struck this bandit in the face so as to break his nose, and Kim Shin delivered another blow with the other hand so that in order to completely neutralize his opponent, he needed to quickly end this unnecessary meeting. The next moment, everyone who tried to attack the young people was lying on the floor and could not utter a single word, much less threaten. Kim Shin didn't really want to get into any kind of trouble. It wasn't at all part of his plans. But if someone already dared to hurt him, then he wasn't going to let him live. Jin Tae cheered up his friend a little and said that he seemed to have done almost all the work, but it was Kim Shin who had all the fun. It was a little selfish. They did not linger here and decided that they needed to leave here as quickly as possible, especially since they needed to find the place where the teacher lived. Kim Shin walked along the street. His friend shouted to him to wait because he didn't know where he needed to go and didn't even know the address. Jin Tae, it was his task to find out where the teacher lived and find the address to which they were supposed to go now. He led Kim Shin to a 2-story house and said that this is the very place where his master lived. There was a pawnshop sign hanging above the entrance to this house. Did his teacher really live and work in this pawnshop? He doubted it a little, but despite this, they decided to go inside this establishment. It was completely dark inside and there were no signs that this pawnshop had been open recently. Jin Tae said that the condition of this place is simply terrible, and it seems to him that someone had been here before them and turned it over because everything was lying around or no one had lived for a long time. Kim Shin saw a photograph lying on the floor in a frame under glass. He decided to pick it up and see who was photographed in it. It was a photo of a man with a little boy. Kim Shin realized that they were right. This is where his teacher lived because he was in this photo. This was a very long time ago, the young man thought. But the memories still flooded into his head. He was very pleased to look at this photo. Jin Tae went up to him and said that there was someone inside and that he should be on alert because he heard someone's steps. And he got the impression that someone was watching them from the side, and it was unclear how this person would react to them. A young man came out of the darkness and said that he didn't want to suffer with the bodies, so it's better to let this establishment go to hell. Jin Tae was a little surprised that anyone was here at all. After all, this is where teacher Kim Shin lived, no one else. Having looked a little closer, Jin Tae recognized the young man as Pai Woo Jin. It was Mr. Min Mon's student. Jin Tae said that at first she didn't recognize him, and then she realized who he was and that the young man looked worse than in the photo. Jin Tae stood and pointed his finger at him. The young man decided to listen to him to the end. Everything he will say now. Jin Tae couldn't stop and continued to point his finger at him and say all sorts of nonsense. Most likely he thought that he was saying the right things, but Pai Woo Jin didn't think so and decided to punch him right in the face so that he would shut up. Pai Woo Jin decided that he was talking too much and he had had enough, and he also wanted them to get out of there quickly. Pai Woo Jin didn't really like Jin Tae, and he thought that this idiot should get out of his room. Kim Shin decided that now none of them should get into a fight, and therefore intercepted Pu Woo Jin's hand, and he did not have time to finish his blow. Pai Woo Jin turned towards the young man and said that he could be killed just for coming here. Pai Woo Jin, this was Kang Min Mon's first student, and Kim Shin came here precisely to meet him. And perhaps this was the first tool for demolishing the castle, so he had to come to an agreement with him and act together. Pai Woo Jin could not calm down in any way that these two young people came here ready to dictate any conditions to him, so he shouted that they looked at themselves. What freaks they are. The young man believed that the uninvited guests who visited him and also this impudent fellow who dared to grab his hand for all this was worth killing them, and he pulled his hand away from Kim Shin's hand. He wanted to show that here in this territory he is the master, and he sets the rules. Kim Shin began to tell him that he misunderstood the purpose of their visit. They are not here at all to sort things out and not to fight. Jean tied the bag with the money right so it fell in front of Pu Wu Jin. They tried to explain why they came. It was to him. When the bag fell, its contents became visible. It was stuffed completely to the very top with bank packages of American dollars. Pai Wu Jin looked at this bag full of money and didn't know what to answer. He still didn't understand why these people came to his home. Kim Shin told the young man that he is skillful and if he is not busy with anything, then he can work with him. He would really like this. Pai Wu Jin was uncomfortable with the very presence of anyone in this room. He had no intention of not making any deals. The next moment he stepped on the bag with money with his foot, showing with all his appearance that he was deeply indifferent to everything that this young man offered. He still thought Kim Shin was a bastard and still wanted him to get away quickly, otherwise he was ready to make him die. Despite this, Kim Shin said that this is not a small amount of money, and if it's not enough for him, he can add more to him. These words angered the young man even more and he was ready to tear his uninvited guests to shreds. He was quite tired of it all. Therefore, he decided to resolve the issue with force and again tried to punch Kim Shin, who successfully dodged this blow. And again with one hand he grabbed his hand by the wrist, and with the other hand by the forearms so that he could no longer move it. All that remained was to put even more pressure on this young man's hand and it would be broken, so Kim Shin was in no hurry to do it. Pai Wu Jin did not understand what these people needed from him, and why he could not cope with them. There was no one who could defeat him yet. Kim Shin said that the young man was exploring the coffin with his guests too much. He should introduce it a little differently. But first, listen. Pai Wu Jin said that such guests should get out of here and he didn't invite anyone here, so he's not going to talk to anyone about anything. He also told him to take his hands away from him and then he could talk. And by pushing Kim Shin away he freed his hand again. Kim Shin's shoes were sliding on the floor, that's why he felt a little uncomfortable, and that's why he couldn't hold Pai Wu Jin's hand. Kim Shin had to figure out how to stay on this floor. He was a little uncomfortable, and so he missed the next blow, which was inflicted by his opponent with a direct kick to his torso. His opponent was aggressive and he was ready to send the intruders out as soon as possible. Kim Shin crossed his hands in front of him. Thus, he showed that he was not going to fight with this young man. Pai Wu Jin asked him if he was greeted hospitably enough or if he was still dissatisfied with the reception he was given. Kim Shin thought that it would be tough, but his opponent did not stop and dealt blow after blow. The young man only defended himself. Pai Wu Jin did not stop and continued to attack Kim Shin. Now he hid around the corner, and it was unclear how he would behave further. Kim Shin watched his every move very carefully. He was wondering what technique he owned and whether he was even ready to fight. The next moment, from around the corner, Pai Wu Jin launched a kick, or at least tried to strike. It was a little unexpected. And then he tried to strike a few more blows at Kim Shin. These blows were strong enough for their target. Kim Shin understood only one thing, that he, as expected, this young man is not one of those with whom he can be gentle. Therefore, he stopped giving in to him and decided to completely stop this fight. He didn't need a showdown. He needed him to complete the task. So the next moment, Kim Shin grabbed his leg and knocked out his other leg. So his opponent was already lying down in a second. Pai Wu Jin thought to herself that this guy, he suddenly changed and began to act a little differently towards him. And he also thought that this technique with which he knocked him down, he had already seen it somewhere because it was very familiar to him. He understood that he was very familiar with all the movements that Kim Shin used, and the fighting technique that he fought was also very familiar to him. Despite this, they continued their fight. Kim Shin, having knocked down his opponent, tried to calm him down, although he still tried to resist. Kim Shin thought that Pai Wu Jin had very good fundamentals. Of course he tested him, but he was not ready to finish him off. This young man, if he just fell to the floor, it would be the end for him. But he doesn't let down his defenses, and that's why it was unbearable to finish you off. Of course, his teacher taught him well, and he absolutely correctly does everything that the teacher once taught him. Pai Wu Jin wasn't going to give up, and so he asked Kim Shin what he was doing. He needed to distract him at some point. The next moment he gave up. He pushed Kim Shin with his foot while lying on the floor. So he flew this distance to the side. When Pai Wu Jin stood up, he said that he had never seen Kim Shin before, as he now declares that he was a student of his teacher. But on the other hand, his fighting style looks familiar, and indeed, it was the style of his teacher only he could teach him. Pai Wu Jin became very interested in how Kim Shin met his teacher Kam Min Man. He wanted to know if it was true because he found out everything about his teacher. Kim Shin said that he owes something to the teacher, and that's why he came here to meet anyone related to him. Pai Wu Jin now it became clear that one of his guests who came is a follower of his teacher, and he said that they had the wrong address. Because he no longer wants to be associated with the teacher in any way, they have parted ways and therefore he does not want to get involved in anything anymore. Kim Shin said only one word. Lock. After which the young man paused and, after thinking for a few minutes, turned in his direction. He became interested in what this guest could tell him now. Kim Shin said that the information he has, it all applies to them, and Kim Shin said that he had to tell Pai Wu Jin something about his teacher Kang Min Man, and what happened to him. Kim Shin told the young man that it would be better if he listened to him first, and then made a decision. He was ready for any of the options. The young man thought for a bit, but he also didn't have much choice, so he decided that he should give his guest a chance and listen to him. Pai Wu Jin said that his uninvited guest should follow him, and if this is something very simple and ordinary then let him blame himself. Jin Tae did not leave his sense of humor here either. He said that he could play hide and seek and look for each other in this darkness. When they entered the safest place, the owner offered them an exquisite steak. If they did not refuse to eat it, this offer did not seem very serious at first. But the next minute they entered the room where there really was a lot of food on the table, and there was a steak on a huge platter. The owner did not deceive them. The young people sat down at the table. Of course they were very pleased that they could now eat in peace and discuss all their affairs. It was much safer. But anyway, Kim Shin asked again if it was really safe here. His friend pounced on the food and it was very tasty for him, so he didn't think about anything else. Where they got to was a cafe that was located next to the pawn shops where they had just been. They had just come here to eat and talk. Pai Wu Jin said that they felt completely safe because the owner of this establishment is a very reliable person and his friend. Of course, like any owner of an establishment, he was a little mischievous, but otherwise he was quite reliable and you could count on him. Pai Wu Jin was the first to speak and said that he was very interested. First of all, what happened and why they were looking for him. This young man wanted to know why these people came instead of his teacher, whom he had been waiting for at his pawn shop for quite some time. Jin Tae asked his comrade whether he should tell him, or he would tell the whole truth to this young man himself. Kim Shin thought for a while and then said that Kang Min Mona and then fell silent again. He needed to find the courage to tell the truth. Pai Wu Jin looked at the young people and waited for an answer to the question posed. For him it was very important because it was his teacher. But he never expected to hear that his teacher was dead. These words hit his head and he didn't understand if they were telling the truth. Therefore, he asked them again what they meant and why they thought so. Kim Shin once again repeated that teacher Kang Min Man was killed and he is ready to tell everything he knows about it. He began to say that armed people with weapons staged a real hunt for him. There were a large enough number of these people not to leave him alive. The teacher held out as long as he could and shot back from those who were hunting him. But he was not given a choice. He had run out of ammunition. Therefore, he is no longer alive. He was killed by the people of the castle. This is all that Kim Shin knew about the teacher. Pai Wu Jin didn't quite understand what he was talking about. This young man, on the one hand, was upset, and on the other hand, he didn't know whether it was true or not. Kim Shin repeated several times that the teacher was dead and told the details of how he was killed. Pai Wu Jin, after listening to everything to the end, was very indignant. He didn't understand how the teacher could leave him in such a shitty situation. It seemed to him at that moment that his situation was much worse than everyone else's. Jin Tae told him not to express himself, and to watch his speech because what he says has been bothering him for a long time. These words turned Pai Wu Jin on even more. He became even more aggressive and even more cocky, ready to accept any information now, much less a decision. Therefore, he answered Jin Tae to shut up until he closes his mouth. He is here as a guest, so let him be silent, and because with his hand he married the iron stick that was lying on the table. He brought this iron stick into the hall with his hand and squeezed it. A few more words and he would be ready to attack Jean Tae. But here, too, he was not going to give up, and therefore he was ready to take his nose out from under his sweatshirt at any moment to show what he was capable of. But Kim Shin stopped him and told the young man that he didn't know what kind of relationship he had with the teacher, but he is interested in only one thing. I am preparing to forgive and come to terms with the fact that his teacher was killed by the people of the castle. Kim Shin talked about how they both lost absolutely everything. Their teacher Kong Min Mona is now dead and these guys continue to rule the world. That he is here for only one reason. Kim Shin paused and poured himself a glass of vodka. He needed to get through to this young man so that he would be at the same time with him. The pause lasted quite a long time and then Kim Shin said that he would want to capture Hoyam. That is why he came to him. Then he took the glass he had just filled with vodka and drank it alone. Thus, he gave Pai Wu-jin time to think about what he would do next. Then he said after he captures this Koyam from there, straight he will need to get to the very top and one of his tasks. This is to destroy the castle for everything they did and clenched his fist with all his strength. He also wanted to squeeze the very organization he was talking about. There was quite a lot of surprise in Pai Wu-jin's eyes and even more fear, and he didn't want to participate in all this at all. On the contrary, in Kim Shin's eyes there was confidence in what he was talking about, and he knew for sure that he would reach the very end. He was obsessed with his revenge. That's why he said that in order to destroy this castle he needs Pai Wu-jin. That's why he's here. The young man did not take everything that Kim Shin had just said seriously. It seemed to him that he was exaggerating his capabilities and strengths. It was strange for him to hear that this man was saying that he was ready to capture Koyam, and he didn't believe you at all. Therefore, Pai Wu-jin stood up and headed towards the exit, saying that with such skills as the young people, he could hardly even capture this area, let alone the entire city. And already approaching the exit, he said that when they had finished drinking everything and having reached it, just let him hide from here, and he would kill him if he stood in his way again. When the young man left Kim Shin and Jean Tae well, he said that this guy is somehow rotten and cannot be trusted. Jean Tae couldn't understand what kind of words he would kill if you get in his way again. Of course he was just an idiot, and you can just kill him just for these words. Kim Shin reassured his friend and said that this young man was shocked by what he had just heard and that they were once as hot-tempered as he was. He needs to be given some time to digest all the information and make the right decision. This young man still cannot control his emotions, but Kim Shin wasn't going to wait too long either. He needed to act. He knew what he wanted and how he would act in order to achieve his goal. A voice was heard from somewhere asking if these young people were students of Kong Min Man. It was the owner of this establishment. He came closer to them and sat down at the table with them, told them not to worry about Pai Wu-jin. He needed time to calm down and make a decision. Jean Tae, looking at the owner of the establishment, thought what kind of thug he was. The owner of the establishment brought a bottle of vodka into the room and began to pour it into a glass, while saying that he was very sorry that it all ended like this with Kong Min Man. That he can't believe it, that Kong Min Man is no longer alive and he's dead. He said this with particular sorrow. Drink a glass of vodka. The owner of the establishment said that he very much hopes that the teacher now rests in peace. At least that's what he wanted. Kim Shin asked the owner of the establishment if they were really close with Kong Min Man because he is very worried about the teacher. The owner of the establishment replied that he was something like an older brother for the local pants. So everyone who lives here treats teacher Kong Min Man with special respect. After drinking a glass of vodka, the owner of the establishment said that the young man Pai Wu-jin would eventually help them. He had to make such a decision. After all, they were with the teacher, like family, and he would not forgive his murder. And he also added that Jean Tae should not be angry because he is most likely very worried and cannot answer correctly. The owner of the establishment said that first they need to find an informant who will tell them everything that is happening in this city without him. They will not even be able to go outside. And he also added that he has one such suitable person who can become an informant for them if they agree to it. Kim Shin replied to the owner of the establishment that it would certainly be problematic if his informant was not good like Pai Wu-jin. The owner of the establishment said that in his opinion Kim Shin and Jean Tae are still a little green and I don't understand what they are talking about now. And he added that it is not always good to rely only on your fists. The owner of the establishment was ready to show the young people a person who has all the information in Hoyam. Kim Shun thought a little. This person was the heir to the previous head of Hoyam, whose power was taken away by the guys from DS Security. It was an ordinary car service center where the car was being installed. The girl arrived in a jeep to meet the owners of this car service station. She behaved very aggressively and defiantly, took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. She decided to have a smoke break before talking to these people. She just needed to start there, and she said that lately there have been a lot of different crazy people in the area. The man entering this car service stood and looked at her. Of course, she behaved quite provocatively, but she could afford it. Her name was Chi Su Ming, and she was the daughter of the deputy to the boss of the previous boss of the Bujin faction, so she did not hesitate to tell everyone who was here that they were staring at her, and that they were pigs. One of those who was here in the parking lot. He laughed at her a little and asked her where she was going. It was Kong Man Jae, head of DS Security, rank 3, former professional boxer. He said that she shouldn't stick her neck out any further, because of her, they had to beat these guys who were lying around him. One of these beaten guys was lying on the ground, saying in a barely audible voice that he was very sorry, turning to Cha Su-min. Well, the girl wasn't the least bit upset, so she continued to smoke a cigarette and said in a calm voice, addressing Kong Man Jae, calling him master, she wanted to find out what these people want. This gentleman said that enough words and she should just give her this dump. And he also added that then maybe they'll have fun together. He was very self-made and thought that he could easily cope with this girl. But she was not a timid person and therefore decided to show her attitude towards these people by throwing a cigarette straight in their faces. The cigarette fell right next to this gentleman. He just couldn't leave it, and he had to do something. The girl showed with all her gestures that she was not going to talk to these gentlemen, and told them to go to hell. This gentleman thought to himself that this is some kind of crazy idiot, and she doesn't understand who else she got involved with. So he decided to teach her a lesson. The girl did not deny that she really is the craziest idiot in this area and decided to take off her jacket. She thought to herself, if it weren't for this pig who came here, she could have dealt with everyone else on her own. The master did not think long, and told his subordinates to take good care of their stepsister. The young people said that they were ready to carry out his order. The girl has already prepared to fight back these young people. She is used to standing up for herself in any situation. One of these who tried to come closer to her said that they were ready to resolve the issue with her in an amicable way, and there was no need for any harshness on her part. One of them came very close and started talking about how my sister smells so delicious and that she uses very good shampoo. The girl didn't wait long and struck him in the groin area with her elbow, so that he twisted in pain and didn't want anything anymore. There was a second one next in line, so she hurried towards him. She needed to neutralize him. He was a little bigger than the first one, so it wouldn't have happened so easily with one blow. This bandit tried to grab her so that she could no longer move, but the girl quickly escaped from his hands, hitting him on the knee. The next moment she broke the mirror on the car with her hand. She did this specifically in order to pick up a piece of glass. Having broken this mirror on the car with all my might, the fragments flew in different directions. Now it was not difficult for me to take one of them. There was another one of these bandits standing in her way who was trying to grab her. She just had to neutralize him. Her goal was the gentleman who wanted to deal with her, so she pushed this bandit away and tried to run up to their owner as quickly as possible. He stood alone and watched everything that was happening. He couldn't even imagine what this girl could do next moment. When she came very close to him, he saw in her hand a fragment from the mirror that she broke. She could only stretch out her hand. In the next moment, she made her hand, in which there was a fragment, to the very throat of this gentleman. A little more, and she would have been able to inflict a cut on him. The first moment when he saw a fragment of her hand, he was even a little scared. He doesn't remember anyone treating him like that lately. The next moment she struck him all over his face. Blood sprayed in different directions. The gentleman really didn't expect her to do this. Therefore, the blow did not keep him waiting. This gentleman hit the girl in the side with all his might. Of course, he was a professional boxer, and he had a fairly strong blow. The girl could not resist and fell to the ground. Even many men could not withstand the blow of this gentleman since he was a professional fighter. The gentleman stood there with blood running down his face. He told the girl that she should have done what he said. He really didn't want to hit the girl. She sat on the ground, holding on to the place where she had just been hit. She tried to bite this gentleman, and also said that she really likes catching pigs. The gentleman no longer wanted to listen to everything that she would now tell him, and how she would insult him, so he swung at her to hit her again. Kim Shin and his friend watched everything that happened at this car service. It was here that the owner of the establishment where they had just eaten sent him. Jean Tae said that in this city the atmosphere is really murderous, and every second person wants to sort things out with the enemy. The girls also had no idea who these two young men were who came here and were trying to talk to this gentleman, but it was to her advantage. Kim Shin asked everyone who gathered there who was the successor to the Bujin faction. He wanted to meet and talk with him. Kim Shin looked at the girl and she looked at him. It's unclear how he looked, but she definitely recognized him. She realized that this was the same Kim Shin. Of course, at first she doubted and then she was completely sure that this was the same Kim Shin. But what would he do here? They haven't seen each other for a very long time, namely since they studied together at the same school. Even then, Cha Su-min was quite daring and stood out among all the other girls. She was always ready to fight with them if one of them said the wrong thing about her. On the contrary, Kim Shin was a fairly calm young man, but he still stared at the girl who was the most pugnacious among all. Because of her personality, she was constantly bruised and her clothes were constantly torn, but that didn't make her beautiful to me. Jean Tae was a little surprised that his friend and this girl knew each other, but he was pleased that in this case everything should go very smoothly. The girl asked Kim Shin. He hadn't been here for years and now he appeared. For what purpose, and even more so, did he come to her? The gentleman grabbed the girl by the hair and told her to look at him, and not be distracted because he needed to finish his job and take this auto repair shop from her. The gentleman looked at the young people who came in and asked what kind of idiots they were who dared to talk to him in such a tone. Moreover, he had not seen them before here in this city. The girl tried to pull her head out of his hand, but this gentleman held her tightly enough by the hair. She screamed for him to let her go. The man turned to his friend because he couldn't watch how even his ex-girlfriend, with whom he studied together, was being bullied, so he told Jean Tae to give him a hard time. Jean Tae told him that he was tired of constantly hurting pigs. But I'm ready to do it for my friend. Kim Shin said that it will be very problematic if it gets noisy, so no need to use a knife. Jean Tae said that everything was clear to him, and that they drove in this way. They quickly decided to deal with the two assistants who have the right of master who stood in front of them by striking them, after which they could only lie on the earth, and were no longer dangerous at all, and could no longer attack or resist. Jean Tae went straight to the gentleman who was holding the girl by the hair. Yes, the gentleman considered himself the complete master of this city, and therefore he was confident in his abilities. And he told these guys that they had completely lost their fear. The gentleman tried to strike Jean Tae, even took a boxing stance. He remembered how he did this in the ring. Well, the young man skillfully avoided his blows. The young man teased the gentleman with a pig, grunted at him and said that he talks a lot and everything he says is completely off topic. Therefore, Jean Tae did not wait long and struck the gentleman. He stood there like a real boxer, covering himself and his face with his fists. Therefore, the young man did not stand on ceremony and struck not only with his fists but also with his feet so that he did not have time to come to his senses. He beat him with such speed and force that the gentleman could not answer him, but only defended himself and covered his face. The gentleman was very angry with these young people. No one had behaved like this with him since the time when he became a syndicate that controlled the city. A direct punch followed immediately. Despite the fact that the gentleman was a boxer, he was unable to deliver a single blow to his opponent. And then came many more blows that were so accurate that the gentleman did not have time to protect himself from them. Blow followed blow. This gentleman was quite trained and held the blows that the young man delivered. He thought that the man would quickly get tired and he would be able to finish him off. At some point it even seemed to him that the young man had finished striking him, so he decided that it was his turn. The gentleman decided that the time had come when he would strike and struck a blow at the young man. Jean Tae very quickly avoided this blow because he was fast and agile, and also he avoided the next blow. None of the master's blows reached their target because he could not hit the young man. But the young man decided that he had to finish him off and kicked him right at the gentleman's head. Well, the gentleman was quite healthy and stood like a cabinet. Jean Tae calmed himself down, and said that he was just warming up. he still had a fairly healthy opponent ahead. The gentleman didn't really want to fight and didn't know when all this was happening would end and where these people came from and why they were attacking him. But he continued to hold on and try to strike the young man. They were in different weight categories and therefore it was easier for Jin-tae to avoid the blows. And the young man himself struck him with blows one after another. The gentleman missed these blows. Jin-tae thought that this gentleman was very slow, but he was quite strong, and therefore, it was quite more difficult to deal with him than Jin-tae thought right away. Therefore, he needed a plan to deal with this gentleman. The gentleman thought that this young man is very nimble and moves very well, so there is no way he can reach him and strike him. Jin-tae thought to himself that he would need half a day just to beat it to such a state that it would no longer twitch, and he decided that this was a very long time, so he had to take completely different actions. He was tired of his opponent, and when the gentleman decided to strike next time, he hoped that this time he would definitely hit the young man, and he even swung in order to deliver this blow. All that was left was to reach Jin-tae. But everything went completely wrong. The young man got tired of this long fuss and decided to use his main weapon, which he mastered perfectly. He took out a knife from under his sweater. The gentleman saw a knife in his hands, but he couldn't do anything. He didn't see the point in putting up a defense with his hands. The young man noticed this perfectly. He saw that his opponent had weakened his defense. This was only to his advantage. He didn't need to bother with him for long, so after making his signature turn, Jin-tae decided to deliver one single blow that would end this fight. Kicking his opponent on the chin, the young man did not expect such a result. He was preparing for the fact that of course it was the end of the game for the fat pig. But he thought that he would still resist. But this gentleman staggered, rolled his eyes, his arms went limp and he himself fell to the ground. Just one blow was enough for him to fall. The next moment he was already lying on the earth, and could no longer be dangerous to others. Jin-tae didn't even expect that he could cope with this gentleman so quickly. The young man thought to himself that he didn't use his husband at all. He just got him and everything happened on its own. Kim Shin was very pleased that the young man dealt with this gentleman so well, but his gaze was directed at the girl. She was no longer as aggressive as before and sat very quietly on earth. She didn't want to say anything to Kim Shin now. She even lowered her eyes because at some point it seemed to her that everything that was happening was a great humiliation for her in front of Kim Shin. The next moment she took a cigarette and lit it. At the moment she was interested in only one question: is he alive? She said that she thought he was dead. It's only because he suddenly disappeared and no one heard anything about him. Kim Shin answered the girl that it was not so easy for him to die, and everything that happened then today is clear, and he does not want to talk about this topic now. She listened to him to the end but could not understand what exactly happened to him then, and why he disappeared so suddenly. But she didn't focus on this anymore and decided to ask why he came back here now, and why he was here. She was also interested in the question of what made him come to the gang leader. The young man replied that he wanted to make a business proposal, and he was going to capture Koyam, and he needed all the possible information. He continued to explain to the girl that he wanted to take advantage of the influence of the Bujin factions, which is why he wanted to make this offer to them here. The girl didn't understand why he was looking for him 8 years later just to make a business proposal where it was even busy for her. She decided that he was not sincere with her. She thought that he would decide that she would not recognize him, and therefore he would be able to make her a business proposal. She was not a stupid enough girl, and therefore she immediately understood what we were talking about. She understood that these young people, namely Kim Shin, were not needed by the Hoys at all. She said that he needs Kim Jae-han. This is the one who is behind all this. What is happening in the city? She looked at him, and then said that he finally got ready to take revenge after so many years. But it's never too late to do this. He didn't deny or confirm anything, he just kept silent with her now. He didn't want to talk about this topic, he only needed information from her. He told her that he came here to find out information from her about Koyam, and about DS security, and also for all the people involved in this. He said that he was ready to pay her for all the information, and she won't have any problems because she will get her money and he will get what he wanted, information about everything that she knows. The girl said that this was not a bad deal for her, but she still had a condition and she would agree to everything if he fulfilled it. She said that her conditions were that he protect this car service. This was very important for her, It was very simple conditions. The young man replied that he could do it. So all that remains is to tell her all the information that she knows and that he will really need. The girl continued to say that he would have to keep an eye on this car's service all the time. He had already seen it, and no one ever knows when they will come next time. The young man did not understand why she was so worried about this place, and why exactly this was her condition. The girl told him not to worry, and she would tell him everything. Therefore, she told the young man to follow her. She was ready to provide them with a room to live because in this city they definitely had nowhere to stay. She went forward and the two young people did not understand why she acted this way but decided to follow her. Kim was surprised and he definitely didn't think that she would accept this deal so easily. Jin-tae thought that this girl was not as simple as she wanted to seem at first glance, and then offered an apartment. She just wants to watch them. Kim Shin thought that she was being careful as always, but Jin-tae didn't understand at all what it could mean. That means he was a little surprised. DS security loud voices were heard there today. There was a showdown about what happened during the day. Who was persistently asking that these young people were definitely not members of Cha Su-min's gang. The gentleman was sitting on his knees in front of the people who stood around him. Two of his team were already lying on the floor and could not move. Now it was his turn. The gentleman said that he saw these guys for the first time. They were definitely not in the city. Never before that blood was dripping from his nose and there was already a whole puddle of blood near his knees. The owner of this establishment complained that there is not a day of peace in this area and no one can restore order there. He asked Dae-kyun about this, his assistant who was supposed to control all areas of the city and know all the details of what was happening in this city. Kim Dae-jyeon, it was the director of DS security. He had the second rank and he was from this city. He said that he asked for forgiveness from Mr. President. The president continued to say that insects can be crushed, and why his people still cannot crush these little people who want something every day in this area. All his subordinates stood and listened very carefully to every word he said. Each of them was ready to carry out any order and not even doubt its correctness. The gentleman also sat and listened very carefully. Everything that the president of this company said now was the most important thing so that he would not fall under the hot hand. The president said that the value of Yak Deok-soo is already nailed close to the earth and is no longer worth anything. Yak Deok-soo was the president of DS Security, the previous boss of the Dawn faction. So he told the master that how can he call himself part of the family after all this. The gentleman was sitting on his knees in front of the president, blood was flowing from his face. He asked for forgiveness for what happened today and promised that this would not happen again. The president said that he no longer had the right to call him curse him and took a stand with inscriptions from his table. The president, without thinking twice, swung his hand, which contained a stand, to hit the gentleman on the head. He did not want to forgive him. The president struck him, so he staggered and almost fell, but he did not resist because he had great respect for his president. The president said that if his subordinates cannot solve problems with words, then he needs to beat them to death. He no longer needs them and stood up to deliver blow after blow to the head with this heavy stand. Not one of those who stood in this office came to the master's defense. They did not even move or look at his side. Absolutely each of them didn't care what was going to happen to this gentleman. Each of them was worried only about themselves and their place in the sun, because he understood perfectly well that he could be next, and he could just as well be beaten to death in a few minutes. Therefore, they stood and watched everything that was happening as the president of the company beats your subordinate to death before their eyes. This was a constant practice for them. Within a few minutes, this huge gentleman was lying on the floor of this office for us, and no longer made a single sound. Now he definitely could not ask for forgiveness. The president of the company said that this gentleman was a pathetic idiot, and he could not cope with the task that he assigned him. After such stress, the president of the company came into the hall with a cigarette in his hands and decided that he urgently needed to smoke. He needed to take his mind off what was happening. Mr. President called his assistant to come up to him. At this time there was silence because Mr. President was lighting a cigarette. The assistant approached him and said that he was ready to listen to Mr. President. He approximately understood what he was about to hear now. Mr. President said that he will go instead of this fat pig, that this is his order, and he must deal with it immediately. He does not want to hear any more about this place. Also, Mr. President said that his assistant should take care of the guys from the Bujin faction. The assistant listened carefully to everything. All he had to do was complete the task that the president gave him. Therefore, he raised his head and said that the president could rely completely on him. He was ready to carry out his task immediately. The morning came at the car dump. It was the same as the previous one. The only thing that was wrong today was that Kim Shin and his friends spent the night here. Jin Tae didn't like to get up very early. He liked to sleep longer. And even here at the car dump he was not ready to get up very early. The girl was also not one of those who wakes up very early today. She slept very well because she had 2 more protectors. The only one who woke up very early today it was Kim Shin. He wanted to be alone. He remembers perfectly everything that happened 8 years ago. Quite a lot of time has passed since that day, but he never for a second forgot these events. When he closed his eyes, he saw everything clearly, just like then. Having closed his eyes, it was easier for him to think about how he would kill his opponent, because this was his main purpose for the arrival of the court. He mentally imagined his opponent, and he became very interested in whether the young man's blade would reach his opponents. Every time he saw how he killed them, this even made life a little easier for him because he knew that the moment would come when he would really be able to pay for everything with those who killed his father. He imagined how he would kill those people who killed his father, and did it so realistically that he believed in it himself. He honed every movement and remembered all the techniques that he owned. He needed to gain as much strength as possible in order to engage in battle with his enemies. Of course, he mastered the use of a dagger, and it was one of those weapons that he mastered. He trained every day to improve his technique. He couldn't lose in this fight because he had been waiting for this moment for a long time and went to it. He became who he became, and I don't regret anything. He mentally imagined how he would destroy his opponent, how he would strike him, and this gave him great pleasure, and this is what gave him strength. He understood that his opponent was also strong enough and could also strike him. But this is exactly why he trained for such a large amount of time. The young man imagined how he would bring a dagger to his opponent's throat with his blade. He really wanted it to happen that way. He always knew that he would cut his enemy's throat, and the more he imagined it, the more realistic he was about it than he even wanted. His dagger was the main weapon with which he was going to attack his opponent and strike him. He imagined how he would strike now. Even in reality, when he was training, and in his mind he was thinking that he was killing his opponent. He had been going towards this for a very long time, and now he did not have the right to stop. The young man's training was interrupted by someone's approaching steps. Kim Shin asked who he was. It was definitely not the person who worked for us, Cha Su-min. Indeed, a young man came up behind him who came here to talk to him. This man was from DS Security. Despite Kim Shin's question, the young man who stood behind him was not going to answer it quickly. He simply watched everything that was happening. This young man told Kim Shin that he certainly knows how to fight, and it is not at all surprising to him that Chief Khan lost to him. Kim Shin guessed that it was Kim Dae-jaeon. Without turning in his direction, the young man asked if he came here alone. Kim Dae-kyun said that there would be a lot of problems if he came not alone but with his guys. And he also added that Kim Shin should tell the guys from the car dump the following. If they want to stay alive, then let them leave this place by sunset. Kim Dae-jaeon said these words quite seriously. He was determined and felt power and strength. He knew what he was talking about. Since he threatened the guys from this car scrapyard, it turns out that he threatened Kim Shin and his friend just yesterday. They decided to save this car scrapyard. Kim Dae-jaeon was laconic after this threat. He decided to turn around and leave. He gave his warning. He could only wait. Kim Dae-kyun saw the young man training, and so he said that he was very grateful that he showed his strength. Now he knows what he is capable of. And he also added that Kim Shin could become a leader in any group anywhere, but in this city he cannot become one. He threw away the cigarette he was smoking and put it out with his own shoe, showing that he was ready to crush anyone who stood in his way. He warned that if he sees young people here after sunset, they will be corpses. He is not going to stand on ceremony with them, and will no longer warn. Kim Shin asked your interlocutor. He behaves this way because he has guys like him who are like cool undergangsters. And he also added that all the conditions that he is now putting forward are all bullshit, and he is not going to fulfill them. Kim Shin said if he's such a gangster then he should act like it, and shouldn't run around and make a mess. Kim Dae-kyun listened carefully to everything that the young man said. He didn't want anyone to play tuba with him now, so he only warned. Of course, He was very curious why Kim Shin considered him not a gangster and did not take him seriously, but he did not argue, and he decided that it was time for him to leave. Because his mission was completed, he warned the young man that he only had time until sunset. Kim Shin remained standing in the same place where he had just trained. He did not take seriously the threats that he had just heard addressed to him. The only thing that became clear to him was that this guy who came here had the second rank and he did not yet know how he was stronger in battle, or the previous ones. It was not clear to him whether this meant that he was much different from those guys whom he had already seen and with whom he had already fought. The only thing he understood was that this guy was quite cautious and did not enter into battle himself, which means he could only with support. Kim Shin looked at the place where this guy had just stood, and all that was left of him was a cigarette. He thought that this Kim Dae-kyun is not so easy, and he will have to meet him again. It was a working day at the car dump. All the workers who worked here were supposed to come here. They were Cha Soo-min's assistants. All the workers and Cha Soo-min and Kim Shin and their friend gathered in one of the rooms. They came here to find out some information, so now they were ready to listen to it. The first one to speak was one of the informants. His name was Lee Chul-min. He was one of the most knowledgeable in the girls' office. This guy started telling that before DS Security was a small organization called the Dawn Faction, and it was generally located in another region, and then 2 years ago they captured the whole of Hoyam in the blink of an eye. He continued to talk about how the president of this company is Yak Deok Soo, and he is notorious for his strength and his lack of mercy for people. The man continued to talk about how the DC security company had grown to such a scale thanks to Kaisen Construction. He said that before there were many organizations here, but now the entire territory belongs to DS Security, and they took over all the business here with restoration work, and even sold drugs to raise money. Jean Tae was a little surprised and he asked again, could this company with that name really push drugs? Even though they had Kaisen Construction on their side. Cha Soo-min answered the young man that it brings in a lot of money, and they are doing it only because they have politicians in their pocket. So the advantage is on their side, the corporation. It is only in appearance, but in fact it is an ordinary gang. The young man who had just told everything about DS Security asked young people if they had a plan because in addition to information, which they collected, they had nothing to resist, said the advisor of the Bujin faction, an important member of the Bujin faction, Shin Won-il. And then he said that if they only talk, they will never achieve their goal. They need a plan and need to act somehow. He also said that the whole operation requires a lot of money in order to resist these people. Kim Shin said that if they are going to push them back, then they need to find their weak link in place and then hit it there. They can be finished off with one precise movement. But only if you know their weak point, and that's why all this information was needed. Kim Shin said that he and his friend will help them before they start. They must help him get drugs. The young man has a plan. The girl asked what he was going to do with them. She didn't understand why he needed drugs and how he could use them to defeat the enemy. The young man said that he would try to find their weak point. Therefore, he now needs to think a little and take some more actions. He was holding in his hands a photograph of the young man who visited him this morning, Kim Shin. He needed this to know where to dig to finish them off. And then he turned this photo and showed the girls and said that he met this guy this morning when he was training and he and his people were going to come to the ship tonight. Of course, the girl knew perfectly well that this was Kim Dae-kyun, and that he was a complete idiot. She and her employees understood perfectly well what he was capable of. Kim Shin asked the girl if she knew this young man with the photo, and why he was going to come to this car dump, and why he needed it. Cha Soo-min replied that of course she knows him. The area is small and everyone knows each other, so she knows him too. The girl also said that they don't have time to search for drugs. If this person comes here, she is only counting on Jean Tae and Kim Shin to help them drive away Kim Dae-kyung's people. Kim Shin said that he will take care of Kim Dae-kyung and the girl and her workers must help Jean Tae, they have no other choice. Cha Soo-min said that in her opinion it is wrong to categorize Dae-kyun and Kang Min-jin. They are completely different. Kim Shin said that he understands and knows everything perfectly well, but it's too early to gather everyone to strike. Kim Shin put his hand on the photo that was pinned to the board and said that he was going to completely get rid of DS Security in 1 week. His look was so decisive that I wanted to believe him absolutely. He had been working towards this for a very long time and had been preparing, so he knew what he was talking about. Those who were in this room had only one question. How was he going to do it? How was he going to get rid of such a large company in 1 week? DS Security Office evening. Here everything was as usual. At the entrance to the building there were 2 guards. They had an order not to let any outsiders in here. One of these security guards saw a young man approaching the building. He didn't understand what kind of punk was coming towards them. The security guard stopped the young man and told him to stop and politely asked for forgiveness. He asked this young man if he had an appointment in this building. The young man asked this security guard if they knew GT Group. His uncle is the director of this group and he is going to his office. The security guard didn't understand and asked my oak man again what kind of company he needed because GT Group he hadn't heard of one in this building. The young man continued to say that this security guard needs to read more newspapers and if they read, they would know that this is the most global conglomerate. And he also added that they should just open the door, otherwise they will regret it. This young man was so convincing that the guard had no choice but to just open the doors. The young man went inside and wished the guards a good time. Cha Su-min watched everything that was happening on the street. She reported that the young man had entered. She asked again on the phone about whether they could really trust this young man. But in the grand scheme of things she had no other choice. The girl was talking on the phone with Kim Shin. He assured her not to worry. Jean Tae was a professional. She was scamming the girl and asked how the young man was doing. He answered her still according to plan and he will contact her a little later. He's not comfortable talking right now. Evening came and many people appeared at the car dumps. They were all armed with bats. They came here to deal with Cha Su-min and her now protector Kim Shin. Kim Shin drove up to the car dump and sat watching what was happening. These people who were crowding there with bats were ordinary petty bandits. The young man caught himself thinking that his morning guest was not among them here. The young man opened the window of his car and, without getting out of it, asked where Kim Dae-kyung was. He was the one he needed. The young man continued to sit in his car. This whole gang of bandits turned around and looked at him. Some of these bandits said that Kim Shin is brave enough for a loner because they doubted his abilities. They didn't even imagine who they were dealing with. The same bandit said that Dae-kyun is a little busy, so today he will be in his place, so the young man will have to sort things out with him. This bandit turned to face Kim Shin and asked him if he was okay with this, adding that he and Dae-kyung were on the same level. Kim Shin thought to herself that this guy doesn't have any information on his list, so he doesn't know at all who this young man is. But he even thought it would be more fun this way. This bandit decided that he could easily defeat the young man, so he began to tease him a little. He believed that he was stronger. Kim Shin got out of his car and said that stop talking, if they are going to fight then let's start. And he also added that they would start attacking. He was calm and confident in his abilities because he had dealt with so many opponents more than once. His opponent was pleased that he was alone and that they could not quickly beat him and complete his master's task. The most talkative among these bandits told his subordinates to kill Kim Shin, and everyone rushed towards the young man. It seemed to them that they could deal with him very quickly with bats. These bandits with bats practically ran up to the young man and were ready to strike him. Kim Shin stood and calmly watched them. He always knew when he needed to start acting and never fussed in advance. He wanted to finish with them as quickly as possible. Therefore, he tried not to miss a single blow, and due to his speed, he struck his opponent. So they reached their goal. He skillfully avoided the blows of the bats, so their blows all went past him. Yu Hu approached him closer. He knocked the weapon out of his hands with which he approached him and not only tried to disarm this bandit, but also neutralize him. After the bandits with bats ended, another one headed towards him, but he had a knife in his hands. This bandit was counting on the fact that it would be enough for him to deal only one blow. But it didn't work out that way, and the next moment Kim Shin knocked out of his opponent's hands the very knife with which he attacked him and twisted him. Another one of the opponents was neutralized, whom he twisted, and he could no longer move. There was only one left with whom he had to cope. This is the same talkative. Kim Shin carefully watched everything that happened near him, and of course he saw the one who spoke the loudest approaching him. This talkative guy decided to jump up and hit the young man right in the face in order to knock him down. But Kim Shin decided that he would now put up a defense and make this strike the minimum safe for him. He wanted to play a little with these bandits. This bandit said that he is now going to die of boredom. He is not even interested in fighting Kim Shin. This bandit immediately understood his opponent, so he was too self-confident. I'll try to land a few more blows. Kim Shin easily escaped them. The next moment, Kim Shin struck his opponent so that he flew to the side. He did this on purpose so that he would have the opportunity to finish off him as quickly as possible by throwing him into the distance. The young man began to deal blows to him one after another. His opponent was not going to give up and tried to kick the young man in the head. This bandit was truly a worthy opponent. But not for long. The young man grabbed his leg and threw him even further to the side. The enemy did not have time to deliver his blow. Kim Shin continued to beat his opponent, who was already lying on the ground. But the opponent still was not going to give up and decided that he was ready to fight with the young man again. This bandit said that they shouldn't become a little more serious. Kim Shin didn't react to these words in any way. And in general, he wasn't going to talk anymore. During this time, while Kim Shin was dealing with one of this gang, everyone else was already standing and waiting for them to attack Kim Shin. Everything was ambiguous. Unlike what happened at the car dump, Jin-tae liked everything. He even thought that it was very interesting that he came to such a cool place, and here, in his opinion, it was very stylish. All the people who met him on the way told him welcome there. Somewhere at the end of the corridor one man could be seen dragging a girl. A young man opened the door and a very beautiful girl came out and said that the handsome man had visited them and added that she didn't know who he was. The young man said that he would like to live here for the first time. And he also added that he really hopes that the beautiful girl who stands in front of him will tell him about everything. It's very nice to hear a compliment in her direction. And she added that the very nice young man Jin-tae thought to himself that he should pull himself together. The girl showered the young man with compliments. She said how handsome he was and how stylish he was. Jin-tae convinced himself that he needed to control himself and get himself together. But on the other hand, she was his type. When the girl sat even closer to him, she said that he was even more handsome up close. The girl didn't understand why he doesn't look at her at all. Doesn't he really like her? And in the end she asked if she could call someone else? The young man said that she was really beautiful. But he came here for the sake of another. The girl asked again, if for the sake of another, then let him say for whose sake. Jin-tae remembered the words of Cha Soo-min. She told him that when he comes in, he should ask about Suzy. This is the password. So the young man told this girl that he came here for Suzy, and he wanted to see her. The girl looked at him with disdain. She definitely didn't understand his choice and decided to ask him again. Did he really come to Suzy because she didn't seem to be one of them, and she couldn't help him? The young man continued to insist that he came here because of Suzy, and there was no need to say that. Let her think again. The girl answered him that she doesn't know why he is looking for someone who is not here and has never been. The young man decided to act a little differently. He said that there was a misunderstanding and put his stack of bills on the table. He said that it was for Suzy, and taking out an even larger stack of bills from his inner jacket pocket, he said that it was for her. He was sure that the girl would agree. She really stood up without saying a word. The young man even thought that she would just leave now and nothing would work out for him. But the girl took the bills that already belonged to her into the stack and told the young man to wait 10 minutes and leave. Jin-tae agreed with the girl and thought to himself that it was really fast. How could he persuade her? A completely different girl was waiting for him on the street, and it was Cha Soo-min. He was here at her request and carried out her task. This girl was still waiting for one person because she needed to resolve a very important issue from their plan at that time. A young man approached the girl. He was wearing a cap and a sweatshirt, so his face was not visible. It was Pai Woo-jin. The girl said that she heard from others and asked if he was okay. The young man told her not to worry and added that he still thought of his teacher as dead, so this news did not unsettle him much. The young man asked the girl why she involved these guys in their business. He didn't really like them. The young man was wondering what these two guys would do after they got their blow. He needed to find out their plan of action in order to understand whether he would help or not. The girl replied that she doesn't know yet, and they also didn't tell her about their plans. She just needs to find out where she can buy dope, and the girl also said that these guys are quite skilled. The young man said that he wasn't quite sure about the last one. He didn't want to take seriously these two who came to the city and want to change everything here. The girl said that they would talk about this topic a little later. But now would he like to go to the car dump with her? Because there is only Kim Shin, and it will be difficult for him to fight Kim Dae-kyun alone. The next moment, several cars stopped in front of the entrance to the building. A man with a large number of guards got out of them. The guards who stood at the entrance to this building greeted this gentleman, and said that welcome President. The girl was surprised by what she saw. President Yang Duk-soo himself and his assistant Kim Dae-kyun arrived at the entrance to the building. The young man did not understand what they were doing here and why they came here at this time. He also became very interested. These gentlemen walked along the corridor of this establishment to the door. In this room there were only VIP clients. They were heading there. The gentleman poured alcohol into his glass. He asked his assistants if Mr. Yang had come. He had been waiting for him for a very long time. This gentleman's assistant said that he asked for forgiveness and Mr. Yang Duk-soo and his assistant have just arrived and will be here now. Indeed, these gentlemen were a little late and therefore they walked very quickly along the corridor of the building. Their tardiness was undesirable. Quickly reaching the door with the inscription VIP, Yang Duk-soo was the first to open the door and enter this room. He was assigned. Entering the room, he greeted President Kim and added that he could have told them to come here earlier. When Yang Duk-soo finished his speech, he saw a glass of alcohol flying at him. The president wanted him to finish speaking. A glass of alcohol hit Yang Duk-soo directly on the forehead. But he did not become very indignant and stood silently. He had no choice. The man who was sitting on the sofa and behaved like this said that he did not come here to play and Mr. Yang Duk-soo should understand this. Yang Duk-soo stood silently and was afraid to even say a single word now in this office. He was no longer the master, and could not behave differently. Therefore, he lowered his head in front of the gentleman who was sitting on the sofa and greeted him, and then asked for forgiveness for keeping Mr. President waiting. Mr. President listened to the end of the trial, and said if he is so sorry, then let him bow his head to the floor. It was Kim Jae-hoon, President Ha-sung Khan's traction sponsor Yang Duk-soo. Yang Duk-soo with his assistants stood low with his head bowed in front of the president of the company that sponsored him. He could not help but say a word, much less object to him. His assistant had to do the same thing as himself. He had even fewer rights than his master. Of course, the fact that no one here valued Yang Duk-soo as an equal really infuriated him, and so he clenched his fists in anger. What the president just said was law for him, so he was ready to do whatever he was ordered and was about to bang his head on the floor. The president stopped him and said that he was joking and asked if he really was going to do this. He even felt funny. One of the president's friends said that Mr. Yang Duk-soo is a very cool guy, and he even began to respect him. He turned to the president and asked him for a favor. He could never refuse his friends and said that he was ready to perform any favor that his friend asked for. The young man with glasses who was sitting near the president said that they then allowed him and turned to Yang Duk-soo and said that there was one annoying inspector, and that he should get rid of him. The young man with glasses was also quite influential and quite a lot depended on him. Therefore, he could not be refused. This young man lit a cigarette and sat waiting for Yang Duk-soo to give him an answer whether he could fulfill his request. Kim Dae-kyun walked up to this young man with glasses and handed him a business card with Yang Duk-soo's phone numbers. Yang Duk-soo said that all they have to do is dial him and tell him about their problem, and it will be solved immediately. They just had to call him. Yang Duk-soo was very pleased that he could be useful to these gentlemen. The president asked all his friends to leave the room because he needed to talk to Yang Duk-soo about business. When everyone came out, the president said to Yang Duk-soo that he has one more issue that needs to be resolved now, and this issue cannot be postponed. Yang Duk-soo said that he listens carefully to the president, and is ready to carry out any of his orders. The president said that Kang Chan-suk released him and is already free. Therefore, something needs to be done. The president also added that Kang Chan-suk was recognized as an exemplary prisoner, so he will soon be free. Put your hand on your shoulder. The president said that there is no need to postpone the cleansing in Hoyama, otherwise it will become more and more difficult later. And he recalled that 2 years had already passed since they decided to capture the city, and during all this time they never did it. It was very important for the president what others would think of him, and whether his authority would fall in the eyes of others. Mr. President said that this is the last chance for Yang Duk-soo and he needs to end this now, otherwise he will stop cooperating with him. Yang Duk-soo did not expect such a sharp turn of events. He was not ready for the fact that they would give him ultimatums. But he had no choice but to say that he understood. He lowered his head low. In this way he showed respect for the president who was leaving this VIP room. Now he only needed to do what he was told. Kim Dae-jaeon stood and waited in the corridor for his master. He also heard everything that the president said to his master, and what they needed to do. On the other hand, Jin-tae was watching all this. He needed to get as much information as possible. That's why he came here. He came here in search, but now, having heard everything that happened here, the situation is heating up even more, and he even became much more interested. Jin-tae thought to himself that 3 of them were right here. He felt sorry that he was only one, and he thought that he needed to get out of there quickly so that none of these gentlemen would notice him. Jin-tae thought if Kim Dae-kyung is here, then his boss Kim Shin is relaxing there, and he is not in danger. But everything was not so. Kim Shin only managed to block so as not to receive blows from his opponents, and struck himself. This massacre lasted long enough. They could continue to fight like this indefinitely, striking each other until one of them fell. Kim Shin was a fairly experienced fighter, and had already faced the likes of this young man more than once, so he dealt him blow after blow. The enemy, of course, also tried to attack and kick, but his kicks did not reach the target, and Kim Shin was very skillful at avoiding them. All this carnage was observed by several more of the same bandits who came here to deal with these young people. 2 more of these bandits looked at each other. They wanted to help their comrade who was fighting with Kim Shin. One of them took out a knife and walked towards their enemy. He wanted to strike suddenly without him even noticing. But someone's voice shouted for the bastards to put away their weapons a few minutes ago. Except for a gang of bandits and this young man, there was no one here. This bandit was even a little confused about who else could be here at such a time, and even more so to talk about the fact that he should remove the weapon, namely the knife. The next moment, some young man struck this bandit so that he dropped the knife from his hand, while he shouted that they did not dare wave knives into someone else's territory. When this young man landed, the bandit was already lying on the ground and there was definitely no weapon in his hands. These guys who had just said that they were the coolest began to look at each other, and ask each other what it was and where they came from. The young man adjusted the gloves in his hands, and to all their questions he answered that they had never seen gangsters in their lives. Of course, this young man treated people like these with bats and knives like bastards. He couldn't say anything good about them, and therefore, without thinking twice, he began to be the first to strike at those who stood near him. He was not going to wait long until they themselves began to attack. He struck one of them several times so that he flew to the side and fell to the ground. He was a fairly strong young man. He thought to himself that these guys were not part of Yang Duk-soo's group. They were more like ordinary street punks. The next moment one of these bandits who were in the parking lot tried to strike a young man. He very quickly avoided the blow, and his answer was not long in coming. He launched a series of blows, so that his opponent was no longer able to move within a minute. The young man did not understand why this guy came instead of him, and why he is now here fighting with Kim Shin. It was Kim Sung-joon. He was now here showing what he was capable of. He thought that he could cope with someone like Kim Shin. He tried to throw punches and shouted. Was all this, that we would have fun? He made a lot of different movements that could not be called a fighting technique. Therefore, Kim Shin did not waste much of his strength and simply avoided his blows, striking back with blows that reached the target. And the enemy tried to strike one more blow. It also turned out to be unsuccessful and did not hit, although Kim Shin struck him in the golden time. At some point it showed that his opponent had given up, and he had already begun to say that enough was enough. He didn't want to continue as it seemed. But the fight still continued, and the enemy also kicked Kim Shin, who blocked these kicks. Of course, their battle had already lasted long enough and each of them got their opponent. It stopped unbearably for the enemy. But he was still not ready to give up and continued to strike the young man, receiving an even stronger blow in return. Kim Shin decided to stop this fight and strike one blow so that he finally fell. Maybe then he will give up. The enemy, having received the blow, actually fell to the ground. All he could do was stop this whole fight and admit that he had lost. Kim Shin stood and his opponent lay next to him on the ground. They had a lot of old cars. It seemed like this was the end. Kim Shin thought that his opponent had a lot of unnecessary movements. He did not master any of the fighting techniques at all. Of course, the young man understood perfectly well that he was not at the same level, and his opponent realized that Kim Shin was quite a good fighter. The enemy understood perfectly well that this was how it should be. But he could not lose today, so he was ready to use any trick. Kim Shin understood perfectly well that his opponent was bluffing about the fact that he was on the same level as Kim Dae-jian. The enemy laughed, and said that there is no need to look at him with contempt like Kim Shin looked at him. Then the enemy pretended that he was walking through the forest into his inner jacket pocket. From there he decided to take out a knife with which he had not parted. And the next moment he decided to strike Kim Shin with this knife. He wanted to tear it even more. It was only because he was powerless. Threatening with this knife, he said that it was time to become even more serious, and he would not back down until Kim Shin dies. The young man was used to hearing such statements, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He understood perfectly well that this opponent of his controlled his body in the same way as he controlled this knife. Therefore, he told him that absolutely nothing had changed in the balance of power, and he was ready to continue fighting him if he wanted. After his opponent tried to stab him with a knife, the young man avoided this blow and delivered several blows directly to the face. The enemy did not expect that he would receive such a forceful blow to the face from the pain. He even closed his eyes. He could no longer even resist. He thought what it was and who had just struck him with such force. He thought that with his knife he could scare the young man. But instead of this, he received another blow, after which he flew to the side and fell to the ground. Even the knife of his hand did not become a threat. Kim Shin, after his opponent fell, told him to pull himself together, and with new strength they would then be able to continue the fight. Drops of blood appeared on the ground. They dripped, forming a puddle. This was blood flowing from the enemy who had just tried to attack with a knife. Something suddenly changed, and this cheerful guy who had just been talking a lot also became silent. He had nothing more to say. Kim Shin asked, "Your opponent?" That's all he could tell him, watching how he sits and washes himself with blood. Of course, his opponent was covering his face, which was wounded, and blood was flowing from him. He definitely had nothing more to say and present to the young man, because this young man perfectly mastered the dagger, which he always had in place, and now when he was attacked with a knife, he was able to use it. This was when the enemy tried to attack with a knife. The young man knocked the knife out of his hand and, taking out his blade, stabbed him. Kim Shin was quite good with weapons, and therefore he always had his favorite blade. He was ready to deliver a fatal blow. Compared to this hook knife that his opponent had, in addition, he still did not know how to attack with it. His blade was always alert, and he was ready for battle. The young man said that this was the end for his opponent, and it was time for him to surrender. But then he didn't want to give up and tried to strike the young man with his fang knife again. Of course Kim Shin was ready for this and grabbed his hand, in which there was a knife. Several young men came closer. They were all dressed in white shirts and black suits. One of them said that the young man should let this guy go, please. Kim Shin still didn't know how to react and where they came from. There were quite a lot of them, so he decided to listen to them. A few minutes later, Cha Su-min appeared. She also told him to let this fighter go, and promised that she would explain everything now. She came along with Jin Tae and Pai Wu Jin with the first student, their teacher. She really had something to explain to the young man. Kim Shin and Pai Wu Jin, despite the fact that they were students of the same teacher at heart, they were still opponents. But now they had a common cause. The girl gathered them all at her place on the territory of the car dump. She needed to explain to them all that they all have the same task and they must act together. Pai Wu Jin looked at the young man and asked why he was still here. Because in the last meeting he told him that he would kill him if he got in his way again. Jin Tae intervened in their conversation. He said that Pai Wu Jin was talking about this, and raised his hand up and showed something in the distance. Jin Tae wanted to say with this gesture that the young man considers himself one of the strongest, or even God, and he was the first to get out. Pai Wu Jin didn't understand at all what this guy was talking about, but decided to listen to him to the end. Jin Tae suggested that they fight, and thus find out which of them is stronger. Their verbal skirmish was stopped by Kim Shin. He stopped his assistant, and said that first he would like to listen to an explanation. The girl said that of course. First, she wanted to make sure of something. It was very important for her to know how much the people who now surrounded her were ready to go to the very end. So she asked if they really deal with Yang Deok-soo and Kim Dae-kyung and Kim Jae-hoon, who are they going to put in their place? It was necessary to decide at the beginning of the journey what would happen later in order to become enemies with each other. Kim Shin said that he is ready to give half of the rights to Hoyam to Cha Su-min, and the other half he will keep for himself. It will be fair. But there was also Pai Wu Jin, and this didn't suit him, so he went up to the young man and grabbed him by the jacket. He was ready to fight now for that power that they did not yet have and for that city that did not yet belong to them. Pai Wu Jin said that the young man probably couldn't wait to die if he decided that he would divide power over Hoyam between him and the girl. Jin Tae intervened in their showdown between them, pulled out your knife and presented it to Pai Wu Jin, so he wanted to show that you should not threaten. Kim Shin said that he is very serious and is going to seize all power in Hoyam, and this regardless of whether they will help him. He convinced the young man that he was at one with him, and now they have nothing to share, so there is no reason for a quarrel. And then he added that he is sure Pai Wu Jin knows how dangerous this position is, so he takes on this responsibility. Pai Wu Jin didn't say anything anymore and decided to think about the words that the young man had just said. He had no choice but to agree, so she already found out everything Cha Su-min wanted to know. Now she needed to hear her explanation. The girl said that she understands perfectly well what they want to tell her. Now I will give the same explanations that she promised. 3 young men stood opposite each other and waited for Cha Su-min to finally give them an explanation of what was happening. She was stalling for time, as always. The girl lit a cigarette and started with the fact that Kim Shin said that she knew very well when he came here that there was Pai Wu Jin here, a student of Kang Min Man. But it seems he didn't know that besides Pai Wu Jin there is another student. The girl was silent for a while and added that she is sure the young man knows this student very well. Kim Shin couldn't figure out who she was talking about, but he started guessing and had to check what she was talking about now. It was already evening on the street and almost all the shops and establishments were closed or were closing. There were fewer and fewer people on the street. The work in this establishment was also finished and therefore the girl was closing the shutter of her establishment. Tomorrow she will come again and work here. This girl didn't understand why women have to raise the shutters and lower them. Her name was Li Ri-won and she was a tattoo artist and an unlicensed doctor at night. That's why the same young man who had just gotten into a fight with Kim Shin at the junkyard came to her. He needed first aid. When the girl provided him with medical aid, he thanked her. They stood near the tattoo parlor. The girl wanted to know if the young man had started doing this again. She talked about it because she was worried about him. She was not indifferent to him, so she told him to stop, otherwise he would end up not at all sweet. The young man said that it was enough to scold him, turned around and left, leaving her alone to close her tattoo parlor. He always came to her so that she could provide him with medical assistance. But he never wanted to hear about what else she was telling him. He thought that he had the right to decide everything himself. The next moment someone grabbed him and pressed him to the wall. Clearly today was unlucky for him, and it was definitely not over yet. It was Kim Dae-kyun. He needed to find out why he went to the car dump because he had nothing to do there, and no one sent him. The man said that he went there to deal with a matter that he did not dare to complete. Kim Dae-jaeun told the young man that Yang Duk-soo would not turn a blind eye to this, and something would have to be done about it. And also threatening the young man, he said that only he can decide whether this will happen or not, warned him if he interferes again, then he will really kill him. Some female voice said if they were here to cause a pogrom in her tattoo parlor, then let them get out of here, she is not going to suffer because of them. And she also added that she is not going to look at this, she is not at all not interested, and she is not going to treat another patient either. Therefore, they had no choice but to separate. But everyone remained unconvinced. Kim Dae-kyun warned this guy. When the guy walked away, he told Kim Dae-kyun to work normally, otherwise he looks like an idiot. This guy left and the girl and Kim Dae-kyun remained. They followed him with their eyes to the corner where he disappeared. This assistant Yang Duk-soo, who was the right hand and his name was Kim Dae-jaeun, was the student of their teacher. Cha Su-min is exactly about this. She wanted to tell these guys who stood and listened attentively Kim Dae-kyun this was the teacher's second student. This news was a little unexpected for everyone present. Jin Tae even raised his glasses in surprise. No one could even think that the teacher had such a student. The girl continued to talk about how Kim Shin-da fought with his brother, who of course was not a student but has some skill. She said that this guy's name is Kim Sung-joon and that he originally belonged to the Bujin faction. She wanted to tell everything from the very beginning why this happened. The girl tried to explain that Woo Jin and Kim Dae-kyung and she were originally friends. It was about 4 years ago when it all started. Kim Dae-kyung asked for help and this was not the first time he was on his knees and asked for help for the last time. He was worried that if things went at this rate, then these bastards would kill him. His brother had no choice. He came to Mr. Cha Il-guk. This was the father of Cha Su-min, then still the boss of the Bujin faction. He listened to him very carefully. Cha Su-min's father that his brother should figure it out on his own what Daekyung's rules were, and didn't listen to him anymore. The girl's father said to take the young man away. He no longer wanted to return to this issue, and he explained that he would intervene. Kim Dae-jaeon, he was taken out of the office, but he was very indignant. He did not want to come to terms with what he had just been told. And he was also outraged by the fact that this young man sacrificed everything for the girl's father, and now he was abandoned and kicked out into the street. He was left alone on the street with his problem, and the fact that his brother could be killed. But it couldn't be that way. At that moment, he decided to find his brother as soon as possible and tell him about everything that just happened. It was necessary to find some solution. When he saw his Pai Wu-jin on a motorcycle, he asked him what he was doing now. He wanted to free his brother because of his problems. He had just been kicked out. He was interested to know what his brother was doing when he asked other people for help. At that moment he realized that his brother had slightly underestimated the situation. He thought that the two of them were enough. The friend's name was Pai Wu-jin, so he was so self-confident and ready to help. Queen was the name of the building which was then the temporary headquarters of the Dawn faction, and now it is the security center. It was here that the young people decided to come to find his brother. They knew for sure that he was here. They thought that the two of them could cope. When they went inside, someone from the crowd told them to leave because they weren't open yet. Everyone was outraged, and they were interested in the question of who they are and what was going on. Pai Wu-jin said that there are too many people here. He will detain Mystic for now, and let Kim Dae-kyung find his brother. The young man said thank you very much and said that he would try to hold out. He needed to find his brother in this crowd and pull him out of here. They decided to go to the room where all the representatives of this faction were, so they decided that they needed to not just go in, but run inside. When they ran in, some of the guards shouted to them that idiots from the Bujin faction had appeared here. Others did not understand how they dared to appear here, and someone ordered that these two be quickly captured. These two immediately entered into battle with everyone who stood in their way, regardless of whether they had weapons or not. They ran and swept away everyone who came their way, striking and throwing your opponents aside. They had to go as far as possible. They didn't have a clear plan, and therefore they only counted on the fact that they knew how to fight well. Pai Wu-jin, as promised, stayed behind to detain the entire crowd. He very quickly dealt with some of those here, but there were so many of them that he didn't even have time to rest. Having dealt with one, he still managed to strike the second, but then a third appeared and was ready to engage him in battle. The young man realized that there were a lot of them, and it would be quite difficult for him. He just needed to hold out until his friend returned. He saw that one of the representatives of this faction was attacking him from the side, and he was ready to strike the young man with a bat. The young man avoided the blow, but he couldn't hold on for that long. Of course, immediately after they tried to strike him, he reacted instantly. He immediately struck that enemy with his knee right in the chest, and the next blow to the head was necessary so that the enemy would already fall. And so it happened, but he was holding on to his shoulder and therefore pulled the young man down with him. It was necessary for him to unhook. Therefore, he dealt him another blow so that he fell to the side, and in parallel with the second blow to another who tried to immediately attack him. Kim Dae-jaeon at this time, when his friend was detaining the attackers, he fled to free his brother. He had very little time left to achieve his goal. Everyone who got in his way, he simply demolished them or threw them aside. He needed to pick up his brother as soon as possible. The people of this faction could not easily leave these two young people and were ready to attack each of them. But in the park, who was catching up, Kim Dae-kyung shouted at him to stop, but he was not going to do it. He was only thinking about his goal. At that time, Pai Wu-jin was fulfilling his task in any way to stop everyone who would try to fall on them. He must not let anyone through himself. He stood like crazy and fought off everyone who attacked him. While he had enough strength to do this, he struck blow after blow to everyone who approached him at least half a meter. They received a blow, flew to the side and no longer entered into battle, but there were many more who were ready to enter into battle with the young man. The young man said that he didn't think he could kill them all. Well, he said the following: anyone who climbs on him will definitely die. If he doesn't believe it, he can try to do it. He was very aggressive and determined. He was not going to forgive anyone and, most importantly, to give in to someone in this fight. He knew that he was better than all of them. That's why he told them to attack him. These bastards, of course, there were a lot of them, and each of them shouted something like "Die idiot," and the other shouted to grab him. But he was ready to fight back and show each of them how to fight, so he dealt blow after blow to his opponent with his fist. Two representatives of this faction watched what was happening. One of them, the thug, said that Pai Wu Jin is a very stubborn idiot, and is not going to give up. After a while, Pai Wu Jin was indeed a little tired, but he did not give up. He took on the attacking opponents one after another for a long time. He stood almost exhausted and tired. Many of his opponents were lying around him, but still a sufficient number were ready to attack him. People from the faction began to notice that this young man began to get up, and so they decided to attack him again. They were even ready to use weapons, but he still held on well and dealt blow after blow to his opponents. He held on with all his strength, but he had to fulfill what he promised his friend. After the last few attacks, he was completely exhausted, and it seemed a little more, and he would already fall. He did everything he could. He could no longer even respond to blows, and therefore when he stood, put it in his hands and looked forward, he saw how one of the employees of this faction tries to hit him with a bat. He couldn't let these bad guys win, so he gathered all the strength he still had, and he struck so hard as to knock the bat out of the attacker's hands, and he fell because he could no longer resist. Pai Wu Jin took the railing by the hand and said that he was not finished yet. It seemed that he no longer had the strength to fight, but he still got up. He understood perfectly well that he needed to endure a little longer, so he, leaning on the railing, decided to stand up and take a break. The young man understood perfectly well that if he stayed here even longer, it would become even more difficult for him to get out than it was now to find out what his comrade was doing and where he was. One of the representatives of this faction told the young people that they destroyed this place very well, and they certainly don't think that they can be released just like that. Two thugs came out in front of the young man. One was shot down, and the second clearly wanted to tell him something. The man in the suit asked this young man's name was Pai Wu Jin, and then let's continue telling him to hide. Until he changed his mind and added that his friend had already finished. This gentleman's name was Yang Duk-soo. Indeed, Kim Dae-jaeun was standing behind him and his face was cut while this gentleman was speaking. The young man was silent, and then Kim Dae-jaeun told his comrade that it was time for them to return. He didn't explain anything to me right away, and in principle, he explained it to me later. Pai Wu Jin didn't understand what was going on, and asked his friend why he was saying that, but he had no other choice because he could barely stand on the papers. Kim Dae-jaeun took his comrade by the shoulder and went with him to the exit. Pai Wu Jin was wondering what happened there, and what happened to his brother. The young man replied that his brother was fine after they went outside. Kim Dae-kyun said that he still needed to leave for a little while. He asked his friend for forgiveness for helping him, and Kim Dae-kyung turned around and left. He disappeared after that, and he returned 2 years later to this city. Then no one was waiting for him here and did not hope to see him. He returned. He returned as a guard dog, Yang Duk-soo, who always stands behind him and is ready to carry out any of his orders. The girl said that perhaps he did this to save his brother so that he wouldn't be killed. Now we can't talk about what they didn't know. While the girl was telling everything that happened and about the teacher's second student, Pai Wu Jin stood with his back turned and didn't say a single word. He had nothing to argue with. That's exactly how it was. At some point he said that maybe enough is enough and there is no need to talk about unnecessary things and there is no need to talk about people who betray. Cha Soo-min told the young man that Kim Shin knows the whole truth. You should know that the teacher had another student. She finished her story and she also finished smoking her cigarette. The whole story was put into exactly one cigarette, but it had to be told. The girl said since Kim Shin and the Bujin faction are now in the same boat, and the young man knows the whole truth about them. Kim Shin listened very carefully to this whole story and also carefully wanted to listen to what Cha Soo-min could offer him now. The girl continued to say that she would no longer hold back and was ready to make every effort to help the young people capture Koyam. Jin Tae, when he is original, he said that it's just wow and it just burns. He decided that it was time to move away from this tragedy and return to normal conversation. Pai Wu Jin said that the girl was crazy and didn't understand how he could trust these two complete strangers. The girl interrupted him and said that these guys from DS Security have long turned Koyam into their playground and their Bujin faction can't do anything about it. She said that they need to return Hoi to its original state, the same as the one she remembers 4 years ago. Pai Wu Jin listened to her attentively, and did not try to object to him. Of course she also wanted Hoyam to return to the same state. The girls said that they will support the young people until there are no other factions left in the city, at the cost of which they will have half the rights to Koyam. But then they will have to leave. Kim Shin listened carefully to what the girl was saying. She was waiting for his answer, and he needed to decide what he wanted to do next. Of course, revenge comes first, but here the right decision had to be made. His ultimate goal is not here. He wanted to avenge his father. After a long minute of silence, the young man said that he accepted the conditions from those that the girl had now set. There was no turning back. It turns out that Pai Wu Jin also accepted everything that he just said to the girls. Now he will also help these young people, despite the fact that he doesn't like them. It was deep night on the street. They had been solving issues for quite a long time. Now all they had to do was start acting, and preferably immediately because they had a fairly serious opponent. Jin Tae, as always, laughed it off. He began to say that he was very sorry. He so wanted to beat up this arrogant idiot Pai Wu Jin. Well, now he won't succeed. The only thing he noticed was that this girl was really something. She looked quite calm when she started talking about everything that happened. Kim Shin said that he doesn't think that it was the girl who told him because they really trust them, and also asked his friend what was wrong with the object. Jin Tae said that he brought it, of course, as they agreed and reached into his inner jacket pocket for it. He also added that it was quite difficult for him to get it. He held the box in front of him and looked at it. Jin Tae said that this guy Kim Jae-hoon was there and he saw him. He tried to be in this office unnoticed so that he would not be seen. Kim Shin told his comrade that of course he won't do anything with him. Kim Jae-hoon. Jin Tae was a little upset because this time everything seemed to take a very long time. They usually sorted out very quickly. Kim Shin did not object because he had nothing to answer. He understood everything perfectly. But here the situation was completely different. He had been waiting for this revenge for 8 years. Kim Shin threw the box to the young man and told him to catch it. Jin Tae caught the box and asked his friend what he should do now. He didn't hear an answer, but he asked him again what to send to Lucy's mother. Kim Shin told him to call the mole Jin Tae and put this box back in his jacket pocket. And then he took off his glasses and looked at his friend. He realized one thing. The situation had changed and they also needed to act a little differently. Kim Shin now he knew exactly what his teacher Minman was talking about when he remembered the second student, although he did not mention his name. It was an ordinary morning in Hoyam. At such a time there were still few people on the street, so it seemed that the city had died out. Kim Dae-jaeon decided to take a walk around the city. His thoughts were all about marriage. He was always very worried about him, and now he needed to understand who caused him the injury. He understood for sure that this was not Pai Wu Jin. If he had fought with him, his brother would most likely have retreated. Kim Dae-kyun thought that it was not Pai Wu Jin who caused the injuries to him either. It was not his style. Then there was only one option left. And this guy could be the same one he met this morning at the car dump, and this is Kim Shin and his friend. When Kim Dae-kyun went down the steps and walked up to his car, which was parked near his house, there was a driver standing there who wished him good morning. Kim Dae-kyun said that he wanted to walk a little and for them to follow him. He was obviously puzzled by something and wanted to think. The gentleman walked down the street and his guard followed him. He could not leave the gentleman alone. His task was to protect him. Kim Dae-jaeon heard that somewhere nearby someone was shouting that he was asking for as much time as possible. These words forced the gentleman to go there. He saw how 4 young men pulled the store owner out onto the street and demanded that he pay off his debt. The store owner said that he would do everything to pay off the debt. But these guys did not listen to him and continued to beat him. Mr. Store begged these young people to give him time until next month. This month he has no money at all, and he will not be able to pay them off. These guys did not agree. They said that he said the same thing last month and did nothing, and for a long time they demanded that he return their money to them. Among them there was one who did not beat this store owner. He stood and only watched everything that was happening. This was the main one among them. The owner of the store said that they will all burn in hell, and this is because they literally beat money out of people. These guys got even more angry after such words and were ready to finish him off with their feet. They shouted that this old guy should be silent and do what they tell him. The next moment, the one who was in charge and did not engage in beating this old man decided that he, too, should show who the main thing here was to be afraid of him and kicked the old man in the face, so that he fell to the ground. The old man was lying on the ground and these guys stood around him and looked. They didn't know what to do next. They told him to get up or else they would finish him off. These guys thought that everything that was happening now looked like they were robbing them, but in fact it was their money from the very beginning. And that's why they came here to get them. Every time this meeting was completely unfriendly and looked about the same as today. The eldest among these guys who extorted money from the old man told him to look. He seems to be unable to think normally due to his age. But if he doesn't have money, then why doesn't he give them his store? And he swung his hand to deliver the next blow to the old man, while he told him to give the money or the store already. At that moment, Mr. Kim Dae-kyun approached. He said that he would figure it out himself, and these guys could be free. The guys who just demonstrated their strength let it go in front of their master, showing him their respect, and they were also afraid of being left without a job. The main thing among these guys was that Kim Dae-kyun said that if he thinks that he likes to do this, then he is deeply mistaken. It's not even his specialty. It's all just because he doesn't do his job, and it's because of this that the president transferred this work to him. Kim Dae-kyun turned to this main guy among the guys. His name was Kim Hae-ju. He didn't like any excuses, so he demanded that he immediately do what he told him. And he repeated again for him to leave because he told him so. Kim Dae-kyun didn't like to repeat it twice. Kim Hae-ju at first did not know how to react because he did not complete his task, and secondly he was ordered in the presence of his guys. But after thinking a little, he decided that he was ready to leave and said since Kim Dae-kyun wants it that way, then let it be so, and he leaves. And already leaving, he added that every time Kim Dae-kyun does this, he wonders if they are on the same side. When the gentleman had already completely moved away from them, he also added that in the end he would have to deal with this himself. Director Kim Dae-kyun. The gentleman was standing near this store where an old man had just been beaten. His wife ran up to the old man and asked if he was okay. The gentleman also asked this old man, by the way, he wanted to know what happened now and why these guys behaved like that. This old shop owner said that he doesn't need this gentleman's pity, and he is no better than that bastard Yang Duk-soo who demands money from him. The master's guard said how this old man shouldn't be ashamed. The director helped him, and he behaves like this. Kim Dae-kyun asked his guard not to interfere. One did not want to continue this conversation further, and therefore told his guard that they were leaving, and he and his guard moved on. It was a set of weapons that was always with him. He kept it in full combat readiness because it could come in handy at any moment. And today Kim Shin took it out and decided to clean it and reconsider whether everything was in order. He sat and recalled the events that recently happened to him. He recalled when he talked to the teacher and asked him how he could defeat these guys. Then the teacher's opinion was very important to him. The teacher gave him one very good piece of advice. He must increase his own strength. Of course, there are many cool guys who can help him, but still he will defeat them only due to his strength. The teacher said that he would no longer be able to help him. He said that he made every effort to teach the young man everything he knew, and he was sure that he would definitely be able to cope completely. When Kim Shin remembered these words, they calmed him down. It seemed to him that he was becoming stronger, and they also gave him confidence in what he was doing. At such moments he was completely taciturn. In principle, he was always not known for his talkative nature. He was preparing his weapon, which would soon come in handy. Jin-tae shouted that they were here at the car dump. The car of Jin-tae and Kim Shin were waiting for guests. For them these guests were very important. When Jin-tae saw the guests, he said that he got there very quickly, despite the fact that he has very tiny legs. The man they were waiting for was very mysterious, and his name was Mole. He was dressed in an expensive suit. There was a cloak on top, and on his head there was a wide-brimmed hat. This man was short, and he was guarded by a thug. The Mole greeted the young people and said that he could not even think that he would see him in Korea. He was very happy that he met Kim Shin. This man who was called the Mole was in the past the killer from the Iskra bar. Now he is a Korean-Japanese fixer. He came here to meet the Amur tiger. That's what Kim Shin was called in Russia and Vladivostok at the Iskra bar. The Amur tiger said that he had not seen cattle for a long time, and he was also glad to see them. But he had a matter that he wanted to discuss with him. Jean Tae stood and couldn't understand why no one was talking to him. He even said that he was kind of invisible. But Mole ignored him and continued talking to the Amur tiger. He said that he was not in Vladivostok. It was a big loss. The Amur tiger asked the Mole if he liked Korea and how he got used to living here. He perfectly understood that this man would live where he was paid. The Mole's words confirmed this. He said that he really likes it here for him. There is a lot of work here. So he also has a lot of money, and thanks to this he now has a bodyguard. It sounded like a joke. Jean Tae couldn't calm down that he was being ignored and again began to grin at the Mole, talking about what kind of killer he was who carried a bodyguard with him. The Mole went directly to why the Amur tiger called him. He asked him what he needed help with. Kim Shin threw a vial of liquid towards the Mole. He needed to find out who was doing this. Therefore, he asked the Mole to find out where this thing came from. The Mole brought it into his own hands. He knew the answer to this question. Mole said that this was a FIC. He didn't really want to expand on this topic and therefore did not intend to stay here for a long time. The Amur tiger asked him again if he knew what it was and who was behind it all. Grud turned away and walked out. He said that he shouldn't be interested in this area. So he didn't need to know that this object was quite popular in Russia. And also this belongs to one person and his name is Python. This is all he could tell Kim Shin. He didn't want to talk about this topic with him anymore. Jean Tae, now it became clear who was behind it all. Of course he understood who this Python is and what he is capable of. Kim Shin also knew who this person was. Now he knew what he wanted. This person was on his list. This drug belonged to Baekdu-chan, nicknamed Python. He was so called because he was ready to swallow anyone whole. He was all-consuming. This Python owns a lot and he is quite strong and has never lost his. He watches everyone and everywhere. The Mole further said that if, of course, he knows the Amur tiger, then all the technology they use was invented by him, that same Python. He also added that they cannot escape from him no matter how much they try. Even for him the Amur tiger will be dangerous to mess with him. Kim Shin replied that he knows about this and understands perfectly well what kind of person he will have to face. But he has already made his choice. Therefore, nothing can be done here, and he had one more question that he wanted to discuss with the Mole. This question was the following. The Amur tiger needed to discuss something with this Python named Baekdu-chan, so he met with the Mole in order to find out who owns this drug. The Mole gave the bottle back and said that he understood everything perfectly, and then added that if the Amur tiger wants it, then he is ready to arrange it for him. And he also added, if you need anything, he should call him. He is always happy to help him. He also added that the rat, and even the bears are not ready to come to him at the first call, and now the time has come for him to leave. He told the Amur tiger to take care of himself. Having said goodbye to the Mole and his bodyguard, they went towards their car. All the issues that they needed to resolve, they had already decided. The bodyguard who followed behind the Mole asked his owner that he had already heard the call sign of the Python more than once. Well, before that the bodyguard thought that he had been retired for a long time and was not doing any business, especially here. The Mole's bodyguard asked, your master, isn't the Amur tiger better than him? In this case the Mole didn't answer this question for a while. He needed to think. After a minute of silence, Mole told his bodyguard that the Amur's shooting range was certainly the best of all the ones he had seen, and then added that he had never seen a python, so he couldn't say anything. Grot also said that the first person who pops up in your head when you mention the word hitman is his incarnation python. If the python was known as a client to that side of the world called the black side, then the Amur tiger has the best skills at the moment, and they will fight in a duel. It will be an equal fight. When they do not fight, their strengths will also be equal, and one of them will definitely have to die in this fight. However, for some reason the Mole was having fun just at the thought of it. He couldn't help but choke with excitement just at the thought of it. The Mole's bodyguard asked his owner what kind of yellow little thing was next to the Amur tiger. Is it really his bodyguard? Mole, when he got into the car, he replied that this young man is a 40. It was not clear to the bodyguard what these words meant. If he really is a magpie, then he heard that this guy single-handedly destroyed a dark organization with only 2 knives, so he asked his master again if he was sure that it was a magpie. Cool replied that this young man can be very annoying with the way he dresses and behaves, but he's no stranger to knives and there's no one better than him. And he also warned his bodyguard that if he behaved rashly around him just because he looked like that, his head would immediately fly off his shoulders. The mole told his bodyguard that it was enough to talk and it was time for them to go. The car started moving and they left the car dump. The mole told his bodyguard that they need to leave because they still need to take care of a lot of people, and today this is not the last meeting. Things like these happened in the dark and always in a deserted place. It was Strelka on which the goods were to be transferred. On the one hand there was Kim Dae-jain with his 2 assistants, and on the other hand 2 young men. They had the goods. One of the young men who brought the goods placed the bag next to Kim Dae-jain. It was a fairly large bag, which means there was a lot of goods. This young man opened the bag and said that there was 10 kilograms of fika here, but none of Kim Dae-kyun's people were in a hurry to take the goods. The bag with the goods stood there and no one took it. The silence lasted for several minutes. Each of the groups of people thought about what to do next. The young people who brought this bag of goods kicked it to Kim Dae-kyun's people. They needed to speed up the transfer process. Kim Dae-jain did not understand this gesture and asked the young people why they were unhappy and what questions they had for him. One of the people who brought the bag said that the price had increased, and now they only need to take half. One of Kim Dae-kyun's people said that they had already agreed on the price last month and now he doesn't understand how the price could double. The guy in the cap said that if they don't like it then let them tell Kim Jae-hoon themselves and for this let him come here. But at the moment, this guy in a cap grabbed the very talkative assistant Kim Dae-kyun by the throat, so that he could no longer breathe. And then he added that he really annoys him, and what right does he have to snap at him? And to argue with him, this guy wearing a cap was a dealer, and his pseudonym was a barista. He stood holding assistant Kim Dae-kyun by the throat for a little longer, and he could have strangled him. So Kim Dae-kyun lowered his head, and he said that he asked for forgiveness and mercy for his assistant, and also added that they were ready to take half for the same money, and they agreed to a new price. The guy in the cap did his job. He sold the goods at twice the price of last month. He didn't like anyone to contradict him. The gentleman's assistant asked for his forgiveness. He was embarrassed that the gentleman had to bow his head in front of this dealer. Kim Dae-kyun told his assistant that he didn't look very important, and that he was behaving quite unusually, not the way he always did, and then asked what happened to him. The assistant asked his master for forgiveness again, and said that it was all because he did not separate personal from work. Kim Dae-kyun said that everything was fine. Let him tell you. The assistant said that nothing like that happened to him. His brother just started taking drugs and he is the one who sells these drugs, and it is very difficult for him to live with this thought. And then the assistant asked about the blue gentleman because he just told him everything and this is a completely meaningless conversation. The gentleman answered him that even if he does not take part in the sale of drugs, those drugs will be sold to his brother by someone else, and he should not blame himself for this. And he also added that he cannot blame himself just because he is in this cycle. The decision was made not by him, but by his brother. Therefore, he did not need to be discouraged, and the gentleman also added that his assistant should never show his thoughts and feelings. Master said this is the only way he can survive without strength, and his assistant really had no strength, so he should have listened to Master. He poured alcohol into a glass. Now he did it not for himself but for his assistant who came to him. This assistant and his right hand was Kim Dae-jain, and he poured this glass for him. Kim Dae-jain said that he brought the goods. The gentleman said that this was a very good job and told his right hand and assistant to drink a glass. It was a gesture of gratitude. Kim Dae-jain thanked his master and put it in his head, reached for the glass that his master poured for him. He could not disobey and he was in no way. Kim Dae-jain drank a glass. The gentleman watched him carefully. He clearly wanted to tell him something and he needed the right moment. The gentleman began from afar that he had also been living for 20 years and was not going to live worse than now. He needed to expand his powers. And in these 20 years he has not seen anyone who is better than his assistant Kim Dae-jain, which is why he respects him. The young man drank his glass until the very end, and after listening to everything that the gentleman told him, he thanked him for these words. The gentleman did not want to stop and he poured the next glass and said that a person needs space, he also needs it. The gentleman said that he wants to rise higher than they are now, while he poured another glass, but for himself. The gentleman said that he really wants this, but there is one thing that prevents him from doing it. She said that his right hand, who has always been faithful to him and whom he trusts, is most busy with showdowns with a couple of idiots in the area and neglects their affairs. Kim Dae-jaeon listened carefully to everything that the master told him. He was not going to contradict him. The master continued to say that in this case he needs to cut off his right hand if he behaves like that. And he made several glad cough alcohol. He said that this was his last chance. He wouldn't give him another chance again. The master said that he should get rid of the Bujin faction. If he does so, then he made the right use of his last chance. Kim Dae-kyun left the office and walked along the corridor. He was no stranger to hearing such words from young Duk-soo. Kim Dae-jaeon walked and thought that now he is putting pressure on him. And this is all because of Kim Jae-hoon and because of the last meeting. He was walking along this long corridor that somewhere nearby someone was approaching steps towards him, so only Yang Duk-soo's assistants could walk in the corridor. This was the person Kim Dae-kyun least wanted to see in his life. Despite the fact that they belonged to the same group and served the same master, this man still remained an enemy for him. And this young man said that we haven't seen each other for a long time. But he didn't even want to say hello to Kim Dae-kyun. They couldn't stomach each other. Kim Dae-jaeon didn't even want to respond to this man. He ignored him, although inside himself he was ready to kill him. This man asked Kim Dae-kyun how his scar was doing. It was he who left it on Kim Dae-kyun's face a long time ago. This man continued to say that he heard in rainy days the living wounds begin to hurt. His name was Kang Chang-suk, and this was the previous right hand of Yang Deok-soo. He was the second rank. Kim Dae-jaeon stood and looked at the man in front of him. He did not want to have any conversation with him. He remembered perfectly well everything that happened then. When watching this man's video, he remembered the pain and humiliation that he suffered then. He could never forget it. He remembered perfectly well how this man who was standing opposite him now struck a knife across his face. This man could not calm down and said that he was always interested precisely from the moment that Kim Dae-kyun's face would change its expression, and it would be the same after he passed through it with a knife. He did not calm down and said that very soon he would do it again with great pleasure, and began to laugh. Kim Dae-kyun thought to himself that after such words he felt as if a knife had cut his face to the lower jaw. Everyone gathered at the junkyard to talk again about their plan of action. They needed to be sure that they could do it. Cha Soo-min said that the maximum number of people they can now gather is about 10 people. They can attract another 20 people if they contact other members from other areas. Jin Tae said that there is very little of this. Only in the lower branch of DS security there are about 100 people, so they need to avoid direct clashes. And he was also interested in the question that Pai Wu Jin, this guy, would really cooperate with them. He didn't quite trust him. The girl said that this guy is not exactly one of those who are assigned to any group. He is on his own and has always been like this, and more recently he has become even more distant. The girl said that Kang Man-jae and now Kim Sung-joon is the one who, in her opinion, should now take the helm. Kim Shin asked her about Kim Dae-kyung, and he was wondering if this man would be able to seize power. Everyone else who was present in this room did not know the answer to this question. They listened carefully to what Cha Soo-min and Kim Shin were talking about. The girl said that it is possible that he will take the helm. She doesn't know what task he has set for himself, but he is really strong. Kim Shin was drawing, so he asked the girl what kind of person is this Kim Dae-kyung because he was a student of his teacher. Kim Shin asked the girl if it would be a problem for him to deal with him on his own. He understood perfectly well that if he was a student of his teacher, then he should be very strong. Cha Soo-min didn't know what to answer to the young man. Of course she remembered Kim Dae-kyung as a good fighter, but she didn't know what he had become now. At this time, Kim Dae-kyun decided to come into the tattoo parlor. He needed a little distraction from the events taking place, so he came here. He asked for a cup of coffee to be made for him and then sat and didn't drink it. The girl asked why he didn't drink it. It would get cold, and the coffee would taste bad. The girl said that she thought that Kim Dae-kyung came here to drink coffee, but he didn't even touch it. The girls were interested, and so she asked what was wrong. She tried to explain to him that she was always ready to listen to him. Kim Dae-kyung took a cup of coffee in his hands, took a sip and said that everything is fine, there is no need to worry about anything. She told the girls that he and his brother always behave like this before they start bedlam. At that moment they are always so serious, and their lips are compressed. The girls were very interested to find out if this was connected with Cha Soo-min, but she did not hear any answer. He was silent as always. taking the cup in his hands, taking a few sips so he could drink all the coffee. He didn't want to explain anything or say anything now. He put the empty cup on the table, and he did all this absolutely silently. At such a moment, no one and nothing could force him to be talkative. The only thing he said was that everything was fine, and it was true. Then he got up and headed towards the exit of this tattoo parlor. Kim Dae-jae said that everything will return to normal when he gets rid of one person, and with these words he left the salon. The girl didn't understand what he meant, and what kind of person was bothering him, and why he would get rid of him. Kim Dae-jae thanked the girl for the coffee and went outside when he wanted to be alone with himself. He came here to drink a cup of coffee. On the street he should have already made a decision because they were waiting for him in front of them. He should always look strong, so he looked at them and said that if they were ready, then they would go to the car dump. For all the time he returned to Hoyam, he had never met Cha Soo-min once. Therefore, this decision was given to him. He simply went ahead and his assistants followed him with bats in their hands. They went there in order to decide once who is the boss here. The girl called him Jan Ho's assistant. She only needed to ask him about one thing that worried her. She was interested in why he behaved this way. But assistant Kim Dae-kyun didn't know the answer to this question, so he didn't tell her anything. She stood near her tattoo parlor and watched as a crowd of guys walked down the street, and she was led by Kim Dae-kyun. She didn't understand why all this was needed and why they solved their problems. It was in this way that there was nothing left except to wait. She was haunted by the fact that that crazy man who had carried out a massacre in the Bujin faction 2 years ago had already been released and was moving around freely. It was already evening outside and the junkyard was also quite dark, but it was the kind of place that attracted any kind of showdown. When Kim Dae-jae came to the car dump, Kim Shin and his people were already waiting. They were ready for him to come here. Kim Dae-kyung said that they should have continued to hide like rats. Maybe then they wouldn't have met again. The guys who were on Kim Shin's side told him not to get too carried away and that he shouldn't treat them with disdain. Kim Dae-kyun was interested in one more question. He needed to know where is Cha Soo-min now. The girl's assistants asked him why they need Cha Soo-min because he betrayed her 4 years ago. Jin Tae looked at his opponents and said that with such bastard outfits as theirs, they can only earn money through banditry. They are not capable of anything else. Kim Shin, nicknamed the Armor Tiger, stood and waited in the wings. He knew that today he would have a fairly strong opponent, and they had the same teacher. Kim Dae-kyun thought to himself, why did he come here? Most likely, if it weren't for him, then maybe everything would have been finished already. And then he said that this would not have happened if they had left that time when he came here. But now it's too late. Kim Shin said that he didn't even think about leaving here. His goal is to capture this place, and he is ready to go to the end. Kim Dae-kyun answered him that he was a complete idiot, and he didn't understand who he was dealing with. But he thought to himself that Cha Soo-min, how reckless do you have to be to trust this guy? And he added that he was ready to show him how he would break off his fangs and took off his jacket. He couldn't understand why the guys opposite him had some kind of false hope. There was only one visitor in the cafe, and it was Pai Woo-jin. As always, he had little money, but he came here regularly. The owner of this establishment was arguing with a young man because he ordered 1 bottle of soju and bean soup at a meat restaurant. He asked the young man whether he was a client or a homeless person. Pai Woo-jin told him that he would stop grumbling and poured soju into his glass almost like this. He spent every evening, but today his dinner was interrupted by the opening door to the restaurant. Cha Soo-min came to her friend. She knew where he could be found at such a time. The owner of the restaurant was very happy that the girl came to him. He always treated her well. The girl approached the table where the young man was sitting. She needed to tell him something. In her opinion, it couldn't continue like this. Pai Woo-jin asked the girl why she came here and what she wanted to tell him. At this time he continued to drink. Cha Soo-min so that he gets up and he must go with her. There is a case that without his help could fail. The young man said that he didn't want to go anywhere and let her fail. He didn't want to deal with anyone. The young man continued to pour soju into his glass. The girl told him that he should stop running away from himself. He needs to stop this. And she continued to say that he and she just constantly turned a blind eye to it. And now the moment has come when they need to take a decisive step. She tried to explain to him that it was because of their behavior that they were in exactly the same conditions as they are now, namely in hell. The girl said that it was time to put an end to this. She was quite persistent, and her task was now to persuade Pai Wu-jin to go with her. She thought that this was the only way to put an end to everything that happened between them all. At the same time, at the car dump, Kim Dae-kyun took a few steps forward, thus showing that he wanted to teach a lesson to his opponents. He told his assistants not to take a step without an order. His assistants agreed. They did not dare to contradict their master. They had to carry out his order. Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyun came out to the center from each side. They were both students of the same teacher, and now they were on opposite sides. Kim Dae-jaeon told his opponent that he would not even use weapons to attack and also said that he was ready to kill him. Kim Shin was also prepared and said that weapons against him are too much, so he is ready to end them. Kim Dae-jaeon said if he says so, then it's time to start, and hallucinated the fist of his hand. He was also a fairly experienced fighter, and so he delivered the first blow with his fist to his opponent. Kim Shin immediately avoided this blow. The first blow was followed by another blow from Kim Shin's opponent. He tried to prevent Kim Shin from giving him a chance to hit him. From the very beginning of the battle it was clear that they were both quite strong opponents, and neither of them would give up. Therefore, they took turns striking each other. Sometimes one of them avoided the blow and often hit the target. Kim Shin tried to ensure that his opponent's blows did not reach the target, and therefore he successfully avoided them while delivering blows himself. His opponent began to strike not only with his hand but also with his foot. It seemed to him that this way he could deal with Kim Shin faster. The enemy kicked Kim Shin on the shoulder successfully and he reached the goal. The young man did not have time to escape this blow. Jin Tae and the guys who were on his side stood and looked at how the battle was going, something he had never seen in a long time. Kim Dae-jaeon said that he would make him regret that he was even born and would kill him right here. He threatened Kim Shin about contacting him. He thought that no one was stronger than him, and no one could resist him. Jin Tae thought to himself that a lot of time has passed since someone beat his boss. He doesn't remember this. This meant only one thing, that his boss had a really strong opponent, and Kim Shin needed to try to defeat him in this fight. Kim Shin struck his opponent so that his blow reached the target, but the opponent was strong enough and therefore he did not always succeed. His opponent also delivered a number of blows. The strength of both fighters was almost equal and the technique was also the same because they had the same teacher. After every blow that Kim Shin struck, it was immediately followed by a blow from his opponent. None of them were going to give up so easily. The enemy's blows were strong enough and one should not expect that he would give up quickly. It was a fight between two strong fighters and no one knew how it would end. Neither Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyun could know which of them is stronger than them and will be able to stand to the end in this battle. Jin Tae wondered how strong Kim Dae-kyun was and if he fought Pai Wu-jin would defeat him. One of Cha Soo-min's assistants told him that no one knows this. They never fought with each other, they had no reason to do so, but people saw how Pai Wu-jin fights and you could call it that he is a fighting machine. The teacher recognized his skills. On the other hand, even though Kim Dae-jaeon had such a bright career, Kim Dae-jaeon was the only one who stood on his own 2 feet after any fight with all respected fighters. Kim Dae-kyun has been through a lot all this time, and it's even impossible to imagine how strong he has become now, so it's impossible to say which of them is stronger. Of course, this explanation did not reassure and did not give any explanation to Jin Tae. He wanted to know as accurately as possible which of these two is stronger. Kim Dae-jaeon strikes Kim Shin. He avoids them and immediately strikes a counter-strike until the enemy expects the blow. Kim Dae-kyung decided that he needed to show what he was capable of and prepared to strike his opponent. The next moment he did just that and kicked Kim Shin. It was a strong enough blow and Kim Shin couldn't dodge. Kim Shin thought to himself that his body had a hard time just after one such blow, and if he missed several of them, it would be the end. But that was not all. This battle was not the end point of the disagreement between these people. Each side is ready to go to the end. Those guys who came with Kim Dae-kyun did not doubt his victory one bit. They had complete confidence on their part. Assistant Cha Soo-min asked Jin Tae what he is afraid of, and why he asks how strong Kim Dae-kyun is. Jin Tae replied that he is not afraid of anything and these guys who stand opposite him behave only until they overwhelm them. The next blow that Kim Dae-jaeon struck missed and did not reach its target. He tried hard enough to strike, but Kim Shin masterfully get away from them. Kim Dae-jaeon he developed aggression towards the enemy although he didn't know him. He only thought about one thing in his thoughts, that he was him, and he had to defeat him. Kim Dae-jaeon got so excited that he started swinging his legs and fists without stopping. And when he once again tried to kick and Kim Shin dodged this blow, Kim Dae-jaeon thought that he knew perfectly well that he would dodge. But Kim Dae-jaeon decided that after this blow he needed to deliver the next one so that his opponent could not dodge, and he did it. Through a kick, so this kick reached its target. He thought that that was all and Kim Shin would not be able to get up. Kim Dae-jaeon was completely confident in his victory. He decided that now he had dealt with the Bujin they would no longer bother him. But Kim Shin didn't think so, and so when he fell, he grabbed his shin and found his opponent. The next moment, he strongly pulled his opponent's leg so that he fell and lay on the ground, which was completely unexpected for Kim Dae-kyun. Kim Dae-kyun and you fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He didn't expect that his opponent was not only strong but also cunning. The guys who came with Kim Dae-kyun stood and looked at what was happening, and the master told them not to take a single step without his order. On the other side there were also guys with Bujin. They also did not move and watched how this fight would end. Kim Shin told her opponent that when he uses his leg when he throws a punch, he weakens his defense, and that he needs to study more. Kim Dae-jaeon, after listening to his opponent's speech, did not find out anything with him. The only thing he told him was that he was arrogant. And the next moment, Kim Dae-jaeon decided to kick his opponent's legs from a prone position. He failed. Therefore, Kim Shin was a little relaxed and did not expect that his opponent would get into shape so quickly and start the fight again. Kim Dae-kyung stood up and tried to kick Kim Shin. He was not going to give up even after he found himself on earth. Kim Shin's hand immediately reached towards his opponent, and he was preparing for another grab. He grabbed the collar of his opponent's shirt, and needed to send him to the ground with one sharp movement. Therefore, he pulled him, threw him over himself, and within a minute Kim Dae-kyun was lying on the ground. This time he should not have become. The throw was so strong that Kim Dae-kyung really couldn't get up right away and he couldn't continue the fight. Over the past 4 years, this has never happened to him. Now he really can't continue the fight. He's lying on the ground. Kim Dae-jaeon was lying on the ground and shielding himself from the enemy's blows with his hands. He needed to get up as quickly as possible. He tried to do this and began to get up in order to continue the fight. He was no longer as strong as at the beginning of the fight, and he could not strike, but only covered his face with both hands from the blows that Kim Shin dealt him. Kim Shin was not going to stop and continued to strike at his opponent. He wanted to find out in this fight who would be the master of Hoyeom. Kim Dae-kyung crossed his arms in front of his face in defense so that Kim Shin's blows did not land on his face and head. Kim Shin did not stop and delivered blow after blow to his opponent. Although his opponent could no longer resist, he was still on his feet. Kim Shin stepped on his opponent's foot in order to deliver a strong blow. He wanted to end this fight already. Therefore, he dealt a strong blow to Kim Dae-jaeon, who did not resist and could not even protect himself from this blow. Kim Dae-jaeon could not withstand this blow, and once again fell to the ground. But this time he definitely wouldn't be able to stand up. The blow was so strong. Kim Dae-jaeon was lying on the ground and moaning loudly. He couldn't even say anything. The last blow that Kim Shin dealt to him was really very strong and he couldn't withstand it. Jin-tae thought to himself that this is already the end and he won't be able to get up. And he also thought that this Kim Dae-kyung got a good deal. But he couldn't understand what was wrong with these guys standing opposite who came with their master Kim Dae-kyun. These guys, even in a situation like now, when their owner was lying on the earth, they didn't even move, they were only waiting for an order. Night fell on the street, and the car dump also became completely dark. The assembly that was now taking place here took longer than everyone expected. Cha Soo-min appeared at the car dump. She came not alone, but together with Pai Woo-jin, whom she pulled out of the restaurant. Jin-tae told Cha Soo-min everything that happened recently here at the car dump and for the fight between Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyung. When Pai Woo-jin came to the car dump and saw Kim Shin standing and Kim Dae-kyung lying in front of him, he thought that this was the beginning. Pai Woo-jin looked first at his ex-friend Kim Dae-kyung. He once knew him well and knew what he was capable of. And then I write to the guy Kim Shin and tell him about the death of the teacher, and about his plans for revenge. Pai Woo-jin said that Kim Dae-kyung only becomes serious after he starts spitting blood, and only after that does he start fighting seriously. And so it happened after serious blows were made to Kim Dae-jaeon. He was not going to give up but still got up to continue the fight. You even successfully punched Kim Shin in the jaw, So you didn't expect such a blow, and even flew to the side. Kim Shin, despite the fact that he was thrown to the side after a fairly strong blow, was able not to fall but stayed on his feet. Kim Dae-kyung said that now his mind is clear and that a lot of thoughts in a fight with the likes of Kim Shin bother him quite a lot. He also added that he should have killed Kim Shin from the very beginning when he first saw him, and then start thinking. Kim Shin listened carefully to everything that his opponent told him. He was not going to enter into some kind of negotiation process with him. He was not going to talk to him at all. The only thing Kim Shin said to his opponent is that his words are a big boast, and he greatly overestimates himself. Therefore, the battle continued and each side was serious about winning this battle. Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyun were ready to inflict mutual blows on each other. At this time, sitting in the DS security office was the same man who had recently been released from prison, the same one who cut Kim Dae-jaeun's face. He was waiting for the result of this fight. Quite a long time has passed. The result should be known. He was in the same office with Yang Duk-soo and they were both interested in the question of whether Kim Dae-kyung would betray them or end the bujin. This man reminded the gentleman that he promised him regardless of the outcome of today's meeting, because he had been waiting for this for so long. Yang Duk-soo had to give Kim Dae-kyung's head to him so that he could finish what he started and take revenge for the fact that he was in prison. Yang Duk-soo told this guy to let him do what he wants because he remains loyal to him and on his team. Would have continued. Kim Dae-kyung tried to strike Kim Shin but then ducked down and avoided this blow. He avoided almost all the blows of his opponent. And also from the next two that Kim Dae-kyung tried to hit him. He could not stand on his feet well, but still tried to strike. The next moment, Kim Shin made a grab from behind and Kim Dae-kyung could no longer help but move. Kim Shin's hand was on his neck. Kim Dae-kyung had to act, and he decided to make a throw so that his opponent would fall to the ground, otherwise a little and they could twist his neck. He made a throw over himself and his opponent was already lying on the ground in a second. From the side it might seem that a little more and Kim Dae-kyung would win. Kim Dae-jaeun also thought so. After a successful throw, he hoped that his opponent would surrender, and the fight would be over. Therefore, in order to consolidate his success, he decided to strike another blow with his fist at his opponent. This was unexpected and therefore Kim Shin missed this blow. Kim Dae-jaeun decided to act and delivered several blows that reached their target, and Kim Shin was unable to dodge them. Pai Woo-jin watched this fight and noticed that Kim Dae-kyung had changed a lot. He had become more professional. Pai Woo-jin watched the opponents while he smoked a cigarette after the last blow. He wondered what Kim Shin would do now. For some reason he decided that Kim Shin would have to use all his trump cards in a fight with Kim Dae-kyung. He underestimated Kim Shin. Cha Soo-min stood next to Jin Tae. They also watched how this fight was going on. It was important for them that Kim Shin win. Jin Tae asked the girl what was going on. She told him that Kim Dae-kyung was winning and there would be big problems if Kim Shin lost. Jin Tae laughed and then told her not to worry. She doesn't know who they are or how strong they are, and he also added that it's unbearable to beat a guy like Kim Shin in a place like this. He calmed the girl down and told her to watch carefully because it would all be over soon. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about and didn't know if it was true. Because the fight continued and the opponents were striking each other, Kim Dae-kyung tried to punch her opponent in the face. When he struck he said that Kim Shin crawled here and said that he wants to take over Hoyeom, but for him this is unrealistic. Kim Dae-jaeun struck him again so Kim Shin flew to the side, while he said that Hoyeom with such skills as his cannot be captured. They stood opposite each other, waiting for which of them would strike next. It was unclear which of them was stronger. Nobody wanted to lose. Kim Shin, I'm a little tired of all this fuss. He tried for a long time not to show his strength to your opponent, but I can't go on like this. Kim Shin said that he should stop leaving everything like this. This is not his style, and it's time to end the fight. Kim Dae-jaeun, heading towards the enemy, said that after all, he decided to use weapons and was behaving dishonestly. But still it would not save him, because it was too late. And then he swung and with the words just die, he decided to strike several blows in order to finish off his opponent. One of the blows that Kim Dae-jaeun delivered hit Kim Shin in the shoulder. Well, that was the last thing he could do. His fist slid across the opponent's shoulder, and the next moment Kim Shin had already grabbed his hand so that he could not move it. Everything happened so quickly that Kim Dae-kyung did not understand anything, At first he felt a very sharp pain in his shoulder, and then he caught himself thinking that he was losing his balance. After that, Kim Shin threw his hand and struck him with a strong blow, so that his opponent could not stay on his feet. The next moment he dealt another blow, and Kim Dae-jaeon could no longer defend himself. He didn't even have time to control the blows that were dealt to him. Kim Shin could not stop and delivered blow after blow. He needed to deal with his opponent. Therefore, after a blow to the jaw, he delivered another blow with his knee to the stomach. Kim Dae-jaeon no longer resisted, but only wheezed in pain. He was no longer dangerous to his opponent. Kim Shin only needed to finish what he started. Kim Shin decided to deliver the final blow so that his opponent would no longer be able to get up. So when he threw the punch, he said that today Kim Dae-kyung will leave with a few bruises. And he struck him this time. Kim Shin hit him with all his might because it was necessary to end this massacre. Kim Dae-jaeon fell to the ground once again. It seemed that this time he would not get up because he did not have enough strength. Kim Shin was also sure of this. He slightly underestimated his opponent. The only thing his opponent had was that in any battle he stood on his feet to the end. And this time, Kim Dae-kyun also stood up. But he felt his jaw hurting very much. It felt like it was going to fall off. He realized that his opponent was hiding his strength. But still he thought that he still had a chance, and he began to continue this fight. It seemed to him that he could still hold out and inflict more than one blow on his opponent. But everything did not go as he wanted. Kim Shin didn't think twice and hit him with his elbow right on the head. This time he was sure to pass out. Kim Dae-jaeon really turned off and fell. He no longer saw anything in front of him and did not react to anything. The guys who came with him, who stood and did not move the entire battle, were in shock. On the one hand, they had to carry out the order of their master not to move, and on the other hand, he could no longer give an order. But not only the enemy side was shocked. People who stood on the same side as Kim Shin and Jin-tae were also shocked. She did not expect such an outcome from this fight, and Cha Soo-min stood with her mouth open because recently no one could defeat Kim Dae-kyung. Pai Woo-jin also did not expect such an outcome of events. He did not expect that this guy had such strength and could defeat Kim Dae-kyung. Kim Shin stood over Kim Dae-kyung, who was lying on the ground in an unconscious state. He couldn't even move. Assistant Kim Dae-kyung shouted what a horror it is and that their director lost the fight. With shouts of "Let's hang up the bastards," Kim Dae-kyung's boys headed towards their opponents. They were ready to tear apart those who stood opposite them. They were not honest fighters and therefore were ready to use even-edged weapons in their attack on their opponents. They thirsted for blood. These guys were ready to attack their opponents. Despite the fact that they had to step over their director who was lying on earth, none of them came to his aid. Jin-tae said that it is not surprising that these gangsters never let you down, and are always used to playing very dirty, and now they are doing the same too. Therefore, he decided to use the weapon that he knew best. He took out his knife, and now not one of these gangsters was a threat to him. The guys who were just ready to take revenge for their master stopped. Each of them was afraid only for their lives and was not ready to go under the knife for another. Kim Dae-kyung opened his eyes slightly. He could barely breathe because he had great damage from the blows inflicted on him. He caught himself thinking that he couldn't move any part of his body, and he couldn't see well. Everything before his eyes was so cloudy, he was losing consciousness. Kim Dae-kyung only now realized that his opponent could have ended it all at the very beginning of the fight, but he was hiding his skills. Most likely, he was testing him. Although he saw as if in a fog, he could see the silhouettes of people who were near him, and one of them was his former friend. He saw Pai Woo-jin standing in front of him. He thought that he had come to help their mutual friend Cha Soo-min. He sat and could not move. The only thing that came into his head was that in the absence of Pai Woo-jin he always looked very pathetic. This night passed very calmly at the car dumps. Strangely enough, no one else fought or tried to seize anything. Kim Dae-kyung opened his eyes and didn't understand where he was. He had been passed out for a while but didn't know about it. So he tried to get up, but it was quite difficult for him to do it because his whole body was covered with bruises and injuries. He didn't remember why he was here, and so the first thing that came to his mind was what happened to him, and why he was here. When he had already completely gotten up from the sofa, he saw that a young man was sitting in front of him. It was his recent opponent, Kim Shin. Kim Dae-kyung didn't know how to properly react to the fact that he was in the same room with his opponent, and therefore asked him what he wanted. Kim Shin apologized for being harsh with Kim Dae-kyung but explained that he had no choice. Kim Dae-kyung looked that there was a trash can near his sofa in which there were bandages, syringes and various other boxes of medicine. This only indicated that someone was treating him. But he didn't want to give up and said that if Kim Shin was going to make a deal with Yang Duk-soo with his help, then he wouldn't succeed and he could forget about it. There wouldn't be any use from him. Kim Shin listened to Kim Dae-jaeon and said that most likely he wants him to cut off his little finger, and these days it has already become a tradition. Kim Shin added that he can go if he wants and that he is not keeping him here. He was here only because he was wounded. Kim Dae-kyung thought to herself. Is he really letting him leave so easily? He's probably up to something. Kim Dae-kyung told Kim Shin that he was deeply mistaken. Looking down on him, he is much simpler than he thinks. Kim Shin asked him if he could cope in such a state. And he also added that Yang Duk-soo most likely would not take pity on the hound who failed his task. Kim Dae-kyung tried to collect his things and put them on. He was quite proud and never tried to show that he lost even now. He got dressed and headed to the exit. When he already approached the door, he told Kim Shin to worry about himself. Kim Shin asked him does he really think that he can leave this room, although he is not holding him back, but there are others who want to see him. Kim Dae-jaeon stopped after these words. Most likely he really is telling the truth. It could be that someone was waiting for him there. Kim Shin told him that it was too late, and he couldn't do anything anymore. Yak Duk-soo was looking for him and in search of him had already turned the whole city upside down. Kim Shin decided to propose to him. He asked him how about Kim Dae-kyung with him against Yang Duk-soo. Kim Dae-kyung stopped and listened carefully to the end of everything this guy said. He needed to make a decision now. Most likely he is telling the truth. But if this is true, then he had a brother whom Yang Duk-soo's people could come out and, as always, blackmail him. That's what happened on the street. His brother was stopped. It was the same guy who had just gotten out of prison and who cut Kim Dae-kyung's face. His brother said that he thought that this guy would spend at least 10 years in prison, but somehow he quickly got out. This guy said that Sung-joon, as always, is very arrogant, but now he was interested in something completely different. He was interested in where his brother was. He demanded that Sung-joon tell him if his life was valuable to him. Sung-joon answered these guys that he doesn't even know where his brother is and that's why they came to the wrong address. Of course, he wouldn't have said it if he had known. This guy began to threaten Sung-joon and said that in this case he has no choice. How to find out where his brother is. Whose voice was it from behind that said that Kang Chang-suk was a piece of idiot and hit the assistant who was walking behind Kang Chang-suk? This guy was not going to talk for a long time and decided to remove everyone who tried to run over Kim Dae-kyung's brother. It was Pai Woo-jin. He dealt several blows to Kang Chan-suk so he fell and lay on the ground while he said I'm turning to him that who does he think he is, an idiot. Kim Shin told Kim Dae-kyung that if he is worried about his brother then he shouldn't do it. He has already taken care of his safety. Kim Dae-jaeon restored himself. It became completely unclear to him why this guy came to this city, and why he now began to help him and protect his brother. It was not clear to him. After all, this world is very big and vast, but he came here. Kim Shin cannot understand that behind all this there are very big people with huge money. Kim Shin said that this is the reason he chose this city, just because of these big people with big money. And he also said that those who support Yang Duk-soo and Kim Jae-hoon made his life a complete hell. Kim Shin reached into the pocket of his trousers and took out that same bottle from there. He showed this bottle to Kim Dae-kyung, asked him if he knows who produces this drug. And he also added that this is the same person to whom Yang Duk-soo and Kim Jae-hoon report. It is because of these people that he is here. He added that this man is the most brutal killer, nicknamed Petum, and his name is Baek Do-chan. It is because of him that he is here. This man, nicknamed the Python, killed Kim Shin's father and teacher Kang Min-man, and now he is the embodiment of power in the castle. Kim Dae-jaeon stopped and listened carefully to this whole story to him. She was also not indifferent. These people turned his life into hell too. Kim Shin continued to talk about how he knew despair when he went against them in the past, and knew all the bitterness of defeat and helplessness while they continued to move on. And most importantly, these people founded a decent cartel in Northeast Asia and became very rich, influential and wealthy people. Kim Shin said that even if he wanted to get rid of some of them and their leaders, It would be almost impossible to do no matter how much he tried. For a loner like him, the likelihood of completely destroying the system was zero. If we talk briefly about this situation, we can say that Autumn why not knock down an elephant alone. Kim Shin was very persistent, and talked about crushing the whole syndicate that they are talking about now. He needed like-minded people who lost everything because of this castle, absolutely everything. He needed their strength. That's why Kim Shin came here. Kim Shin said that he needs the power of Kim Dae-kyung. The only way they can defeat this syndicate is if they all stand together against him. Kim Dae-kyung didn't expect that this guy would make such an offer to him now. These people also turned his life into hell, but he didn't know how to deal with them. He remembered learning that Kang Min Mona was dead and that his teacher was no longer alive. And he remembered how Kim Jae-hoon told him that now that Cha Il-guk and Kang Min Mon are no longer alive, Hoyam can be safely captured. He then thought about the fact that Cha Soo-min was in danger, and thought that he might tell Pai Woo-jin, and then decided that he shouldn't do this. If he found out, he would definitely do something dangerous. He thought that these were not the people they could oppose and win. It would be better to become their dog. Then everyone could survive just like that. And then Kim Dae-kyung decided. Kim Shin told him that he needs to have at least a little faith in himself. He has enough strength to stand up to these people. And Kim Shin also added that if he retreats now, then hell will only repeat itself, and he needs to face the problem face to face. Kim Dae-kyung thought to himself that this guy is not so stupid and thinks much more ambitiously. And most importantly, there is not a shadow of doubt in his gaze. This is not just hope, he is absolutely confident in his principles. He also thought, I don't know why, but he got this feeling he looks like a teacher. Although of course he was different in some ways, he had such an ability to intrigue, and this attracted people to him. Everything he just said sounded crazy, but the chances are incredibly small. However, if there is someone who can destroy the castle, then it is most likely he. Only with such thoughts could it be done. Kim Shin, this was just the man who could destroy the castle, despite the fact that his chances were very small. Kim Dae-kyung, he thought if he could help these people with something if he returned now, and might be in danger again. The door opened and Cha Soo-min entered the room. They had not seen each other for quite a long time and did not even speak. Kim Dae-kyung was very happy when he saw the girl. He finally had the opportunity to talk to her. The girl was not ready for Kim Dae-kyung to leave this room, so she walked up to him and extended her hand so that he would stop. She tried to stop him and pushed him back. She was not ready for the fact that he would now come out through this door, and they would not see each other and communicate again for a long time. She pushed him so that he fell to the floor, and now he was sitting in front of her. She needed to tell him something. That's why the girl said that he is an idiot. If he thinks that they are grateful for the fact that he shouldered everything, then he is deeply mistaken. Kim Dae-kyung was surprised and thought, did she know everything all this time about why he was with people? The girl began to say that when he first followed Yang Duk-soo, she felt so useless, and could not help him with anything. But when she later saw him in a group with Yang Duk-soo, she couldn't help but hate him precisely because of these feelings. It was very difficult for her to contact him. Then the girl asked him how he thought she would feel if she saw that he doubted her again. Cha Soo-min told him to live for himself, and called him a fool. From that moment on she asked him to let her protect him. The door of this room opened and Assistant Kim Dae-kyung stood there and said that this whole situation was very annoying to her. The assistant turned to the director and said that they were very tired of waiting for him, and he came here to pick him up. And the assistant also added that no matter what their master decides, they will follow him. Kim Dae-kyung thought about these words. He was very pleased that he also had loyal people. Kim Dae-jaeon thought that they themselves had enough strength, and all this time he was the weakest among them. Kim Dae-jaeon could not stand it, and said that they had all gone crazy. They did not understand what kind of people they were ready to go against. But then he said that his assistant would be better off gritting his teeth. Now they won't deal with street punks if they are with him. Kim Dae-jaeon, without turning to the young man, asked him what his name was and then continued that 4 years ago he had already died once. He talked about how life that he had already lost once was trusted by Kim Shin for the first and last time, and he agreed to be with him. Pai Woo-jin was trying to deal with those who attacked Kim Dae-kyung's brother. Now it was very important that they not touch him. Therefore, he decided to engage in a fight with the same guy who had just been released from prison. Before that, he was Yang Duk-soo's right hand. He attacked Pai Woo-jin with a knife, otherwise he had no chance. This idiot started threatening Pai Wu-jin and saying that he wasn't rusty yet. He thought if in his hand, but that he could deal with anyone who gets in his way. Therefore, in the next moment, he began to attack Pai Wu-jin. Well, this was quite difficult to do because this young man was well prepared, and this man's smile should have passed exactly after Pai Wu-jin redirected the blow of his knife to him. This idiot crossed out on Pai Wu-jin so blood splashed in all directions. He always fought not quite honestly, just like this time. Blood dripped onto the ground, and already on earth this meant only one thing. Pai Wu-jin was wounded. Pai Wu-jin grabbed the blade of the enemy's knife with his hand and said that it was too early. He was laughing, he was an idiot. And then Pai Wu-jin struck his opponent, so that he flew to the side. His opponent did not have time to defend himself, or avoid the blow. His opponent could barely stand on his feet after such a blow. I didn't understand why exactly he appeared here now when they came to brother Kim Dae-jaeon. The enemy decided that Pai Wu-jin had gone crazy if he grabbed the blade of the knife with his bare hands and thought to himself that Pai Wu-jin and Kim Dae-kyung were no longer on friendly terms from that moment on. Why was he here? And if he's here and came to protect Kim Dae-kyung's brother, then there's definitely something wrong here, and most likely they're up to something. This idiot said that it seems that today is not his day and still waved a knife in front of Pai Wu-jin's face. He did not want to develop the conflict further, and he decided that it was better for him to get out of here now, so he said what will end with Pai Wu-jin later. And he quickly left this place. He no longer wanted to find out where Kim Dae-jaeon is now with his brother. Pai Wu-jin told him to be an idiot. He wanted to deal with him to the end, but brother Kim Dae-kyung stopped him. He said that we need to get out of here quickly because Kang Chang-suk can come back here at any time when he gathers even more people. This man's people never scared Pai Wu-jin, and now he certainly wasn't scared because he wouldn't return here. Therefore, he asked to be released and Pai Wu-jin went in his own direction. He was unpredictable as always. At this time, DS Security, which was a useless organization, was having a showdown and no one could explain anything. What happened today? Yang Duk-soo was angry at his subordinates because they had so many people and they couldn't find just one person. And he was also wondering who this idiot was who attacked their points. All this happened in one day, and no one could give him a clear explanation of what was happening. The assistant tried to explain that they saw this man today only for the first time and they do not know who he belongs to. This man was very good, as if he knew what he was doing in this turmoil. They did not have time for the master's subordinates. Yang Duk-soo didn't understand what kind of newcomer he was and decided to come here and make them who no one could handle him. This subordinate talked about how Kim Dae-kyung betrayed them. Pai Wu-jin makes a fuss all over the place, and they are attacked by an unknown guy whom no one can resist. This idiot who got out of prison guessed, and said that something seems to be coming, and they are sure that everything is fine with them. Yang Duk-soo didn't answer him because he really had nothing to say. Everything was exactly as it was reported to him now. Kim Shin told Kim Dae-kyung not to worry and Pai Wu-jin went to his brother Sung-joon to protect him, and he also sent the people from Bujin to the tattoo parlor. Kim Dae-kyung said that it will not be easy to find shelter for his guys who went over to his side and stayed with him. Kim Shin also said that he asked a reliable person to carry out a small raid. This was necessary so that his brother would not be attacked. Kim Dae-kyung thanked Kim Shin for what he did, but he wanted to tell him something else, and it was very important to him. That's why Kim Dae-kyung said that he had to tell him something. And he also added that Kim Shin is very strong, and he admits this. But Kim Shin must understand all the responsibility that he takes upon himself, and the fact that Yang Duk-soo is not to be joked with. This is the kind of person who didn't need anyone. He's a strong enough person, and that's why he occupies such a place in DS Security. Yang Duk-soo, he was ready to take care of everything himself, and at any moment he could enter into battle. He was strong enough. Pai Wu-jin was sitting on the steps of the stairs, and opposite him stood his brother Kim Dae-kyung, who asked him if his brother was okay. Pai Wu-jin was indignant, but he decided to answer the young man. Does he really care about his brother now and pretend to be caring because he was almost killed? Sung-joon replied that his brother is an idiot, and he couldn't even think that things could turn out like this for all of them. And he also added that he could never suppress his emotions, just like 4 years ago, when he attacked the Dawn faction. Pai Wu-jin didn't like this very much. He said that Sung-joon is starting to talk about the past again. He doesn't want to hear it, and he leaves. Sung Joon said that he will soon leave the city and then everyone will feel better, including his brother. He hoped that his brother would feel better after he left. He was going to leave the drug and at least once try to live like a human being. He pretended to be businesslike, exhaled cigarette smoke, and asked Pai Wu-jin to look after his brother. He asked Pai Wu-jin to look after his brother for him. He thought it was a normal request because they were once friends. And of course, only Pai Wu-jin God knows what kind of person his brother is, because his brother began to work for Yang Duk-soo only to protect them all. Sung Joon said that he cannot help him since Pai Wu-jin can help him, not only because they are friends but also because he is the best in battle. Pai Wu-jin did not listen to all this nonsense, and struck straight at the young man so that he could be put in his place. Sung Joon didn't quite understand what just happened, so he asked Pai Wu-jin if he was crazy. Pai Wu-jin told him that from the outside it all sounded like he was going to die, but apparently for now he is alive and well. And he also added that he doesn't care whether he leaves or not, and whether he gets off the hook or not, whether he lives like a human being or not. After a minute of silence, Pai Wu-jin told Sung Joon that, however, if he still has something left of his balls and he still considers himself a man, then he is obliged to protect what is dear to him, and he must do this with his own hands and not run away from problems. Everything that Pai Wu-jin just said made Sung Joon think, and he had to decide what to do next. Yang Duk-soo thought about what was happening in Hoyeom. He could not understand where he made a mistake, why all this was happening now. He knew very well that Kim Dae-jaeon and Pai Wu-jin were friends and these guys were not born to be fools, so he bet on them. It was easy to control Kim Dae-kyun due to the fact that they supported his brother Sung Joon's addiction, and Pai Wu-jin needed to be kept away from everyone else. It was necessary to make sure that he found himself completely alone. He thought that in this way he could break your way into the castle, but something must have gone wrong. Everything turned out to be not as simple as he thought and hoped. Yang Duk-soo decided that nothing could be done, and it seemed that he needed to cut his losses, but he was not ready yet. His assistants knocked on the room where Yang Duk-soo was. They asked for forgiveness, turning to him as president. They said that they had combed the city, but still they did not find Kim Dae-jaeon. The guy who was Yang Duk-soo's right-hand man said that is it necessary to spend so much time on this? He thought that if they destroy a car dump and squeeze out some information from their citizens, then these guys will soon show themselves. He also added that the guys he brought with him are not pros in this area and you can rely on them. Yang Duk-soo said that he should not interfere for now because he is still in control of all these matters and he wants to deal with them himself. Another assistant came into the room and asked for forgiveness for disturbing them, but said that he had very important information. This assistant turned to the president and said that they had found Director Kim Dae-kyun. He repeated several times that they had found him. But there was one thing that he was afraid to immediately tell Mr. President, and that was that Kim Dae-jaeon was coming here with the remnants of the Bujin faction. Yang Duk-soo didn't like this information very much. He lit a cigarette and needed to think for a few minutes while he had time. Representatives of the Bujin faction were actually walking down the street. This group of people was led by the leader, and it was Kim Shin. Behind him was Kim Dae-kyun. He didn't know whether he doubted this plan or not, but he had already agreed to participate in this. Of course, he said that their people were not enough to kill Yang Duk-soo. He had many more people. Kim Shin was clear and said no. As soon as the sun rises they should immediately perform with the lineup they have. And he also added that Yang Duk-soo is just the beginning of their journey. Other factions will not interfere because of the top of the castle and they need to lure other factions to their side. Therefore, Kim Shin said that they will carry out a public execution of the DS security for the crime of losing public support, and thus they will force the other factions to recognize them. This guy's carelessness exceeds all mental limits, Kim Dae-kyun thought to himself. But on the other hand, being next to him, he didn't feel like he could lose. A huge crowd of people was walking down the street, shouting at passers-by to move away and not look at them. They needed as few ordinary people as possible on the street. Finally, they came to an intersection. On one side of the street stood Yang Duk-soo, who came out here with his assistants, and who believed that this city was his, and on the other side of the street stood Kim Shin and his guys. Yang Duk-soo saw that among those people standing opposite him was his right hand Kim Dae-kyun. He said that he thought that he was smarter. And he also added that if he thinks that he has gathered these scum against him, most likely, the desire to play last for the leader has awakened in him, after which he took a step forward. Someone from the crowd said that Yang Duxu is not the president of DS Security, but just a dirty freak. Kim Dae-jian said this, and then he continued that until that moment he had squeezed everything he could out of people in this city. He also added that Yang Duxu threatened his friends Pai Wu-jin and Cha Su-min, terrorizing her regularly, forced me to pick up after myself and treated them all like a dog. I don't consider any of them human, or even equal to myself. Kim Dae-kyung told him straight into his eyes that today he will pay for everything he has done. The only thing he regrets now is that the young man said that he is not the leader in the game, last after the leader. This is because he was unable to confront him during all this time and punish him for all his deeds. Kim Shin took a step forward and asked the man who was standing on the other side of the intersection if he really was Yang Duxu. The president of the DS Security Company could not understand who else it was. And what kind of new leader showed up here? It turns out that he had no control over the situation at all. Kim Shin answered him that he was not going to say anything, their goals were quite obvious, and he was not going to wait long that it was time to start. The president of the company could not come to his senses because this young man behaved quite calmly, and I'm sure he understood perfectly well that this was not Kim Dae-kyun or Cha Su-min. It was clear from everything that this guy was their leader. Yang Duxu decided that he didn't care who it would be and what this young man's name was. He considered them to be ordinary idiots. Therefore, the next moment he ordered to kill them all. A crowd of his assistants armed with bats ran towards where the guys were standing on the opposite side. Yang Duxu's boys were armed not only with bats but also with knives. They wanted to show their devotion to the master, they were ready to attack their opponents. On the other hand, there were guys who came here only because they did not agree with who and how Yang Duxu behaved in Hoyam. Guys were running from different directions towards the center of the intersection. Armed, they were ready to start a fight with each other. The next moment they came together in the center, they kicked each other with their hands. One of them had knives and was ready to use them. During this whole fight, someone shouted what kind of freaks they were that came here. Others shouted why they are here at all. Among these guys who were on the side of Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyun was his brother Sung Jun, who also came here. He was here to pay off Yang Duxu. He decided that the time had come when he really needed to not be afraid. The assistant to the president of the company began to shout how dare he even talk to the president like that, and decided that he was the scum of society, and did not dare to come close to him. They all thought Sung Jun was an idiot, and that he couldn't do anything in the state he was in right now. They thought that he was a complete drug addict. Kim Dae-jian saw a knife next to him. It was the same guy who had served time and now came out. He was angry with the young man. Already once in this life he hurt his face. But he could not forgive the fact that Kim Dae-jian took his place as the right hand of the president of the security company. So he started waving his knife in front of Kim Dae-kyung. He wanted to take revenge on him for everything. Even though they worked for the same master for a long time, they were always enemies. This idiot started telling Kim Dae-kyung that he really liked him, and he would like to hear him scream because he would stab him. The young man answered him that he was ready to arrange everything for him so that his screams would break out in a few minutes from his throat. The crowd of fighters was so large that it was unclear who was fighting with whom in this crowd. Such showdowns did not take place often, but they always led to many casualties. Kim Dae-kyun heard the sound of a familiar engine. The same sound was once made by the motorcycle of his friend Pai Wu-jin, and now he hoped that it would be him. He watched the motorcycles getting closer and closer. He wondered who was driving this motorcycle. He couldn't be mistaken, the motorcycle was riding, so some guys scattered in all directions. He didn't appear here by chance, he had to support his friends. It was really Pai Wu-jin, and he could not allow his friend, even with whom he had not communicated for a long time, to be left in trouble. The idiot who fought with Kim Dae-jian did not expect such a turn of events. He was not prepared for the fact that a motorcyclist would run into him now. Therefore, he considered him to be a crazy person who could run straight into people, but even his knives in both hands could not save him. After the enemy was already lying on the ground, the motorcyclist stopped and took off his helmet. It was really Pai Wu-jin. He came to help his friend. After the young man took off his helmet, he said so that Kim Dae-kyun would not misunderstand him. He just came here to remove all this garbage. Kim Dae-kyun was happy for the first time in such a long time. He could be with his friend and felt very good. Despite the fact that they were attacked from all sides by Yang Duk-soo's guys, they had no equal, they were the best. Kim Shin, having left the whole situation that is happening now here at the crossroads, turned to his friend Jin Tae. He said that they have too many opponents, and he needs to help the guys because they don't have time to deal with them. He told his friend to cut them down to half of all the attackers. Jin Tae was very happy that he could finally join this fight. He said that it was time to scare these kids. After Kim Shin told his friend Jin Tae to worry about the fact that there were a lot of attackers, the young man was happy because finally he could show his ability. Jin Tae entered the battle, and from the very first movement he began to stab the enemy with a knife. So the enemy fell and never got up again. Blood spilled in all directions. He acted very quickly and very skillfully. Since no one could handle knives, he cut one throat and already stabbed the second one again with a knife. The guys who were on the side of Yang Duk-soo decided that they could cope with one Jin Tae, and in their opinion he was not dangerous. Jin Tae was just waiting for this. He was always ready to fight a large number of his enemies because no one took him seriously, and few knew how he handled weapons. He rushed past his opponents like lightning, leaving them all lying on the ground with their throats cut. Not one of them was alive anymore. Jin Tae ran to the place where his main opponent was now Yang Duk-soo and his former right hand, who was also good with knives. Jin Tae needed to deal with the big guys who were on his opponent's side as best he could, so he continued to cut them up left and right. He was so skilled with knives that he could immediately strike two of his opponents and neutralize them in a matter of seconds, despite the fact that they also had weapons. In addition, he had excellent command of fighting techniques, and due to this, he did not allow them to come to a dangerous distance. He ground them like a meat grinder. But he didn't follow him in turn with a knife. But after him his opponents fell like tin soldiers who could no longer resist. He stood, and around him there was a mountain of his opponents lying on the ground, and none of them were you so confident in your strength because they were already almost corpses. Jin Tae looked at his opponents and said that they are very frail, and, as always, I will continue jokingly that just don't let them say that they are bragging about this. The guys who worked for us DS security were talking among themselves. They wanted to find out who he was. One of these guys said that this was the same freak who destroyed their point last time, but they didn't know how to figure it out. A thug with a bandage on his head approached these guys and told them to move away. They both didn't understand and asked their boss what he would do. Jin Tae saw you with a bandage on his head and said that it was the same chubby guy. And he also added that they apparently hit him on the head and wrapped bandages around his head. Well, that's why he lost his brains. This boss with a bandaged head could not hear the mockery from his opponent, and he began to say that Jin Tae is petty rubbish and that today is his last day. And he also added that the young man should start praying. This boss is very confident in his abilities. He believed that if he is so big, then he is strong enough and no one can defeat him. But Jin Tae thought completely differently. He inflicted several stab wounds on that fat man and moved on. There were still enough opponents to destroy. Well, for some reason, the young man decided to stop at the last moment. He didn't want to leave this fat man unpunished. Therefore, he decided to finish him off to the very end. Stopping, he delivered a kick, so this fat man fell with his entire huge body to the ground. This thug fat man, who a few minutes ago was confident in himself, now could not utter a single word. He only groaned in pain. The young man said that later they would play again. But today he is still a little busy and the fat man's friends are waiting for him. Jin Tae moved forward and three opponents were already standing in front of him with a blow of a knife. He knocked out one of them. Blood splashed in all directions. Two of them and the rest were in no hurry to attack. Pai Wu Jin didn't like Jin Tae, and he said that the young man was hitting their vital points, minimizing bloodshed, and he also thought Kim Shin and this blonde, who are they? Someone's voice told Pai Wu Jin not to look around too much, otherwise he might lose his head. It was Chan Suk. And this one is coming. He added that their last meeting ended very quickly. He wanted them to extend their last meeting today, and he was ready to leave Pai Wu Jin without both hands. Pai Wu Jin looked at this idiot, and said that whoever was talking about this. Their conversation was interrupted by Kim Dae-kyun. He told Pai Wu Jin to leave him Chan Suk, he has personal scores to settle. Kim Dae-kyung said that he wants to personally take care of this bastard for all this time that has passed since their last meeting. He has been waiting for this moment, when he can deal with Kang Chang-suk. Pai Woo-jin recognized this whole situation very well, so he did not resist and stepped aside. He was ready to give his friend the opportunity to deal with the enemy. Chan-suk said that both of them are not worth even a minute of his time, and he is ready to send both of them to their fathers in a matter of seconds. Kang Chang-suk threw down the gauntlet towards Kim Dae-kyung, so he made his challenge. He also wanted to fight Kim Dae-kyung for a long time. Kim Dae-kyung caught this glove in this way by accepting this challenge from Pai Woo-jin, so that he quickly finishes with Chan-suk and goes to them because there are not enough of them. And I thought to myself, if Kim Dae-kyung takes care of Kang Chang-suk, then he can settle scores with Yang Duk-soo. Yang Duk-soo stood watching everything that was happening at this intersection. It was guarded on four sides as expected by bodyguards, and did not allow opponents to approach it. Pai Woo-jin thought that he would not give such an opportunity for the enemy to get to their leader, at least not now. One of these guys who guarded his master Yang Duk-soo asked the young man if he is Pai Woo-jin, and then this guy added that Pai Woo-jin is famous, and he is called the God of Battle, and this guy asked if it was true that he took out 30 members of the Dawn faction in one battle. Then this security guard, the president of UDF Security, said that he was interested to know whether Pai Woo-jin is suitable for the nickname God of Battles or not. The second guy who was near the guard said that he would not worry, he would just watch. Pai Woo-jin did not think long and decided that the best answer would be that he would strike the first blow to him when he did not expect it yet. The first blow was followed by a second blow to this guy's jaw. All the blows were accurate, and the enemy could not dodge these blows. Pai Woo-jin didn't stop but continued to strike this guy who had just talked a lot. As it turned out, he, besides speaking, doesn't know how to do anything. Pai Woo-jin told these guys to leave him alone. He has completely different tasks, and they are just dust under his feet that bothers him. These guys were no longer so talkative and were not so confident in themselves. They were simply scared because they understood that they had challenged an enemy who was much stronger than them. Kim Dae-kyung fought with his sworn enemy Kang Chang-suk. They needed to find out which of them really has the right to a place in the sun. Chan-sung shouted that his opponent was pitiful, and he could deal with him in a matter of seconds. Kim Dae-kyung that his opponent was giving his all, and he no longer had a chance. Chan-sung believed that these knives would be too tough for his opponent. He thought that no one was better at wielding weapons than him. That's why he waved his knives in front of Kim Dae-kyung's face. Well, he avoided these knife blows, and in response, he struck his opponent's jaw with his fist. After one blow, he dealt another blow to your opponent. He needed to deal with him as quickly as possible. Chan-sung did not expect such strength from his opponent. He was confident that he could easily deal with Kim Dae-kyung. After receiving the blows, Kang Chan-suk only now realized that he was fighting a fairly strong opponent, and it would not be so easy to defeat him. So he tried to hit Kim Dae-kyung and he succeeded. He wounded him. Kim Dae-jaeon really got wounded when his opponent stabbed him in the chest with a knife. The cutting was not deep enough but long enough. Kang Chang-suk turned to his opponent. He couldn't understand why he did this because he could have gotten everything he wanted. If only he had obeyed him. It was unclear why he started this uproar. People who stood and looked from the windows at what was happening at this intersection were indignant why the police had not arrived yet. Others were rooting for one side of the guys, and the third said that those guys with badges were too tough to handle this, meaning the police. Kang Chang-suk was proud that he was here and he could go unpunished. He explained to those people who were looking out of the windows that the police do not have the courage to even report a big incident in the middle of the slums, and they instinctively understand what will happen if they go against the big shots. Kang Chan-suk to his opponent saying that he has been up to his neck in this shit for 4 whole years and hasn't he realized this yet, and tried to strike again. Well, this time he didn't succeed and Kim Dae-kyung didn't give him this chance. He himself punched him in the head. And then he knocked the knife out of Kang Chan-suk's hands so that he couldn't pick it up again. He needed to knock the weapon out of his opponent's hands, but he had another knife in his second hand with which he tried to strike. But he failed because at that moment Kim Dae-jaeon struck him directly with his fist straight to the lower jaw. It was a fairly strong blow and his opponent staggered and even almost fell to the ground, but he could barely stay on his feet. Kim Dae-kyung told his opponent to continue to live like a dog and deal another blow, and then added that he must follow the orders of his master, after which the young man said that today he is going to kill Yang Diaksu and therefore he will rise higher than his opponent, who will remain a dog. Kan Chang-suk could barely stand on his feet after a series of blows. But he didn't want to lose to his opponent. He thought that he could take revenge on him for taking his place. Kan Chang-suk said that he is an arrogant freak and tried to stab him with a knife. Well, this time he was not accurate, and therefore the blow missed his opponent. Of course, he tried to insult his opponent as painfully as possible by saying that he would show him what happens when an insect like him forgets his place. Kan Chang-suk decided that he needed to end this with Kim Dae-kyung and tried to stab him with a knife so that he would not have time to escape the blow. The battle between two opponents who were waiting for this moment continued. Each of them was not going to give in to the other and believed that he could cope with his opponent. Kan Chang-suk kicked his opponent's body so he could barely stand on his feet, while he said that he was ready to destroy him at any moment. Chan-sun was always ready to remind him where the scar on his face came from. And he also told him that Yang Duk-soo was a monster, and much worse than him. So if he is going to fight him, who should defeat Kan Chang-suk first, or else don't talk about it anymore. After this blow, Kim Dae-jaeon stayed on his feet. All these words from his opponent that he would learn his knife again today infuriated him. But he was still ready to fight with Yang Duk-soo. Many who encountered Yang Duk-soo felt real fear when they saw this man. The guys thought that the end had come for them. When he came closer, none of the guys thought that he was so huge, and each of them was immediately overcome by fear. These guys thought that they would never be able to cope with him, and the next thing they did was think that they needed to retreat. They did not want to engage in a fight with Yang Diaksu. He had a really huge hand that could grab any of these guys and hit him hard. He was a man of quite a lot of strength. Therefore, he grabbed his opponents by the hair and threw them in different directions without even using any martial arts or any technique. He was simply huge and strong. He grabbed his opponents by the hair and threw them over his shoulder to the ground. They didn't even resist because they were afraid of him. The fear was really great because these guys saw what he does to those who stand in his way. Yang Duk-soo took off his jacket and said that there is not a single strong idiot, and turning to his opponents, he said that the truth is that they sent these scum to deal with him. The only reason Yang Duk-soo entered the fight was that his guys were losing and things were getting pretty bad on the battlefield. And all this was because of that blonde who famously controlled two knives. He had already killed more than 20 people who came here with Yang Duk-soo. Therefore, Yang Duk-soo decided that he needed to deal with this particular blonde who was destroying his people like in a meat grinder. Yang Duk-soo decided to look around. He was wondering which other opponents were strong enough, and who else he could fight. He was already standing and many of his subordinates were lying on the ground. Something really had to be done about this. He had to at least stand up for himself. Yang Duk-soo turned his head and saw that a young man was standing right in front of him. He didn't know him for sure, but he was introduced as the leader. It was Kim Shin, the Siberian tiger. The young man turned to the president of DS Security and said that the end had come for him. As always, he was taciturn and did not intend to talk to him for a long time. Yang Duk-soo turned in his direction and asked if he was really the leader of these guys who came to him to sort things out. Jin-tae killed all those who came across his way. He wasn't even interested and, as always, he said with humor that there really aren't any normal fighters among them. Otherwise he's already very bored. The thug, who was lying on the ground with a bandage on his head, but could not calm down, at the sight of a young man with knives, he said that now the end had come for him. And he also added that their owner, and then corrected themselves, their president will now take care of him, and it doesn't matter what the young man throws at him now, he won't be able to cope with him. He also added that Kim Dae-kyun and Pai Woo-jin never left this city. But their president is known throughout the country. If they think that they can cope with him, then they are deeply mistaken. Jin-tae listened to this fat man with a bandage on his head lying on the ground, and said that he had forgotten his place, and did not understand what he was talking about. Pai Woo-jin is a very good fighter, and defeats his opponents in this battle, leaving them no chance. Kim Dae-kyun is also now striking his opponent, and does not give him a single chance, not only the two of them but also everyone else. They are alike. If anyone thinks that Hoyam is special, then they are deeply mistaken. Hoyam is unknown throughout the country. Jin-tae told him to take a good look at it, and added that an insect like him would never be seen again. Jean Tae pointed his finger towards Kim Shin and said that he should look here because he won't have this opportunity again. This is world class. Cha Su-min thought to herself about what she just saw. She could not understand only one thing. How is this possible? Over the past 2 years, she and her boys could not do anything with Yang Duk-soo, their main enemy, and he defeated him in a second. Kim Shin stood at the crossroads and in front of him lay the same huge president of DS Security, Yang Duk-soo, and now he was absolutely not scary. When Kim Shin stood in front of his potential opponent Yang Duk-soo in the middle of the street, he already knew that in a few minutes his opponent would be lying on the ground. Pai Wu-jin thought that this guy Kim Shin and his friend had done him before. There was no one who was stronger than the young man. He thought that Yang Duk-soo had reached the top of DS Security with the support of Kim Jae-hoon from Hazong Construction. Well, he got the title of national fighter with the help of only his fists. There was no doubt about it. He also thought that before Kim Shin could not force Kim Dae-jaeon to release all his power. But he did not think that against Yang Duk-soo he would be able to hide his skills as a thug. The president of the company stood and looked at the young man. He said that here was that very insect, which has been annoying him for the last few days, and the fact that the young man is an arrogant son of a bitch who stands in his way. Next, everything happened very quickly. No one could even imagine how quickly it would happen. Yang Duk-soo believed that people like Kim Shin like him do not dare to command in the city where OM is located and do not have the right to even squeak. The first blow was mutual and had practically no success. But they did not expect the enemy's blow and tried to deliver their own blow as quickly as possible. Therefore, Mr. President swung his fists and began to wave his fists, trying to strike this young man. Kim Shin very professionally avoided these blows and struck this gentleman. The fact that Yang Duk-soo could not hit his target irritated him very much. He thought that this young man was a big freak. Of course, the president of DS Security was a huge man and possessed quite a lot of power, but he did not understand who his enemy was and was too confident in himself. Therefore, he continued to wave his fists, trying to deliver at least one blow. The young man was very agile and easily avoided these blows. Kim Shin knew very well when he needed to use his strength. He never opened up right away and knew how to fight correctly. Unlike him, Yang Dok thought that he was invincible, and there was no one in this city who could cope with him. Therefore, he thought with his fist that he could strike with such force that his opponent would fall and surrender. Kim Shin blocked this blow, and thought that this president's tricks about the company were unsuccessful, and he had already seen it all. That's why Yang Duk-soo immediately kicked him in the stomach. He needed to stop this mountain of muscles that was trying to strike. Yang Duk-soo had no tactics and did not know how he would fight. He resolved all his issues with the help of fists, as it would turn out. Therefore, now he tried to strike Kim Shin, and he avoided the blow due to a coup and got to his feet. Kim Shin landed on the ground and immediately regrouped, and was ready to strike the next blow to his opponent. He moved so fast that his opponent did not have time to follow him and concentrate on where to strike. Kim Shin saw only his opponent, and saw a target in front of him that he needed to destroy at any cost. Yang Duk-soo thought that his opponent was moving like a wild animal. Now it became clear to him that this young man is not just trash like everyone else here. And the very last thing that came to his mind was that if he was not careful, he would become a victim of this young man. That's exactly what happened. One blow and he was already a victim. His eyes immediately darkened and he could no longer control what was happening. The only thing he realized was that now he had an unfortunate moment. This happened very rarely in his life. Kim Shin struck him. He no longer resisted because he did not have the strength. The blows that the young man dealt him were quite strong and professional. Kim Shin knew how to knock out such a thug. He really acted like a tiger that went hunting and was ready to devour its prey. The enemy was practically no longer standing, but Kim Shin struck blow after blow. He had to finish off his opponent. The blows that Kim Shin delivered were so strong and so fast that his opponent did not have time to gather his strength. Yang Duk-soo was still on his feet, but his eyes no longer saw anything. What was happening to him? He only groaned from the blows he received. Kim Shin grabbed his chest with his hand. This was necessary in order to make the final blow. Then he let go of his hand and kicked him in the chest. His opponent was no longer standing and could not even think adequately. After this blow, he began to fall. This has never happened to him, at least recently, like this. Yang Duxu thought that something was wrong here, and the thought came to him that this guy was not at all someone he could handle. He decided that he could not cope with Kim Shin because in his experience there had never been such an opponent. Kim Shin didn't stop even when his opponent fell to the ground. He continued to strike him like a real beast that went hunting, and when he delivered his final blow, Yang Duxu fell to the ground. He no longer resisted or moved. Kim Shin, look at our opponent, he really is like a beast who went hunting. This was his strength. That's why he was called the Amur Tiger, the tiger of the Black Dragon River. Jin Tae also finished his work. He stood here and looked at those whom he had just silenced. The young man said that his friend usually behaves very calmly, very quietly and majestically, but when he finds his prey and begins to act, he becomes a ruthless predator. This is exactly how he showed himself now, so it was absolutely not worth getting in his way or crossing his path. Those who did not adhere to such concepts and were very confident in their abilities like Yang Duxu, then what happened to them became what happened to Yang Duxu. Those who came with the president of the company to support him, calling themselves gangsters, stopped because they did not know how to behave. Their master was lying on the ground motionless. The guys who came with Kim Shin who were from the Bujin faction also stopped to see how Kim Shin dealt with the DC security company. Absolutely everyone was shocked. No one on either side expected such a turn of events, and no one had ever seen such a fighter either. Cha Su-min was also very surprised. Of course she was counting on them to do something. Well, that it would have such a result. She definitely didn't count on it. Yang Duxu was lying on the ground and could no longer bring any more suffering to anyone. He could not order anything to anyone or even ask. Kim Shin exhaled. He coped with his goal as usual. He was still the theme of the Amur Tiger like a few minutes ago, but he already coped with his victim. It's not for nothing that he was given such a nickname, the Amur Tiger. He always went out hunting and always found his prey and then hunted for it until revenge destroyed it. Kang Chang-suk, seeing everything that was happening, said that this could not happen. He also could not believe his eyes. That's why he got distracted and Kim Dae-kyun was able to knock the knife out of his hand. Now he wasn't so sure when. The next moment, Kim Dae-kyun struck his opponent and knocked him down. Kang Chang-suk, falling, said that what happened was impossible and he doesn't understand how he could lose to such a freak as Kim Dae-jaeon. Kim Dae-jaeon, after defeating his opponent, thought that Kim Shin had defeated Yang Duxu in the blink of an eye. He also thought that Kim Shin was truly a man without limitations and he was completely different from the Kim Shin he fought. Kim Dae-kyung thought that Kim Shin was hiding his true strength from the very beginning, so he wanted to lure Yang Duxu out to fight him. Kim Shin attracted everyone's attention to the battle and demonstrated his stunning power, leaving everyone in shock, and if DS security is now publicly disgraced, they will not be able to recover from this. The guys who came with Yang Duxu realized that their president was killed and that they definitely could no longer win. They looked at their opponents and realized that this was the end. If they moved even a little now, they would be taken down too. Like those who were now lying on earth and could no longer help, they did not understand whether they needed to fight to the very end. President of the company YesI Security was able to open his eyes a little. He now understood only one thing: his opponent who defeated him. They have skills that he has never seen, and the most important thing is that he has a thirst for blood. He has encountered many, but this young man is on a completely different level. And with him are those guys he once counted on, and thanks to them he made his career, Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-kyung. Kim Shin approached Yang Duxu, who was lying on the ground. He needed this man to make one more statement. Kim Shin told him to accept his defeat, and bent on him not winning this war because it is too tough for him. Yang Duxu slammed his fist tightly with all the strength he still had. He had no choice but to really agree with this. He understood perfectly well that he was not strong enough to face these guys again for power in this city. This was his limit. At this intersection, something incomprehensible was happening. The guys were lying on the ground. They were lying there. Everyone else was standing and watching, waiting for what would happen next. Cha Su-min was a little upset that it all ended so quickly, as if everything they had done over the past 2 years was in vain. The girl's assistant said that he saw everything with his own eyes but still can't believe how a person can move so fast. He doesn't understand what kind of people they are. The girl replied that who knows. She was also very curious, and she also wanted to find out what kind of people they were. Cha Su-min added that he is completely different from how she remembers him. He is a completely different person, and she no longer knows what his goals are. Pai Wu-jin, who watched this fight, he thought to himself that Kim Shin is exactly like their teacher Kang Min-man. Kim Shin said that he owes something to the teacher. Well, his movement and technique are an exact copy of all the movements and technique of the teacher. This young man inherited everything he could from teacher Kang Min-man, and therefore when he puts himself down, it's a complete lie. He moves like a teacher and strikes like a teacher too. Pai Wu-jin is now very hurt by the fact that the teacher left everything to this guy and he was his first student, and why didn't he leave it to him then? He could not understand why he left everything to this man who was now standing at the crossroads, and who led to the collapse of a seemingly invulnerable group. The guys who came along with their president of the DS security company were sitting on their knees in the middle of the street. They simply gave up and were not going to fight any further. It was the collapse of the company that had terrorized this city for a long time, and the emergence of a new force in this Hoyama. People who watched from the windows of their houses said that they had not seen such large-scale battles for a long time, and could not believe that Yang Duxu was carried out. Others were interested in who this guy was and the fact that no one had seen him before. Citizens said that in any case, this city is finished and a huge battle in broad daylight is not normal. Some of the citizens, after this, the streets will become noisy again. These guys filled Hoyam with tension and curiosity. While Kang Ji-hyun's guys reported to him that Yang Duxu flew out, an unknown alien force was able to do it. And these guys also reported that Kim Dae-jaein betrayed him. But the leader is not him, but a guy whom no one has ever seen before. In this whole crowd there was one unextinguished ember that wanted revenge. It was Chan-suk who swore to himself that this was not the end and he would deal with them. Kang Chan-suk thought to himself that these guys had contacted the devil, and they would definitely pay for it. This man was ready to sow the seeds of discord in the future. The doors of the restaurant opened and a man slowly walked in. This was their future enemy and the greatest threat, but they didn't know about it yet. There was a beautiful girl sitting at the bar counter. She loved to sit at this bar counter because it was her bar, and it was her favorite place. The girl looked at her guest out of habit. She did this every time. She needed to determine if he had money. If he came here it meant he wanted to order something, and she always looked at strangers with caution. The man who entered this restaurant asked, "Are they open already?" He was a respectable man, well dressed. He probably really came here on business. Clouds continued to move over him, and after any silence a storm began. This was the law of nature. Kim Shin and his group became the new owners of Hoyama. The first task that Kim Shin set for himself was completed. Now he needed to move on. He had not yet achieved his goal. In the office that recently belonged to the security company, everyone who became a participant in the recent seizure of power in Hoyam gathered. It was Kim Shin with his friend Cha Su-min and her assistants Kim Dae-kyung. Kim Dae-jaein put the flash drive on the table since he was Yang Duxu's right-hand man for the last 2 years. Therefore, he had access to the affairs of this company. Kim Dae-jaein, giving this flash drive, said that this is one of the flash drives that Yang Duxu constantly carried with him. It contains information about the weaknesses of public leaders and a detailed list of all secret transactions with Hazong Construction. He also added that this should buy them some time to lay the foundation. Jin Tae took this flash drive and said that it was a very cool thing, and he also added that it's very cool. This flash drive will really make their life a lot easier. Kim Dae-kyun, after thinking a little, said that there is one more request that he wants to say. He asked that from now on he will treat Kim Shin with due respect and call him only Mr. And then he said that they had overthrown Yang Duxu, but they still need to absorb more of the group. There will definitely be those who want to oppose them, so everyone in the organization must be assigned a rank. And then he added that this is the will of him and his subordinates personally, and he humbly asks to accept it. Kim Shin listened carefully to everything that Kim Dae-kyung said, and then he answered that he can call him and address him as it is convenient for him, and as he wishes. It does not matter to him. Jin Tae turned to his friend and said that he was cool now, and he also wondered if this meant that they had completely captured Hoyam. Only Cha Su-min could know the answer to this question, so they asked her if they would really now completely own Hoyam. The girl said that one person could not get out of her head. Everyone in this room listened attentively to her. It was interesting to find out who this person was. Cha Su-min said that after Yang Duk-soo took over the northern region, he spent 2 years trying to remove one person, but his attempts were all failures. Kim Dae-kyun sat and looked at the girl very carefully, leaving the impression that he didn't even hear what she was talking about and just looked at her. Cha Su-min thought for a while and then said the name of this person. It was Lee-seo from the southern district. This name was not mentioned to anyone about anything. Kim Shin and his friend Jin-tae sat and watched us. Cha Su-min pretends that they are listening to her very carefully. But in fact, Jin-tae caught himself thinking that she was simply beautiful. Of course he was curious about everything she was telling now. Southern district of Hoyeom. On the day of the showdown between Kim Shin and DS Security, the bus was traveling along its usual route. 2 young people stopped this bus at the wrong stop in order to board it. These 2 got on the bus and started to be rude to all the passengers. They would be outraged. Why are there no empty seats on this bus? They quickly found their victim. It turned out to be a schoolboy who was sitting in one of the seats of this bus. This guy who just came and told the schoolboy that these city guys don't care at all that adults are standing next to him. The child did not become very indignant and gave up his seat to one of the guys. These 2 were already sitting on the bus. One of these guys said that Koyam is a lullaby of a criminal indicator. But all this is not true. He has been here for so long, he has not seen any gangsters or punks. The second guy replied that this always happens with famous cities and that he is sure they are just fish in a small pond playing king of the mountain. As soon as they see them, they will immediately be scared. The bus arrived at the next stop, the doors opened and 3 more guys entered the bus. One of these guys thought he was no longer so confident in his abilities and in what he was just saying. These were 3 young men who got on the bus in black t-shirts. No one ever argued with these guys in this city. These 2 guys who had just behaved rudely on the bus had already changed their behavior. One of them offered to sit down with an elderly woman, and the second sat quietly and was afraid to utter even a sound. In South Koyam there is only one rule. You can fight with the police and even hit a policeman, but under no circumstances should you mess with people in black t-shirts. In appearance, these black football people were no different from tough gangsters. They behaved like this when someone called one of them. He replied that he would carry out the order of Mr. President and gather everyone in the office. In fact, these people in black t-shirts were a punitive corporation created to protect the weak and traitors Hoyeom. These guys in black t-shirts got out at the next stop. One of them called all the employees and said that an order had been received for a meeting. And this corporation was called Nadezhda Southern District. The president of this company heard rumors that the power of Hoyeom had been seized by a new force, and it was not Kim Dae-jayun or Cha Su-min, or even Pai Woo-jin. He became interested in what kind of person he was who was able to change power in the city, but no one knew him. He was a stranger, president and director of the Nadezhda Company of the Southern District, and his name was Lee-seo. A woman came out from around the corner and began to say that she had already told him many times not to express himself in front of the children. He pretended that he was really in pain, and the children stood and looked at him and laughed. They were happy because the directors were scolding him again. This woman said that he was waiting. The children were already hungry. They needed to be fed and therefore they needed to distribute food. The director said that they were asking for forgiveness from the children and began to distribute food to them. He poured out portions for them and told you more, princess. But he thought to himself that he knew Kim Dae-kyung would not forever serve such an idiot as Yang Duk-soo. But the only thing he didn't understand was what made him change his mind so abruptly. After all, Kim Dae-jayun served Yang Duk-soo for so long. In the evening there was supposed to be a meeting at the offices of Hope of the Southern Region. Everyone who belongs to this group should come there. This is exactly where someone with the new power should come. Koyam is why this whole gathering of people in the office was. Guys in black t-shirts stood in front of their office. They were waiting for someone to come here today. The guys were very surprised because they saw that Kim Dae-kyun had come to them. They considered him Yang Duk-soo's assistant, and therefore did not respect him. Of course, they understood perfectly well that he betrayed Yang Duk-soo and made this coup. But the leader was a completely different person. Kim Dae-kyung asked the guys if their president Lee-seo is in the office. If so, then he needs to talk to him. The guys were very excited and were ready to fight with him, so they began to find fault with his words, saying that it was not Lee-seo but Mr. President, and also added that he was completely crazy if he came here alone. Someone from the crowd said to let him through. All the guys in black t-shirts came back to see who said it. It was Insu, and he was the second most important person in the Nadejda Southern Region organization. Then he added that Kim Dae-kyun is not one of those who uses mean tricks. Kim Dae-kyun didn't say a word. He didn't intend to fight with any of them, much less listen to them say something like what they said. He came here for a different purpose. One of the guys in a black t-shirt escorted Kim Dae-kyun to Isul. He walked along the corridor, and all the other guys stood and looked at him. Each of them was ready to tear Kim Dae-kyun. When he entered Isul's office, he was sitting in a chair. Either of them was afraid of the other, and therefore began the conversation as the owner of Isul. He asked why they just walk into a tiger's den and aren't afraid at all, or does he still have one spare life? Kim Dae-kyun said that he had not seen Isul for a long time, and was glad that he was still alive and healthy no matter what. Isul said that he should stop talking because he knows very well that his brothers are boring into his back with their gazes in the hope of blowing his head off. Insu interrupted them and intervened and said that this is not true. There is no one newcomer, and he will not fight. So, not 20 people but 18 are looking at his back. Without waiting for an invitation to sit down, Kim Dae-kyun walked up to the chair and sat down in it. He came here to resolve the issue, and therefore knew what he was doing. Kim Dae-kyun turned to the owner of this office and began to tell him that he was sure that he had already heard the news. Therefore, he will be very brief. The next thing he suggested that Isul do is to combine their efforts. He said that maybe they were enemies, but he considers him a worthy person and he respects him for not stopping defending his area. Everything that Kim Dae-jaeon said just now was unexpected for the director of this office. No one has ever offered him to unite. Kim Dae-kyun began to explain that he was giving his word, that they were absolutely serious, and that Yang Deok-soo was just the beginning and that they were planning to overthrow Kim Jae-hoon and the castle. He suggested doing this together. Therefore, it was necessary to unite. Isul and his assistant, the second person in this organization, did not know how to properly respond to these words. Isul that he always thought that Kim Dae-kyun worked for trash like Yang Deok-soo and he was always very strange, but it turns out that he always had a plan, and he is surprised by it. Isul thought and said that his answer suggests itself. He is not going to change his rules and give those people who are with him. The time dragged on for so long that it seemed that Isul's answer took an eternity. During this time many problems could be solved. His answer was no. Isul was categorical and he didn't want to get involved with anyone, and he also didn't know who this person was who was able to defeat Yang Deok-soo. Isul also added that he wouldn't burn down an entire house just to catch a fly. It was his decision. And he also added that Kim Jae-hoon and his superiors are rotten through and through, but they don't interfere with them in any way, and that more importantly, he is not so stupid as to sacrifice his people, brothers and his family for the sake of such an unrealistic illusion. Kim Dae-kyun listened to everything that Isul told him, and asked him again if this was his final decision. He stood up and said that he perfectly understands his position. He will convey it to his people who have now come to power. Kim Dae-kyun was never a wordy person, and now he got up and left. He had nothing else to do here. The position of these people was clear. The only thing he couldn't understand is why Isul is being drawn. What kind of new force is this that was able to overthrow the government and defeat Yang Deok-soo? He stopped. I don't understand why he wasn't curious, and he didn't ask a word about these people. Isn't he wondering who this person was who was able to unite him with Cha Soo-min, with whom he had not communicated for quite a long time? And who is this person who was able to instantly kill Yang Deok-soo, who was considered invincible until that moment? Kim Dae-jaeon could not stand it, and said this man's name is Kim Shin, he's just a monster. And he also added that if there is anyone who can destroy the castle, it's only him. And he also added that Isul should go to the northern district tomorrow. They have a gift for him. That was all that Kim Dae-kyun wanted to say. The guys in black t-shirts went into their director's office, and they were completely sure that this man who had just been here was not telling the truth. The only thing they didn't understand was why he could let him go when all these 2 years he wanted to kill him. Isul turned to the guys in black t-shirts telling them that they are his beloved brothers, but let them clean their ears and listen carefully to what he says. And he also added that maybe he is an enemy, but when a man comes to you and behaves respectfully, you must respond appropriately. Isul thought to himself that after he told him everything and is so drawn to see for himself what kind of person this Kim Shin is, Isol turned to his assistant to prepare the guys for tomorrow. Tomorrow he will go to the northern region. Isol decided that tomorrow there should be a long-awaited mess in the northern region and he will go there. But not alone, but with his guys. Kim Dae-jaeon apologized to Kim Shin for his initiative, namely for the fact that he invited Isol today, and most likely he will come with his guys. Kim Shin listened to him calmly. He knew what he was getting into and therefore was ready for any turn of events, even one like this. On the street in front of Kim Shin's office there were 20 people in black t-shirts. These were Isol's guys and he was with them all. They shouted only one thing: "Where is this Kim Shin?" Kim Dae-kyun told Kim Shin that 20 people from the South Area Hope Group and their president Isol are standing on the street. Kim Shin came over to see if these people really came to fight him, and if they were really aggressive. Kim Dae-kyun told him that this was one more obstacle that they must overcome before starting a full-scale war with Kim Jae-hoon. The issue with Isol needed to be resolved. Kim Shin's guys stood along the corridor in the office building of their leader, so the guys in black t-shirts who came with Isol walked along the corridor. Kim Shin was sitting on the sofa and on his side were Kim Dae-kyung, Cha Soo-min, and Jin Tae. Opposite him sat In with his guys. Isol thought to himself, is this really the guy who defeated Yang Duk-soo? He thought that it would be some kind of national-level gangster. Kim Shin started talking about what he heard, that they were under pressure from Hasung Construction and Yang Duk-soo until the very end. He also said that he would capture Kim Jae-hoon and those who stand above him. So he wants to borrow the power of his group from Isol. Isol listened carefully to what this guy could offer him. After all, yesterday he already said everything he wanted, and about power too. Therefore, he asked Kim Dae-kyun to ask him if he conveyed his answer to Kim Shin intelligibly. Isol said that it seems like Kim Shin is everything. So let him clean his ears and then listen carefully. He always spoke in this tone. Isol said that he doesn't like outsiders like him because outsiders like Kim Jae-hoon and Yang Duk-soo have turned this city into a pile of garbage. He raised his hand and said that from now on Kim Shin must answer all his questions properly. And he also added that he came here with the intention of turning everything upside down. At that moment he broke the walnut into two parts so that it scattered to the side. The first question that Isol asked was, why did Kim Shin go against Yang Duk-soo and this entire group? He was wondering if it was because of fame, or if the young man was teaching him to become a pawn and help in his development. Kim Shin replied that he had a grudge against them, and would do anything to pay them for what they did to him. These words made Isol laugh, but he could understand what this young man was saying now. Isol once again asked the young man that he was doing all this for the sake of his revenge, and that he was gathering people, and would sleep the beast just like that. And he also added, doesn't this make him an ordinary criminal just like those he is going to fight? Kim Shin thought about what to answer. He remembered the words of Cha Soo-min, who said that the group Hope of the Southern region exists to protect children, and the weak Isol is one of those who turns into a beast at the sight of injustice. And he also remembered her words that he was not interested in money or profession, so it was not even worth offering him. Cha Soo-min was not sure that Kim Shin would be able to convince him. But he remembered the words that Kim Dae-kyun told him, that there are 20 members in this group including Isol. They are not gangsters, but they have strength and skills that most organizations do not have to achieve their goal. They needed their strength. Cha Soo-min didn't understand how he could convince him without money and without offering him some place. The guys out of Hope have no reason to go against the castle. Kim Dae-kyun thought for a few minutes and remembered that he knew something. Firstly, Isol and the group knew that their situation was unstable. Kim Shin did not aggressively respond to his guest Isol, who came to his office and said that he was ready to turn everything around here. He just told him to hold back his emotions. They were preventing him from listening to their story first. For Isol this was very unexpected because in Kim Shin's words there is no agitation, no provocation, and this is not at all ordinary garbage like the others. Kim Dae-jaeon entered the room and called the phone. He said that a young man should be brought into the office for the guest. It would be a surprise. Isol was impatiently waiting for the next moment to happen. He had not resolved his affairs so calmly in recent times. What he saw next moment made him surprised by this turn of events. He definitely did not expect. A young man was brought into the room, who immediately fell to his knees. This young man was one of Isol's people. This young man began to ask for forgiveness from his master Isol. At first, the guys who were wearing black t-shirts did not understand why these people brought their brother, and they attacked them. They began to strike Kim Shin's people a little more and a full-fledged massacre would begin in the office. But Isol decided to get up and approach his man. It was important for him to figure out what was happening here, and why they had him. He went up to his man and told Kim Shin's people to move away from him. Then he asked what this all means. Why is one of his brothers here? Everyone demanded an explanation from Kim Shin now, otherwise they threatened that they would kill them all if they did not explain it to them. Kim Dae-kyun paused while all the brothers shouted, and then he decided to tell the whole truth about their man. He started with the fact that this brother of theirs joined Yang Duk-soo's group 3 months ago, and he did it of his own free will. In order to join this group, he took some money and gave it to DS Security. He most likely took this money in the hope of the Southern District. Thanks to this man, Yang Duk-soo built various scams for their organization of Hope of the Southern Region, and all this was thanks to the support of Hazong. And he also added that the financial problems they recently faced were all because of Yang Duk-soo. After listening to all this, the guy in the black t-shirts thought, is this really true? But it was very similar to the truth because they really had financial problems. Isol walked up to his man. He needed to find out from him, so he asked what didn't he take the money to take care of his mother. A man from their organization was on his knees and asked for forgiveness so that they would forgive him. This could mean that everything that Kim Dae-kyun said was true. Kim Dae-kyun finished his story. Now he could continue talking with Isol. He was not so excited towards Kim Shin. These people in black t-shirts believe that free good is like steel. This is the motto of society, and the pride of the Nadezhda group. Even the slightest disturbance caused by outsiders disturbs the entire community. That's what Isol thought when he walked here. Now his opinion has changed a little. Kim Shin continued to say that he really does not deny the fact that he gathers people for the sake of his revenge. But he does it only for noble purposes. Kim Shin told Isol to trust him. As someone who had gone through all this long before them, he was ready to give him a little advice. The advice was that they would never leave alone those who would say anything against them at least once, or even think. Even an innocent and helpless civilian can get in their way and they will destroy him, which is how he lost his father and teacher. And he also said, turning to Isol, that the betrayal of one of his brothers is only the beginning of a dark streak. Even if Yang Duk-soo disappears, Kim Jae-hoon will threaten him with his brothers and children from the orphanage again for his own benefit. Isol thought about these words. He was not a fool at all and therefore perfectly understood everything that the young man was telling him now. Kim Shin finished his speech and once again asked Isol for his strength while he bowed his head in front of him. Kim Dae-kyun and Cha Soo-min looked at Kim Shin and couldn't understand how he was so strong and bowed his head to Isol now. The guys in black t-shirts also couldn't understand what was happening now. No one bowed their heads to Isol. Kim Shin, with his head down, continued to say that he needed the power of these guys to destroy the castle, and he was ready to bet his life on someone. Now everything depended on Isol's decision, how he would decide everything, and it would be like that. He stood and was silent. He needed time to apply the decision. It was an ordinary street cafe that sells street food and alcoholic drinks on almost every street. In this street cafe there was a man sitting in a black t-shirt and wearing glasses. There are a lot of such guys in black t-shirts in the area, so no one pays attention to them. The second person from the group Nadezhda of the Southern District entered the same cafe. He came here because he was sure that this is where Isol was located. Isol asked your brother if he found what he asked for. It concerned the same brother who was provided to them in Kim Shin's office. The assistant took a chair to sit next to Isol. He said that he found out all the information about their brothers. Everything he said was a complete lie, and what he said about his mother is also an absolute lie. This news shocked Isol. He moved his chair even closer and said that they could be eavesdropped on, and it would be safer for him that way. Isol poured himself a glass and said that he was drinking only because he was being taken for a fool. And he also added that he was sure a lot had happened, but there was such a mess in their group. He was simply shocked that, being the eldest, he turned a blind eye to it all. His assistant took a glass and asked him to pour him a little. The conversation was difficult, so it was necessary to relieve the tension a little. The assistant said that guy Kim Shin, his actions were unexpected and he would never have thought that someone could bow his head. He had the impression that this young man was in despair. But Isol had a completely different opinion. He believed that it did not quite correctly open his eyes to his man, and therefore he had a great debt to him, and he bowed his head like a dog. Isul didn't understand how he could treat him so outrageously with his behavior. He completely embarrassed him. After these words, they took and drank 1 glass each, but this was not enough to continue the conversation. They poured themselves another glass and drank 1 gulp, the only way they could relieve the stress that happened to them and continue their conversation. Assistant Isul asked him if he would join Kim Shin. This was now the most pressing question, and it needed to be answered. Isul thought about this question one more time. He didn't know what to do right because Kim Shin was right about something. They sat in this street cafe for some time. They had something to talk about. They needed to decide the future of their organization. Isul thought that Cha Il-guk and Kang Min-man, whom he admired the most, as well as Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-kyung, were also reliable people. He knew that Kim Dae-kyung never did anything wrong, and most importantly Kim Shin is a very interesting guy. Isul said that he would most likely agree to the proposal that Kim Shin made to him. There is one thing, and this is that they are not finished with them yet, so they will deal with them a little later when they get to know them better. And now this young man knows exactly what to do, how to attract people. Thanks to his bow, he was able to see how serious his intentions are. Therefore, after some time they had to meet Isul and his assistant Kim Shin, also with their man. This meeting took place on the street not far from one of the construction sites. They did not stand opposite each other now. Isul had to say whether he was ready to give his strength. Isul did not talk for long and said just like he told the young people on the phone that their offer was acceptable. A young man came to the meeting with Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyung and said that he was glad to hear and that they would help a lot. Isul said that he likes their moods and their attitude for now. He is ready to help them. But there is one thing, but they must decide now so as not to return later. Isul began by saying that he is not one of those who serve only the boss. He does everything by force. And now he also wants to resolve the issue this way. Kim Shin said that it was very good, and that they will be satisfied with what happens now. Isul was not a timid person, and so he decided that he should strike first, and see what this Kim Shin is capable of, and whether he is as good as they say about him. Isul caught himself thinking that this had happened to him for a long time, and he was already in the mood to engage in battle with the young man. Isul thought that he had already put so many people like him in their place that now he could not control his boiling blood. He just wanted to lose. Kim Shin was calm as always. He didn't want to be nervous. He was completely confident in his abilities and knew how this skirmish would end. Isul ran to stab the young man. It seemed to him that he was strong and did not understand how this guy could cope with such people. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blue sky in front of him and realized that he was lying on the earth. The only question that interested him was whether he lost or not, and he was also wondering what happened because he doesn't remember anything. His assistant told him that he had lost, well, not just, but he had lost without striking a single blow. Isul only now realized who he was dealing with. He realized that he was really ready to help this guy. He lay on the ground for some time looking at the sky, but he had to get up, and the news that he lost in a close game made him laugh a lot. Isul couldn't calm down. What kind of guy is this? He's never met him even once before. He met Kim Shin for the second time and for the second time. This young man surprised him. He understood for sure that Kim Shin is the guy who knows how to surprise, and he decided that he adores him. So 19 members of the group of Hope joined the Kim Shin faction. At this time, Kim Jae-hoon's office was restless, and now they heard the news that Yang Duk-soo no longer controlled the city of Hoyeom. Kim Jae-hoon was sitting in his office on the sofa. The secretary was standing in front of him and Chan-suk was kneeling in front of him, who was telling everything that happened. Chan-suk said that the leader now in the group that now controls Hoyeom and the southern and northern parts has become Kim Shin. The girl's secretary stood and looked at this Chan-suk, who was lying on his knees in front of his master. Kim Jae-hoon heard this name. How to react to him correctly? He was even a little happy because it was his old acquaintance whom he never took seriously. This was a restaurant that was located in the office of Kim Jae-hoon. He usually ate here alone so that no one would disturb him. His assistant reported that buyers from South Africa would arrive in Korea next week. The assistant also said that the buyers would arrive on Wednesday at noon, and the meeting would take place at the Capitol Hotel in a restaurant with a panoramic view or in a French restaurant. The assistant said that the president of the company would be present at the meeting. To the buyers at that moment, Kim Jae-hoon threw the pasta he was eating to his assistant. He did this several times and told his assistant that he was most likely going and wanted to lose his job if he behaved like this. And he also added that his assistant should know that he hates tall buildings. Kim Jae-hoon was very dissatisfied, so he told his assistant what he was doing specifically to make him angry. His assistant lowered his head and said that he would fix everything now. Kim Jae-hoon didn't finish his meal and said that it was time to return to the office, otherwise someone's head would fly off his shoulders, and he told his assistant to get out of his sight. The gentleman walked forward, accompanied by his girlfriend, to the assistant's secretaries. He told him to stop getting on his nerves and he eats his food like a pack of mules. The office was located in the same building, so the gentleman, having gone up there, could immediately get down to business. Kim Jae-hoon went up to the office and ate his favorite chair. It was in it that he thought it was best. Now he thought that he was very annoyed by his assistant, but he was always such an idiot. The gentleman could not understand how one could bite the hand that fed him after all that he had done for him. In the corner of the office, Chan-suk sat and waited on his knees for orders. Now he was completely dependent on Kim Jae-hoon and he didn't know what the gentleman would say, how to proceed next. The gentleman thought that Chan-suk reminded him of how he was in the past. His actions and behavior were similar to how Kim Jae-hoon behaved in the past. Kim Jae-hoon held a glass of wine in his hands and looked at his reflection on this glass. He remembered everything that happened to him in the past. He remembered how then he framed Kim Shin by shifting the blame onto him, and how he was able to do so that he never saw him again. He clearly remembered that he had made every effort to destroy Kim Shin then, and he was still confident that I would really destroy him. Never in this life did he regret what he had done, but it was still incomprehensible to him how this man could manage to survive without him knowing all this time. Then Kim Jae-hoon saw a report on the death of Kim Shin, and then he personally read this report, and it was written there that he died. Now it's unclear how he managed to survive. Kim Jae-hoon sat and thought, how dare he come back after everything that happened. But with everyone from this line of work, everything is always the same. He sat and thought about what would again make Kim Shin realize the magnitude of the gap between them with all the power that he now had with him. It would be something that he could not even think about. As soon as his arrogant face was twisted with despair, he decided that immediately will arrange a meeting between Kim Shin and his father. Kim Jae-hoon told his secretary to call Kim Shin because he wants to talk to him and resolve some issues. Kim Jae-hoon left a glass of wine on the table and once again asked his secretary to dial Kim Shin. The girl's secretary dialed Kim Shin's phone number. 1 beep went off, 1 second, 3, then someone answered on the other side. Kim Jae-hoon turned to Kim Shin telling him that they had not seen each other for a very long time and that he congratulated him on becoming the leader of the group. Kim Shin perfectly recognized the person who was talking to him on the phone. He did not want to communicate with him. The only question he asked him was what he needed. Kim Jae-hoon said that all this time he thought that Kim Shin was dead and also added whether he looked at the data that he sent to him. It was a gift to him. Kim Shin asked him this and even the pile of garbage that he received, then he saw it, and also asked if it was his work this. Kim Jae-hoon asked Kim Shin he liked the gift, and then added that he should have gotten rid of it from the very beginning. Young Duck-soo, it was of little use. Kim Shin told his interlocutor that he is ready to monitor data on the network. Or maybe not do this. It all depends only on Kim Jae-hoon and his behavior. Kim Jae-hoon asked his interlocutor what he wanted in order not to leak it to the network. He was ready to bargain. Kim Shin told him to remove his people from his territory, and also give him control over the Hoyam, which was previously owned by Yang Duck-soo. Kim Jae-hoon, having heard all the demands, realized that this was not beneficial for him and Kim Shin was demanding the impossible from him. So he told him in a telephone conversation that that idiot had decided to die completely. Kim Shin answered him that he already said everything depends only on him, and whether the information will be leaked online also depends on him. Kim Jae-hoon had nothing to do, so he said that he recognized his tenacity and accepted his offer to remember the good old days and said that it would allow him to enjoy the time he had left. And he also jokingly added that he is trembling with fear if the whole world sees what he wants to show, then interesting things will happen. Kim Shin said that Kim Jae-hoon will not have a second chance, he will not give him. Kim Shin did not want to continue this conversation and decided that it was better to turn off the phone. On the other side of the line, short beeps were heard. Beep beep. The conversation was over. All this time, Chan Suk was in the office and he also heard this entire conversation. He did not understand what his master was planning. Kim Jae-hoon was pleased with the results of the conversation. His mood even lifted. Now he had a real opponent. He decided that now the end of Kim Shin would definitely come. The girl's secretary stood silently and gave up when her master made his order. She was a woman of few words and always did everything that her master told her. Kim Jae-hoon asked her what was wrong with the cleaner today more than ever. He needed his services. The girl bowed her head and replied that the cleaner was waiting for the master's signals. He was already aware of the events, and was ready to carry out tasks. Kim Jae-hoon told the cleaner to bring Kim Shin to him even if he tears off his arms and legs and let him bring him his head. The girl's secretary said that she understood everything and would now go and give everything that Mr. Cleaner ordered and also tell him to start working. Another gentleman came into this office and said, addressing Kim Jae-hoon, that cleaner is what you call this person. Kim Jae-hoon turned around and saw that a gentleman had entered the office. He said that he was glad to see him, and answered really. This man is an expert in this kind of thing, that's why he calls him cleaner. This was a director who owned a small show business, so Kim Jae-hoon invited him to his place. He explained to him that even though they started out as partners, now they are quite close friends. The gentleman who came walked around the office and listened to everything that Kim Jae-hoon said. He did not refute his words. The only thing he said was that he really thinks so. He also added that he heard something interesting while going up to the office, and it concerned Yang Duk-soo, who acted like a shark and was no longer suitable as bait. This gentleman continued to say that if Yang Duk-soo really got taken out, then Kim Jae-hoon would need a new decoy like him, and added that he felt he had to clean up the mess. Kim Jae-hoon tried to explain to his guest that he is to some extent connected with the insignificance that Yang Duk-soo endured. Therefore, he believes that he needs to take the chance to end everything. The guest came into the hall and brought some object from the chest of drawers and began to twirl it in his hands. He wanted Kim Jae-hoon to remember only one thing. Therefore, he said that his only duty was to protect the personal information of his main clients. This gentleman's name was Nam Gung-hyuk. And then he continued that he didn't want Sun Jin to have another headache because he was the director of this Sun Jin company. Chan Suk was in this room all this time, and he heard this whole conversation, so he thought to himself, now Kim Shin has no chance of survival. He thought that it would end much earlier than he thought. Kim Jae-hoon said that the person he sent will be enough, and this person will be able to cope with the situation, and change as they need. And he also added that this person did everything without any problems. He is already on the road and will be there soon, so they don't have to worry about anything. Indeed, this man's car drove up to the office where Kim Shin and his team were supposed to be. In the office itself the light was on, and this meant that there was someone there, and this simplified the situation for the cleaner. It seemed to him that everything was very simple and he was already in place and ready to complete the task. The cleaner was a man who was the former director of the Hazong Construction Company. His name was Shin Tae-jin. He was a fairly self-confident young man who was ready to clean up competitors for money. The next moment, he commanded his guys to go into Kim Shin's office. His guys were armed and determined to destroy everyone who got in their way. They quickly climbed to the floor they needed in order to complete their tasks. They had to do everything quickly and clearly. Some of the cleaner guys went to the car dump to destroy the people of Cha Soo-min because she was also in league with Kim Shin. Well, when the guys entered the office, they discovered that it was empty and that there was not a single person there, and no one was waiting for them. It was the same thing, and at the car dump there was no one there either. For them the question became, where did all these people go? Kim Shin. The cleaner's subordinates turned to him and reported that there was no one anywhere and they had come here in vain. The cleaner didn't believe it and decided to check the office himself. He got up to look and saw that there really was no one here. I thought to myself, this office building is completely empty. Maybe they noticed them and disappeared, or maybe someone warned them and leaked the information. Then he caught himself thinking that most likely they had no way of knowing that he was coming here, so his guesses were wrong, which means it was a trap, he thought. In fact, it really was for them. It was a trap. It was part of the plan that Kim Shin came up with. It remained to carry out the second part. She had to watch everything that happened in the office and at the car dump from Cha Soo-min's side. Give a sign when they come in. She did so and said that they were already here, and now it was Kim Shin's move. He had to carry out the second part of the plan. This part of the plan consisted of the fact that Kim Shin was supposed to go after Kim Jae-hoon at this time, and he was already near his office. Kim Shin decided for himself that the path from Hoyeom to the place where he is located is 40 minutes. But you can get there in 30 minutes if you try really hard and drive. Exactly 30 minutes was the amount of time he had to deal with everything about everything with Kim Jae-hoon, who suspected nothing and sat calmly in his office with a guest. Kim Shin told his people that the time had come and they all went together to this office. Where was Kim Jae-hoon? Now she could only wait for all this to happen, because just yesterday they were talking about this topic, how they would act and developed a plan. Cha Soo-min asked Kim Shin yesterday why such a rush was needed. She didn't understand why he wanted to act so quickly. The young man answered her that after the call and conversation with Kim Jae-hoon, he was no longer considered dead, so he wanted to take this chance and take him by surprise. The girl doubted and said that if he kills Kim Jae-hoon, the people who supported him can again intervene as before. She said that it is worth weighing before acting. Kim Shin didn't think so. He knew that you always need to act unexpectedly and strike the enemy suddenly, the only way he can take his enemy by surprise. Cha Soo-min insisted on her opinion. She said that she needed to wait at least 6 months to understand what to do next. The young man, on the contrary, believed that the castle would not act rashly and he would be able to finish it off in the 6 months that she suggested they wait. She was not sure that in 6 months, such a short period of time, it was possible to do anything at all. It seemed to her that they did not have enough strength to overcome the castle. Kim Shin ordered his boys Jin-tae and the guys in black t-shirts to stay away from the building and immediately inform him when there was movement inside. Cha Soo-min already realized that Kim Shin was right about the arrival of the enemy. She did not expect that they would burst in like a pack of dogs and begin to destroy everything around. The cleaner left the building where Kim Shin's office was. He only understood one thing, that he was now trapped but had not yet figured out how to act. Cha Soo-min thought to herself that they are real scum and Kim Shin was right about everything. She could not imagine how much these people would behave like animals. Kim Jae-hoon's office is located on top of the right building. His backup waist took up a position on the first floor of the right building, so Kim Shin decided that they need to get into the right building through the bridge from the left. This was the only way they could pass unnoticed and not run into Kim Jae-hoon's people at the entrance to the office building. He wanted to take him by surprise. He explained to all his guys that in the left building you had to take the elevator and go up to the floor where there was a bridge to go to the right building. Kim Shin explained to everyone that they didn't have much time to play hit and run games, so everyone had to remember and act strictly according to plan. The young man understood perfectly well that the main group of Kim Jae-hoon would arrive in 30 minutes to help them, so he had to cope in these 30 minutes. The guys quickly took the elevator and ran through the passage that connected the left and right buildings. The reserve group was a little behind the main one. A secretary girl came into the office where Kim Jae-hoon was his guest. She approached the gentleman from behind because she wanted to tell him the latest news. She came up behind him and quietly told him in his ear that Kim Shin and his people were in his office building. A glass of wine fell on the floor. Kim Shin was very angry and did not understand how it could happen that this young man was already in his building and he knew nothing about it. He began to be indignant very loudly. I called him all sorts of obscene words. He could not understand how Kim Shin dared to show up here. He considered himself untouchable. The gentleman who was sitting opposite called the guards who were standing in the right wing of this building. He needed to clarify how Kim Shin was allowed inside. In the reception room of the right building they replied that everything was calm and no one passed through their reception area. But they realized that they needed to sound the alarm. The alarm was announced on the bridge that connected the left side with the right side. There were violators and they needed to be stopped urgently. So everyone from the reception went there. When one of the reception staff approached the elevator and tried to call him, nothing worked for him. He pressed the call button several times, but it did not work. It was clear that the elevators were not working and they would not be able to quickly climb to the floor where the transition between the buildings was located. The head of security could not understand what kind of nonsense this was. How could it be that the elevator stopped working? They now only had to go up the stairs. A young man sat and drank coffee. It was one of his favorite pastimes. He liked the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. This young man's name was Du Wang. He was a former youth association and Nadejda. He was sitting in the chair where the guards should sit and drinking his coffee. The guards were lying on the floor. Upon alarm, the rest of the security decided that they urgently needed to go up to the office and ran to another elevator which was located in the lobby. But the door was closed and they could not go there. Their last chance to get to the floor where the two buildings were connected was to go up the stairs. All these guards who had just run to the elevator turned around and went to the side where there was a staircase that they could climb up. The door leading to the stairs was not closed, and they decided that they could now quickly climb it, although it would take longer. But they would be able to get there. When they began to climb the stairs, they reached the next floor, then the passage was closed. They could not go further, because someone blocked the stairs with tables and chairs from offices that were on the floor, and in order to go higher they needed to dismantle it all. Kim Jae-hoon's people were outraged. They had no choice but to go back down and use the stairs of the left building, so they did so. They decided that all paths other than this would be blocked, so they ran to the left building to climb the stairs of the left building. The guys who worked for us, Kim Jae-hoon, felt trapped in this situation. They could not find a way out and thought that only through the stairs of the left building would the Kim Shin guys go back. The guards understood that the guys who entered this building had planned everything and knew exactly where to go and where to block the stairs and elevator. The staircase of the left building was controlled by the guys from East Seoul and the Association of Youth and Hope. They blocked this path, so it was also impossible for the guards to go through like that. If they had gone further, they would have met Jin Tae in his area and he was responsible for it. He should not have missed anyone. For some reason, right now he remembered the words of Kim Shin when they were leaving Gangster Russia. He warned Jin Tae. Kim Shin told him from the very beginning that they would encounter people stronger than before and solving problems with them would be much more difficult. In Korea, everything is much more complicated than in Russia and the people here are much stronger, so he warned his friend before the trip. Then Jin Tae said that he agreed and in his opinion it was time for the Magpie to debut in Korea. He wasn't there yet, and Kim Shin also added that he should run away as soon as everything gets out of control. He shouldn't die for his place. Jin Tae sat and couldn't understand what kind of conversation his friend was having. What does it mean to run and what's wrong with him? Just the word run, he didn't understand how it came to his mind. The guards were climbing the stairs. Jin Tae sat and looked at them from above. He, as always, jokingly asked them if they had suffocated from overload. And then we will continue to talk about the fact that he experienced this hundreds of times when he was new to this business, and even to some extent he was similar to them. When the security approached the stairs where there were people in black t-shirts from the Nadejda Association, they thought that these guys were not capable of anything. One of the guards said that he didn't understand what was happening, but in fact it was the local punks who wanted to go to the next world. The guys in black t-shirts began to wait for me for a long time and someone shouted to kill these guards. They were the first to fight with Kim Jae-hoon's people, and everyone else had to rush into Kim Jae-hoon's office and they were already on their way. Time was passing and they had to act quickly. They ran along the corridor and were separated from the door of Kim Jae-hoon's office by literally a few steps. A little more and they would be able to break into it. Kim Shin said thank you for coming and acting with him. Kim Dae-kyung, now they need to be together then, not strength. Kim Dae-kyung didn't answer anything because he had his own reasons for being here and helping Kim Shin. A knock was heard in the office. Everyone was completely confused about what was happening behind this door. None of those who were inside were ready for this. Kim Jae-hoon walked around the office and couldn't understand what to do. The only thing that came to his mind was that Kim Shin was completely crazy, and he dared to attack him in his own building. The gentleman asked his secretary what the current situation was. She should always be aware and know absolutely everything. It was her job. The girl began to say that there were 10 security teams in the lobby, and the cleaning squad would return in 30 minutes, and then they would be able to calmly deal with the attackers. The girl plucked up the impudence and asked her master, if she did not cross the line, could she ask the master for a favor? The gentleman didn't listen to her until the end, took her by the shoulder and told her to immediately call another squad of cleaners. He explained to her that she could only think about this and nothing else. The director of this building, who was visiting this office, said that breaking into an empty house when there is no security is very funny. He stood up and said that he needed to think and maybe he could help because in this building he knew all the entrances and exits. Kim Jae-hoon said that he will not remain in debt, and will soon be repaid if he now helps him get out of here not noticed. The director said that they should explore behind him. There is still a passage along which they can go down. This was one of the secret passages through which they could leave. They decided to see what was in the corridor. The situation was so unclear that it was unclear how many people were going to the office now. At the beginning of the long corridor stood Kim Shin with Kim Dae-kyun and Pai Woo-jin and 2 other guys. They were heading to the office of their opponent. The director said that the young man looks somehow lost and most likely he is looking for the director's office. But Kim Shin did not react to this. This gentleman said that if so then they should go up the stairs and pointed his finger behind him. He said that they need to go up and they will be there. Kim Dae-kyun thought to himself that this man is very dangerous, and he appeared here for a reason. Therefore, you need to be careful with him. Kim Dae-kyun warned Kim Shin what to do with this person. Be careful. This is Nam Gong-hyuk director Sun Jin. This company is inextricably linked with the castle as far as he knew, so it's not for nothing that this person is here and most likely he's coming from Kim Jae-hoon's office. This man has the greatest power in the castle. But not only power, he is quite strong. This gentleman looked at the young people and asked them if they would rise. There were 22 minutes left until the cleaner arrived. Down in the hall near the stairs there was a fight in which guards and people in black t-shirts from East Seoul collided. And this is where Kim Jae-hoon's office was. The battle also began. Kim Dae-jaeon and Pai Woo-jin were ready to fight with the guards of this gentleman. Pai Woo-jin told Kim Shin to go ahead and leave these guys to handle it. Kim Dae-jaeon was already taking off his jacket. He was preparing for the fact that he would now enter into battle, the only way they could win. The director told the young people to come up if their guts are not small, but it is advisable one at a time so that he pays attention to each of them. The guys were ready for battle and therefore they decided not to expect to be the first to strike their enemy. They needed to destroy him. A second later, one of the young men punched this gentleman in the jaw so that he could no longer speak much. But the director was not one of the weaklings, so he immediately struck at his opponent, who was able to get away from him. Kim Dae-kyun's hand was grabbed by the director. He was strong enough and therefore was able to stop this young man. He only needed to neutralize him. Kim Dae-jaeon was not quite ready to fight such a strong opponent, and therefore missed a punch from this gentleman to the liver. Kim Dae-jaeon could not dodge this blow, and he could not strike a counter blow either. He could not concentrate right away and therefore missed the blow. This is exactly what his opponent took advantage of and delivered another kick to the young man's kidney. Kim Dae-jaeon flew to the side. Kim Dae-jaeon was much weaker than his opponent, and therefore he missed several blows and was unable to defend himself. His opponent was much stronger, and therefore was able to practically defeat the young man. Kim Shin walked towards his enemy. He had little time left to find him and destroy him, but he had to do it. From the last blow received, Kim Dae-jaeon flew to the side and fell. The blow was strong enough that the young man could not immediately get up. He was lying on the ground and didn't understand why he was here. But he knew for sure that he needed to get up now and continue on. Therefore, he had no choice but to concentrate and stand up despite the pain and the blows he received. He needed to prove to himself that he could. The director stood and mocked him. He told the young man to get up and start fighting. This director was confident in his abilities. That's why he behaved like this until the cleaner arrived. There were 20 minutes left. Pai Woo-jin stood up after this director kicked him. Even though he was a good fighter, he was still ready to admit that this director had much more strength than him. And in general, it was not clear whether he was a person or not. Most likely even such a teacher as Kang Min-man could not defeat him. Kim Dae-kyung prepared to strike this enemy. He and Pai Woo-jin needed to detain him at any cost. Kim Dae-kyun and Pai Woo-jin did not understand whether they had a chance to defeat this director. But despite the fact that the guys were quite good at fighting techniques, their opponent was in a completely different league. Kim Shin walked to the place where Kim Jae-hoon was today. It was his opponent, and he needed to deal with him. Kim Dae-kyung and Pai Woo-jin said from the very beginning that Kim Shin would go forward and they would stop this guy no matter what. So they decided to get up and act as a team, just like in the good old days when they stood behind each other. Therefore, just like the good old days, they hit each other with their hand. This gesture was a gesture of their trust in each other, and they immediately entered into battle with their enemy and began to attack him from both sides. striking the enemy from both sides at once. Kim Dae-jaeon immediately received a retaliatory blow to his chest. He could not escape this blow because the enemy was stronger and more experienced than him. Pai Wu-jin began to fight off the attacks of other assistants of this director. They tried to attack young people with knives in their hands. Pai Wu-jin could deal with such an opponent very quickly. This assistant director did not have as much strength as his master and did not possess such technique, so he was not a danger to them. Pai Wu-jin did not wait long and struck that assistant with his fist right under the lower jaw so that he flew to the side and could no longer become. There was only one opponent left. It was the director himself. He had great strength and neither Kim Dae-kyung nor Pai Wu-jin could cope with him. Pai Wu-jin tried to strike his opponent, but even after the blow was struck, he stood still and did not move. This blow was followed by a blow from Kim Dae-kyun, who inflicted another kick on his opponent's chest, but the opponent stood there. It seemed like he was impenetrable. After this blow, the young man grabbed his leg because it was damaged as a result of this blow and began to hurt. Pai Wu-jin did not stop and tried to strike one more blow. This was necessary in order to stop this director. The young man struck a blow at his opponent, but he stood rooted to the spot and did not move. The enemy either parried all the blows or they were too weak for him. Immediately after the blow was struck, the enemy turned around and swung to strike a counter blow to the young man. He needed to go further, so he wanted to scatter the young people in different directions. Kim Shin was moving to search as his opponent. He now needed to act as quickly as possible. There was very little time left, and the cleaner might arrive, then it would be much more difficult. The director swung his hand to strike. He wanted to strike again so that this guy could no longer get up. At the next moment, this is what happened. He dealt this blow to the young man. This blow was so powerful that the young man could not withstand it, and could not get away from him. The director hit Kim Dae-jaeon on one side and hit Pai Wu-jin on the other side, so he scattered them in different directions. Kim Dae-jaeon remained standing and he decided that he could still resist and inflict another blow on his opponent. But the blow he struck did not reach the target, and his opponent avoided this blow. The enemy had a fairly quick reaction, so he instantly struck counter blows. So now he looked at the situation and assessed it, and delivered an instant counter blow that the young man did not even have time to react correctly and avoid this blow. The blow that the director delivered was accurate and hit the young man right in the face. So this time he could not stand on his feet. Kim Dae-jaeon has not received such strong blows recently. The opponent was much stronger than him and therefore he could not stand on his feet. Victor turned to see if he would be attacked again. He stood like a mountain. He had a clear advantage in this fight. When he turned his head, he saw these young guys disappearing around the corner at the end of the corridor. The guys no longer wanted to engage in battle with the enemy. The director thought to himself that they had escaped. Well, he had nothing to worry about anyway, so he decided to go down and see what was happening in the lobby of this building. Kim Jae-hoon was in a safe place. He was under the protection of bodyguards and that girl, his secretary, was also there with him. She was in complete control of the entire situation and reported everything that was happening to her boss. She also controlled when the cleaner would come to the rescue. When the director went down to the hall, he saw that the guys in black t-shirts were fighting with his guards. Looking at all this, he decided that he should start with these two. The ones who had just fought him on the floor were Pai Wu-jin and Kim Dae-kyung. He had to personally make sure that they would never see sunlight again. For the director, this was very important because it was his reputation, and he could not behave differently because they stopped respecting him. Near the director's office there was a fairly large number of bodyguards. They were all there so as not to miss Kim Shin. Kim Shin was already on the floor where the director's office was located and stood at the end of the corridor watching everything that happened near this office. Now there was Kim Jae-hoon with whom Kim Shin had personal scores. Over time, the memories fade and become less vivid. Kim Shin thought how could he go so far because he has never been so cruel and so ruthless in this life. He asked himself the same question many times, but each time he could not remember exactly where that moment was that broke his life. Kim Shin didn't wait long and decided that he needed to go. He knew for sure that he could do it. He just had no other choice. Kim Shin headed towards the office where Kim Jae-hoon was now. This was the moment of truth. He needed to resolve the issue with his old abuser. He remembered those days when he was still studying and when he was walking along the corridor, and he was asked instead of studying during lunch to go watch the shuttle battle. He didn't yet know what kind of shuttle battle this was, so he was very interested in such a proposal because he would be looking at it for the first time. A shuttle fight is when students of different groups gather in a storeroom and start fighting among themselves. They fight for fun. Those who look the students in the eyes will be publicly beaten. There were students who watched all this. And there was also a commentator who, during the battle, said that 3 points was an ideal jeep and the opponent was knocked out. The commentators told how the opponent fell, and this is exactly how these fights went. The one who lost tried to finish him off until the end so that he could no longer get up. No one had the right to stop the fight. A teacher was passing along the corridor who noticed that such fights were happening. Of course it seemed to him that this was wrong, but he could not do anything about it. Because even the teachers did not dare to look these students in the eyes because they could be publicly beaten, they avoided any meeting with these students. Kim Jae-hoon was not at the head of this whole fight. It was all he looked at it all as a distinction. Today he got bored so he extended the fight. Kim Jae-hoon was the heir to the company and neither teachers nor other students could touch him. He was beyond competition. Kim Jae-hoon was the king of the school, followed by his retinue who were waiting for praise. One of them asked was he the coolest in battle today. The second one answered him that it's good to brag that he's really a loser. Kim Shin knew for sure that he would never contact him while studying at school and never had any contact with them before this incident. The girl opened the doors of the class. Kim Shin was sitting at his desk. There were no other students in the class. They left to watch the fights. She threw her backpack on the next desk. Usually there was never anyone in the class, especially when these fights were taking place. This girl was Cha Soo-min, and she came into the class to sit. It was very unexpected to see her here. The young man thought, what is she doing here? She never sits in class during lunch, much less when these fights are going on. It was already getting dark outside and light began to appear in the high-rise apartments from the windows. People began to return home after work. Kim Shin was returning to his home as usual. He was walking up the stairs, counting the steps. Today was an ordinary day, the same as always. When he entered his home, he noticed that his father was already at home. He asked his father that he came early today. His father told him that he was very glad that he returned home. My father was very interested and asked what time is it now. Kim Shin's father's name was Kim Tae-ha and he was a detective in this city. Kim Shin answered him that he usually stays in the library after his classes end and he stays there until that time. He already talked about this. His father said that he really remembers and also asked if the young man was hungry. He was cooking ramen. Kim Shin didn't really want to eat so he said it was the same food again, and he wanted something different. There was ramen cooking on the stove. It really emitted odors throughout the entire apartment, and outwardly it was also quite appetizing. Kim Shin's father asked the young man, "Isn't Dad's ramen the best in the world?" He took it and tried it to make sure. They always dined together, father and son. The father asked his son why he didn't eat it because something happened. Kim Shin that nothing like this happened to him. The father told the young man not to put pressure on himself. He believed that studying was not so important, and it didn't matter to him whether his son ended up in the police or not. The father said that if a young man doesn't give a damn, then he doesn't give a damn. He will never tell him that he needs to live with honor. This is the secret of a successful life. The young man ate and listened to everything his father said, but even then he understood that not everything his father told him was the law of life. He decided that his father overworks too much, and this is not part of the rules he talks about. The father agreed with him. He really worked too much and very rarely saw his son, so they could only talk at the dinner table, and now the father tried to find out if his son had a girlfriend. The young man replied that he didn't have one. Now Kim Shin understands perfectly well that living an honest life, as his father said, requires certain conditions. And the first such condition is the power in whose hands the power is. He feels himself the master of life. Justice can be carried out only by those who have power, and he did not have it then. The young man studied well and therefore many came up to him to help him, and now a girl came up to him and asked him. In order for him to help her with the tasks, she brought her task and showed that she needed to complete. This girl's name was Yu Soo-hee and she was one of the beauties of this school. Kim Shin really liked this girl and he was happy to help her. He explained to her the whole task that she didn't understand and helped her solve it. They were in the office and he explained to her how to do such tasks. Kim Shin was a good student and therefore easily coped with such tasks. But Kim Jae-hoon didn't really like this, and he and his friend stood and spied on Kim Shin explaining the task to the girl. Kim Jae-hoon's friend asked him if Soo-hee is his type? And he also added that it doesn't suit her to hang around with such trash as Kim Shin. And this young man also added that Kim Shin is trying to flirt with her. Kim Shin always managed to explain well, and now he also tried to explain to Soo-hee for a few minutes, and the task was solved. Kim Shin was very pleased to help Soo-hee, not only because we didn't study together, but also because he liked her. Kim Shin couldn't understand why right now he remembers all this. Most likely it's due to the fact that everything happened after that. In the hall on the first floor there was a real massacre. No one was going to give in to the other. The opponents stood to the end. The guys in black t-shirts punched their opponents in the face. They were strong enough and could hold the opponent. The Seoul boys and their boss were in the hall. They had to make sure that everyone who wanted to go up the stairs to Kim Jae-hoon's office was not allowed to go past. Seoul and Jin-tae were there. They couldn't understand where these people came from here and why there were so many of them. Jin-tae looked around and decided that it was time for him to join the fight because more guards began to appear in the hall. These new guards came with the head of the security, Hwang Bo-min-chul. He went there. I don't understand how they even ended up here, and he didn't know that they forgot there was a knife in his hands. Seeing the head of security Jin-tae with a knife, he decided that this was his client, and he was very happy about this meeting. He needed to have a little fun. Jin-tae began to provoke Seoul. He always needed to have an object that he could insult, so now he called Seoul President Gorilla. He thought it was more fun. Seoul did not think long and answered the young man, if he is the president of a gorilla then Jin-tae is a yellow-haired monkey. They exchanged compliments like that. Jin-tae thought to himself that Seoul is better than he thought, and much stronger than he thought. Jin-tae told his partner Seoul that that guy with the scar should not touch him. He personally wants to deal with him. Seoul said that he understood and then he will take care of his guys. These were assistant security chiefs who were armed with knives. Seoul also added if Jin-tae can handle it because this guy is quite strong then leave it to him. These words made Jin-tae laugh a lot. He was sure that this would never happen because he was the best with knives. He was the best, so Jin-tae replied that this guy finally had an opponent who might wield weapons just like him. The head of security immediately tried to strike several blows, but the young man very quickly got away from them. But he did it very professionally. The head of security held the knife very firmly in his hands and mastered the technique of fighting with knives. It was immediately clear that he was a professional. Jin-tae was also a professional. He moved very quickly and also quickly tried to strike with a knife. The enemy avoided these blows. Although Jin-tae held the knife a little differently in his hands, he held it even stronger than his opponent, and he was completely confident in his abilities. Jin-tae tried to strike his opponent, but he quickly reacted and jumped to the side. The blow did not reach its target. The enemy was really experienced and could foresee where the blow would be struck, so he avoided these blows. He waited until he himself could attack. The head of security was now at a safe distance. Therefore, he needed to get closer in order to strike his opponent. He did so and tried to strike Jin-tae, but he failed because the young man was fast enough and easily avoided such blows. After a series of attacks, the opponents were at a safe distance. They needed to understand how to behave further and how to attack. Jin-tae told his opponent that he was good enough and asked him where he learned this, and then added that judging by his rough movements, most likely in another country. The head of security confirmed that he studied in another country. But this upstart irritated him greatly, so he at least wanted to teach him a lesson. The head of security added that maybe he was in China and maybe in Russia. But the young man was not the only one who studied martial arts techniques in another country. These words turned Jin-tae on even more. He said that he was ready to teach him a lesson. The head of security said that he was also ready to teach him a lesson, and it would be the Kabuki-cho style. He thought that he mastered this style quite well and could show the upstart how to fight. For Jin-tae, it was clear from the very beginning that with such rude movements as his, this security chief had no chance at all for victory. Therefore, when the head of security tried to stab him with a knife, the young man stabbed him and injured his hand. So blood sprayed in all directions. This was just the beginning. Jin-tae understood perfectly well that he had an advantage this time, and he acted as if he knew what he would do now. This head of security. The head of the security tried again to unsuccessfully strike. At this time Jin Tae once again wounds him in the leg. So, only blood flows from the arm but also from the leg. Jin Tae could never calmly treat upstarts, and now he told the head of security that he was getting old, and could no longer fight normally. The young man also asked the guard what was wrong with the kabukicho. If this center is for gender reassignment, then it forgives him. The head of security could not understand what kind of young man this was. It was not clear to him that somewhere else besides the castle there were people like him who owned weapons. In the office where Kim Jae-hoon was, for some reason the light went out and he, his secretary, and another bodyguard were left in the office without light. Of course, this was unexpected and Kim Jae-hoon was very indignant. The girl's secretary said that she would contact the security office. Kim Jae-hoon thought that there was nothing terrible in this. The director went downstairs and a special personal bodyguard remained with him. He thought that he had nothing to fear. But on the other hand, the situation was heating up and there was no one yet who could report to him what was happening there. He called the secretary's girlfriend and ordered her to check the situation. It was too quiet around him, it seemed very suspicious. The girl listened to the end of her boss's order and decided that she needed to go in order to find out the situation around this office and why the light had disappeared. She was good with weapons and therefore took with her a dagger that was hers personally. Approaching the door, she said that she would be back soon and left the office. When she was leaving, she heard some noise. This noise was somewhere nearby, which means the bodyguards who were near the office were participating in the battle or someone was already fighting with them. Kim Jae-hoon felt sick just from this thought. He couldn't even think about what this could be. It's not clear what happened, but it was a sudden attack. It was unclear who could attack. It was simply impossible. The bodyguards near the office were at a loss. Kim Jae-hoon thought that the director, being downstairs, could not let anyone in here to this office. Fear overwhelmed him. In the darkness in front of the office where Kim Jae-hoon was, there was complete panic. Some were shouting that you need to use flashlights, others you have weapons, and the third did not understand at all what was happening. Only a deadly scream could be heard. One of the bodyguards shouted that they should not panic and that the lack of light should not confuse them, and that they should fight in the dark. This bodyguard tried to take a knife from the inside pocket of your jacket in order to defend himself. But he didn't have to defend himself because he didn't even have time to fully pull out his knife when he was wounded in the heart with the same knife and he couldn't scream anymore. Kim Shin walked to the corridor where the master's bodyguards were located. He did not give them any chance to survive because he struck with a knife directly at his opponent and finished them off instantly. He walked forward completely confident that he would now attack the next person who stood in his way. He didn't care who it was. He needed to achieve his goal. Therefore, without straining too much, he killed his opponents, inflicting live wounds on them at vital points. He did it automatically. One of the bodyguards tried to warn his colleagues that the young man was near him, but it was not a very successful attempt, and the next moment he was stabbed right in the side. This bodyguard had no chance of survival. A scream was heard. Another of the bodyguards was sitting and thinking about the fact that he needed to concentrate. He caught himself thinking that he could see a little, and it made him happy. He strained his eyes and saw in the distance the silhouette of a young man. It seemed to him that he could cope with him if he now called as if for help. Having looked a little more closely, he saw how this young man was killing them from the bodyguard without giving him a single chance to defend himself or strike. Kim Shin cut his opponents with a knife left and right. It seemed like he was processing them in a meat grinder. He moved so quickly and killed everyone who was here. The fact that this bodyguard seemed to see a little in the dark did not save him because Kim Shin moved very quickly and quickly delivered fatal blows. Kim Shin waved his knife in front of him several times so that these body cases. The guardian standing in front of him could never move and collapsed to the ground. Kim Shin walked forward not for a second. I don't relax. He needed to get to the very door where the office was located in which Kim Jin-tae was hiding. Another guard tried to attack the young man, but this was also ineffective because Kim Shin easily avoided his blow and immediately stabbed him with a knife. This bodyguard a second later was lying on the ground with his throat cut. Kim Shin walked forward towards his goal. No one could stop him. He did it so quickly that the bodyguards did not even have time to react to the sounds that were around them. They did not understand which direction their enemy was moving from. One of the bodyguards said that he turned on the flashlight on his phone, and now he can see where the attacker is. When he saw that his bodyguards were lying on the floor dead, and there was only one person against them, he could not believe it. He was shining a flashlight and didn't understand how this was possible. Just in case, he decided that he needed to get a weapon from his pocket. But he didn't know how fast Kim Shin moved and how disastrous it could be for him that he lit himself up with a flashlight. Exactly a second later, the phone with the flashlight was lying on the floor, and its owner was lying dead next to him. There were no more bodyguards at the entrance to the office. The girl's secretary was leaving the office. She needed to scout out the situation in the corridor because there was noise there. The flashlight that the bodyguard turned on was still shining, although its owner was no longer alive. With the help of this flashlight, it was possible to see what was happening in the corridor. There was a young man standing in the middle, and around him the same bodyguards were lying on the floor, and a lot of blood was everywhere on the walls on the floor. The girl thought that the hype didn't last 20 seconds. It was fast enough. It means this person was a professional. He destroyed 10 trained groups of bodyguards in 20 seconds. She thought that she could not defeat this young man. Even if she went into battle by the time the director came up here, she would already be dead, so she could only buy a little time. She was sure of this for sure, that she would not be able to defeat this young man. She did not own a weapon like he. She thought that she would die in the 10th out of 9 possible battle with him. But she didn't want to die at all, and so she thought that it was not worth fighting with him. And she laid down her weapon. She put the dagger that was in her hand on the floor so that the young man would see it and not touch her. Kim Jae-hoon, nothing can save him, but she can survive, so put it in the dagger. Anapa raised her 2 hands up. But her thoughts were still about whether she would be able to enter into battle with this young man. She was thinking about what to do. All that came to her mind was, if she attacks him from the back, she still had another dagger in the belt of her skirt. She even imagined how she could do this. When the young man walked a little forward, she could attack him from behind. But then I thought how this could all end. Then Kim Shin definitely wouldn't leave her alive, and that would be her end. She realized that she didn't have a single chance against the young man, and this thought made her feel a little uneasy. All she had to do was survive. Kim Shin entered the office, and it was no longer the young man who had just fought with the bodyguards. It was the Amur tiger who had everything under control. The girl felt something that was familiar to her. It was just like when she saw Baek Du-chan for the first time. It was then that she experienced exactly the same feelings. But why now she felt the same was not clear to her. She thought that she could not do anything, and her plan with a stab in the back was only possible if it was a weak person. Kim Shin entered the office. Where Kim Jae-hoon was, it was completely dark, so it was unclear to the gentleman who had just entered. He thought that it was his girlfriend, the secretary, who came back to tell him what happened behind the door. He asked if they analyzed it. A male voice answered him. Kim Shin said that it's been a long time, no see at this moment. Kim Jae-hoon realized that this was not the best moment for him. Kim Shin continued to talk about the fact that he had not seen him for 10 years. He so wanted to scare his opponent so that he would understand that there was no one near him. Kim Shin came here to punish the person because of whom his life was ruined 10 years ago. This person was Kim Jae-hoon. Live life with honor. These are the words that Kim Shin's father always said. He tried to forget these words, but he still heard them clearly in his head. His heart always beat loudly when he remembered these words. But living by these rules at that time was too dangerous, and time said it. The heart was beating so loudly that it seemed like it would jump out of the chest, and everyone else could hear it working. Kim Shin couldn't do anything about it. He again remembered the very day when it all happened. The morning began with the fact that he rode his bike to school and parked it in the school parking lot. He heard someone nearby inviting him to go to Kim Jae-hoon's birthday party. He became interested and turned his head to see who was there. He saw that Kim Jae-hoon and his 2 other friends were standing there inviting Yoo Soo-hee to his birthday. The girl refused and said that she needed to go home. She was from a decent family, so she helped her parents, and she still had to go to work in addition to studying. She had no time to have fun. Her friends at school said that she could skip work once, and one of her friends said that she would give her a ride home. Let her not worry. They explained to her that it was Jae-hoon's birthday, and he was the idol of their school, so she had to go to him for all birthdays, otherwise she could not expect a good attitude towards her. One of the guys who stood near Kim Jae-hoon approached the girl and said that she really annoyed him and pulled her hand. He tried to explain to her that she was not some kind of celebrity, and had a lot of ideas about herself, so she had no choice and she needed to go with them. The girl struggled and asked to be let go. This guy explained that when Kim Jae-hoon invites someone like her, you just have to accept the invitation. This guy's name was Gu Sang-hoon. Kim Shin couldn't see how they were hurting the girl, so he told her to let her go or otherwise they would have to deal with him. Everyone turned and looked at the young man. Gu Sang-hoon also looked at him and asked if he was going to fight and added that he was most likely crazy if he made such statements. Kim Jae-hoon has always loved the spectacle and now he said that he wanted to see it. He thought it should be funny. He turned to Kim Shin and asked him, "Does he really want to fight?" For all this time, he has never participated in local attractions and fights. Kim Shin replied that he was really ready to protect this girl and fight with the guys. He shouldn't have made this decision, but it was already too late for him to talk about it. Kim Jae-hoon and his friends decided that this should be a lot of fun, and they thought they would teach Kim Shin a lesson. Kim Jae-hoon thought that now there would be a demonstration performance in front of the girls and he was already enjoying this thought alone. Kim Jae-hoon before the fight told Kim Shin if he can win this fight with his friends he will forgive him for today. Kim Shin thought to himself that the girl had already left, and there was no need for him to fight, but he was overwhelmed with feelings that he experienced for the first time. He thought that he would get a little punch in the face and that would be the end of it. This would be the price of an honest life. But everything went completely wrong. These two friends of Kim Jae-hoon immediately began to attack and hit him in the face. They were aggressive and had no intention of forgiving the young man. They knocked him down and continued to beat him. Kim Shin couldn't stand it and told Gu Sang-hoon that he heard that he was a very good fighter, but apparently it was just rumors. Kim Jae-hoon said that he would be their walking wallet since the last one was already empty, and finishing off the young man lying on the floor with his feet. They said that he was a weakling. They told him that she was their new punching bag and now they would regularly beat him whenever they wanted. All this is very tiring and Kim Shin could no longer restrain himself, and it was unclear why he should restrain himself. They are ordinary garbage when one day they will be thrown away. His heart was broken into small pieces. Kim Shin always listened to his father, and his father told him that he should use force only when necessary. This situation was that necessity. Kim Shin couldn't restrain himself any longer, and decided that he needed to teach these guys a lesson. He kicked one of them from a prone position, so he flew to the side. These guys didn't understand what happened and thought that he was on his way only because he began to resist them. They were not used to this. Gu Sang-hoon tried to strike Kim Shin but he failed because the young man avoided this blow. And then he counterpunched him right in the face. So he was knocked out. The two guys who defended Kim Jae-hoon didn't expect this. One of them tried to hit the young man on the head, but Kim Shin put his hand up and deflected the blow to the side. Then Kim Shin knocked the bat out of his hands and struck him several times, and the second guy who defended Kim Jae-hoon was neutralized. Kim Shin thought that now only Kim Jae-hoon is left, and he needs to be taught a lesson so that he doesn't touch him anymore. When Kim Jae-hoon was left alone with someone, he was not so confident in himself, and now he was also ready to run away so that no one would touch him. Kim Shin looked at him, and he felt a little sorry for him because he was so scared. Kim Jae-hoon shouted for the young man to stop and listen to him. He asked that Kim Shin not come close to him, and said that he was Kim Jae-hoon. It sounded like a spell from him. He was so proud of his name and his impunity, so he began to threaten. He shouted that the young man could not even imagine what would happen to him if he touched him. He crawled further and further and shouted that Kim Shin should not come and touch him. He was very scared. No one had ever spoken to him like that before. And when Kim Shin came very close and put his foot next to his head, Kim Jae-hoon was completely scared. Kim Shin said that he doesn't care who he is or who his parents are, he's only here because he protected the girl. Much later Kim Shin realized that this day was the starting point in his life, and it was these events that completely changed his whole life. Kim Shin stepped over Kim Jae-hoon to exit. Kim Jae-hoon was no longer as self-confident as he was some time ago. He was pathetic. But in his soul he was always a scumbag, so he decided that he had to take revenge for such humiliation of Kim Shin because no one had ever behaved like that with him. Kim Shin could not even imagine then that everything would end exactly like this if it was only possible to change something or turn back. Everything was as usual in Haesung's office. The only thing was that Kim Jae-hoon appeared there early in the morning. He needed to talk to his brother and father. At first he decided that he would talk to his brother, so he came to him and asked him for one favor. He very rarely asked his brother. His brother said that of course he can ask for whatever he wants and added that he really hasn't asked for anything for a long time. He also reminded that Kim Jae-hoon is the heir to Haesung and asked what he needed. He reminded him so that the guy would remember only one thing. This is that first of all he is the heir of a large corporation and he must live as he befits the heir Haesung, and said if someone creates problems for you don't let him stand in your way. It was his older brother, and his name was Kim Tae-hoon. Soon it was time for Kim Shin's father to go through strange things. He was removed from service and demoted. He was accused of taking bribes. His comrades knew that he was not that kind of person and could not do that. Kim Shin's father said that he is ready to accept punishment even if it is not justified. And in fact, not everything is as bad as it seemed to him then. I would never have told him about this. The complete disappointment of trying to live with honor under any circumstances is exactly what he experienced then. Kim Shin, when he came to his father's work, he was a little surprised because his father said that he was glad to see the young man, and that he came with a change of clothes for his father. But Kim Shin caught himself thinking that he couldn't find the table where his father was sitting. He didn't even imagine what happened to him. He kept wondering why he didn't tell him about this incident. Most likely it was too difficult for his father to admit defeat. Kim Shin came to class as always and, as always, he was the only one sitting in class during recess. The door to the room opened and Kim Jae-hoon came in with his friends who always accompanied him. They behaved very arrogantly and threw furniture into the classrooms. Kim Jae-hoon placed a chair next to Kim Shin. He behaved like the master of life, and that's really what he imagined himself to be. He believed that everyone should depend only on him and revolve around him. Kim Jae-hoon sat on this chair and several other guys stood around him. They appeared here to take revenge for that day. Kim Jae-hoon turned to Kim Shin, asked him if he's really busy here and tell him to now assess the situation around him because he doesn't have much time left. Kim Shin turned in their direction and looked at them. They were so pitiful, but the young man asked what they wanted. Kim Jae-hoon said that he heard that Kim Shin's father was demoted and fired, and he added that this is just the beginning. He began to say that his father, as was said, took bribes. He said this with complete satisfaction. It seemed to him that this was how he could humiliate his opponent. Kim Jae-hoon asked Kim Shin how surprised he was by this, and added that this is just the beginning because he told him to stay away from him. Now he will take care of his entire family. It was then that for the first time Kim Shin thought about his father, who lived with honor, and this one who sat here insulted him. Kim Jae-hoon began to tell the young man that the last part is not so important. So there is no need to delay it. If he wants forgiveness, then he needs to bow down and beg for his conversion. Kim Jae-hoon raised his foot and said that he should lick his sneaker in order to beg his forgiveness. After that he will think whether he will forgive or not. He went on to say that Kim Shin was just watching his father lose his job and he had no choice but to do what he told him. Kim Shin couldn't stand it all and jumped out of his seat and punched Kim Jae-hoon in the face. He couldn't listen to this nonsense. After he struck, the chair on which Kim Jae-hoon was sitting staggered and almost fell. Kim Shin was so angry that he was ready to throw several more blows. But when he hit him almost for the second time, everyone who stood on Kim Jae-hoon's side and supported him tried to stop Kim Shin. They grabbed him by the arms so that he could not strike another blow to Kim Jae-hoon. There were a lot of them who served Kim Jae-hoon. The chair on which Kim Jae-hoon was sitting fell and he were even more angry. So he told the man if he wanted to fight, then let's fight. And he ordered the guys who came with him to knock down Kim Shin. They knocked him down and then kicked him while he was lying on the floor. During the entire time that Kim Shin was studying at school, the police never interfered with the affairs of the school, and it was unusual for the police to interfere in the fights of schoolchildren. And when the police arrived, instead of Kim Jae-hoon, they arrested Kim Shin. Because of the fear of the police and the Haesung company, the students who were all in the class testified against Kim Shin. This was predictable. Kim Shin was sentenced to a juvenile detention center for attacking Kim Jae-hoon. The most offensive thing was that no one except his father believed in him anymore. Only his father came to him in the colony, and told him to hold on, and that he loved him only so he could support him. The father began to dig under the Hazong company, and eventually found a weak point that should not have been found. One of his assistants told him to look at the documents he found. Eventually his father found out about the existence of such an organization as a castle, and he managed to get close to their Achilles heel. But the father was just ants climbing their leg, so they simply crushed him at one moment so that he would not bother them. One of the castle employees came at night and killed Kim Shin's father just because he had information about them. Kim Shin's father was buried with honors as it should be to bury a detective in his life. He never crossed the line and always adhered to the rule. But it was precisely because of these rules that Kim Shin no longer had a father, so he could only talk to him at his grave. In fact, in Kim Shin's soul at that moment some other person woke up. He could no longer live by the rules that his father used. He was ready for revenge. There is very little time left because the cleaner was at the entrance, and very soon he should arrive to help Kim Jae-hoon. Everyone was in complete ignorance and waited. How the meeting with Kim Jae-hoon would end, Kim Shin, everything was unclear. The director unwholly continued to fight with Kim Dae-kyun and Pai Woo-jin. He tried to detain them so that they would not come to us to help their friend. There were only 15 minutes left, but the battle did not stop in any area. No one wanted to give up and be defeated. Jin Tae also continued the fight with the head of security. Neither of them was inferior to the other. Although the head of security was wounded in 2 places, he still stood. The chief of security understood perfectly well that he had lost too much blood, and if this battle dragged on for a long time, he would most likely die from blood loss. In the eyes of the security chief, Jin Tae began to see double because he was moving too fast and the security chief did not have time to follow him. But he could not make him stop. The only thing that came to his mind was maybe to deceive the young man, and he thought that he needed to aim at his left leg. To do this, he pretended to be falling and forced him to come as close to him as possible. The guards hoped that Jin Tae would fall for his deception, and he will come so close that he can strike him. So Jin Tae will not have time to defend himself and avoid this blow. He assumed that as a result of this blow the young man would die and in this way he could save himself. Well, something went wrong and it was clear from the eyes of the security chief. He didn't even immediately understand what happened. He didn't understand when Jin Tae actually approached him and dealt him a fatal blow, so that blood sprayed completely from his stomach. The only thing I thought about at that moment was to the guards. He didn't understand what happened and slowly fell to the ground. He didn't want anything anymore. Jin Tae ruined all his plans. He held the head of security by one shoulder in order to inflict an even greater blow on him. The next moment he did just that. He struck and let go. Now it was as if the head of security could not stay on his feet and fell. The head of security was still thinking that this young man was using his new one as bait, and knew that he was pretending, so it didn't work out for him. This was his absolute defeat. Jin Tae told the head of security that he was better than all those he had met here. Isol also finished with his opponent. He struck him so many blows that he could not hold the knife in his hands and staggered and fell to the ground. Isol was a little surprised that compared to these guys, the punks who were walking in Hoyeom were a crowd of high school students. Kim Shin's boys still had the advantage, but most of them were already exhausted from these fights and practically could not stand on their feet. Isol took the phone in his hand, looked and thought to himself that they had little time left, and Kim Shin should not be late for a second. They heard stomping. A large crowd of guys was approaching them. These were the cleaner's guys and he was with them. Isol thought that this should happen right now, and so did Jin Tae because they didn't have time at all. Isol told all his guys to get ready because a bunch of creepy birds are coming towards them. There were very few of them still ready to fight, and the crowd that came to fight with them was quite large, and they wondered if they could survive. At that very moment, Jin Tae turned to Isol and said that President Gorilla does not seem to him that the time has already come, and it's time for them to return home, and he took a few steps forward. It was a little funny how he alone goes to this crowd that is ready to tear him apart. Isol told him that he is a yellow-mouthed monkey. Now is not the case when you can do whatever you want, and that it was a sudden attack. You need to retreat now. Jin Tae answered him that in such a situation he had a huge advantage and was always ready for such attacks. He was absolutely calm. He also added that they should all enjoy the show that he will now arrange. Jin Tae stood alone and was ready to fight with all this crowd that was approaching him. He told Isol to relax and grab something to eat, while he did some work and headed straight into the crowd. Everything that happened then was completely incomprehensible. It was like a show. He was alone and many of these people were ready to tear him to pieces. Jean-tae was so good with knives that he was not afraid of this crowd. He walked and left already wounded people behind him. The crowd became smaller because most of them were wounded and bleeding, so they could no longer resist or attack. There were very few of this crowd left. They were the lucky ones who had not yet been able to get close to Jean-tae. They tried to attack him, but their attempts were unsuccessful because for many of them it was the last day. Jean-tae chopped them with knives like some kind of cattle. Jean-tae was alone against the crowd. He crushed them one by one. He did not give anyone who approached him a single chance. Therefore, passing by people who tried to attack him, despite the fact that he was alone, he instantly inflicted live wounds on them, so that they could no longer fight. One of these attackers thought to himself that he was a human being or not. He was not afraid of anyone who was armed, but when it came to knives he had goosebumps. This guard was a little scared because he saw how Jean-tae treated those who approached him, and wondered if he should attack. And this guard thought how this young man could run into a heavily armed group with just knives. From the outside it seemed like he had no fear at all. But the guard's thoughts were interrupted by the young man's hand, which was right in front of his face. He became even more scared. It was the guard who started shouting for the young man to stop and not kill him because he wasn't attacking, but it was too late. Already a second later, Jean-tae climbed in with this guard and several others who tried to attack him at that moment. The young man tried not to leave anyone alive so that they could no longer attack and interfere with their business. He only walked forward, scattering these people who were trying to attack him. They were no longer so scary and fear was visible in their eyes. Jean-tae moved forward. It seemed that he did not see any obstacles and wanted to achieve some specific goal, so he scattered these people around. He did it so professionally and very quickly. He moved very quickly along the hall where the battle was going on, and where he did not appear, there were a lot of wounded behind him. When two people attacked him, he first tried to deal with one and then immediately deal with the second, inflicting live wounds on them. And immediately having finished with some, he moved on. He couldn't stop. There was still a sufficient number of these attackers, so he had to deal with them all. He pushed off from the wall and, jumping over one of these bandits, inflicted a live wound on him and immediately entered into battle with another. He held his knives very tightly in his hands. It was his protection, and it was his weapon. He saw that one of these attackers was running towards him. He had a bat in his hand and he was trying to swing it so as to hit. Jean-tae threw a knife at him so that it hit him right in the throat, and immediately repelled the attack of the second attacker who tried to stab him from behind. This attacker was also armed with a knife, so Jean-tae hit him on the arm so that he relaxed his hand and dropped the knife. The knife fell from the enemy's hand and he was no longer so dangerous, so Jean-tae is now God to attack him. With his other hand, he inflicted a knife wound right all over the attacking enemy. Blood sprayed out and he fell within a second. Since Jean-tae fought, his technique and his speed seemed that he was not alone, but there were many of them, and it resembled some kind of magical action. Isol stood spellbound and watched everything that was happening now. He could not understand how he alone could cope with them all. He thought that he had never heard of anything like this, much less seen it. Now it became even more unclear to him who these two were, Kim Shin and Jean-tae. Isol clenched his fists. Despite what he saw now, he considered himself a good fighter too, so he wanted to prove it. He called his assistant, and told him to take care of the wounded brothers and carry them out of here and send them home. And he himself decided to enter the battle and help Jean-tae deal with the enemy because there were quite a large number of them, and if he was on his own, it might take longer. He walked up to two of these opponents, and grabbed them by the throat and lifted them up. He held them like that until they stopped making any sounds. And they didn't twitch at all. He was going to regain his lost pride. He threw these two in different directions where people like them were lying. At this time, Pai Woo-jin received a blow to jaw. He also continued to attack his opponent along with Kim Dae-kyung. It seemed to him that he could no longer continue the fight, but the strength was taken away from where, and he got up and attacked his opponent. Of course, his opponent was much stronger, and his blow was also quite strong, and it was difficult to fight with him, because the enemy could inflict quite a large number of blows on Kim Dae-kyung in a matter of seconds, so he only thought about victory. After another such blow, Kim Dae-kyung flew to the side and fell. This was not the first blow, and therefore Kim Dae-jaeun and Pai Woo-jin were exhausted. It was too much. Kim Dae-kyung was already at his limit. He was wounded in the battle between Kim Shin and Yang Duk-soo, so it was difficult for him. The director looked at these guys and said that if their fight goes on at this rate, they will both die after a while. Kim Dae-kyun began to attack the director again. He did this only to distract him from Pai Woo-jin's attack. Pai Woo-jin actually attacked his opponent and tried to hit him with a series of punches, and he also tried to distract the director so that they could try to escape. The director, after the young man tried to attack, immediately struck him. He had the strength and therefore he delivered quite powerful blows. Director first struck one blow, and then followed with a second blow from the other side. Pai Woo-jin screamed a little. He never showed his pain. He only thought about one thing: even if it cost him his life, he would do everything in his power. Therefore, the next moment he grabbed the director's jacket and hit his head with his head, trying to break his nose. But his blow came a little higher and he smashed it above his eye, which stopped their enemy a little. The director said that Pai Woo-jin surprised him, and he didn't expect him to attack him head-on like that. Their fight gradually moved across the floor, and they were now somewhere in one of the offices of this building. The glass partitions that separated the office premises were broken because bodies fell with a very strong impact force and hit the glass. The director threw Pai Woo-jin right into one of these glass partitions. So he completely broke it, and small pieces fell down. He did it with such force that Pai Woo-jin flew from one office to another neighboring office. Pai Woo-jin did not expect such a blow, and did not expect that the director would grab him by the hair to deal another blow. He did just that, grabbed him by the hair and hit him several more times against the wall of this room. Pai Woo-jin had a fog in front of his eyes and he was very exhausted from this fight lately. He had not fought with anyone for so long and with such a strong opponent. The director took advantage of the situation and delivered one more kick to the young man sitting near the wall. But despite this, Pai Woo-jin still got up and was ready to engage in battle with his opponent. He stood very well on his feet, but was not going to give up. The director had a few minutes to come to his senses because these guys with whom he fought were now lying in different corners of this office. Pai Woo-jin lay in thought why exactly he didn't understand why he spent all this time so pitifully me his teacher for leaving him. The director stopped getting closer, and this only meant one thing. He had to make a decision to go to victory or give up. But he was not going to give up. Pai Woo-jin could not forgive himself that during all this time he blamed only his teacher and did nothing himself. And he didn't even help his friends. When they were going through hard times, he knew full well that he didn't help them properly. Kim Dae-kyung stood up and tried to attack the director from behind. He gathered all his strength. He had to somehow defeat him. The director reacted very quickly to this attack and hit the young man right in the liver with his elbow, so that he jumped to the side. The director was ready to strike again at Kim Dae-kyun and therefore began to swing his arms to strike. Kim Dae-kyun could no longer withstand such a force of blow because he was wounded even before that and did not recover. Pai Woo-jin saw that the director wanted to strike his friend and decided that he should stop him. Pai Woo-jin stood up, gathered all his strength and attacked the director so that he did not have time to strike Kim Dae-kyun. Pai Woo-jin gathered all his strength and struck blow after blow at his opponent. His blows became stronger, but he was still exhausted. The director only managed to cover his face with his hands so that these blows would not hurt his face. He put a block with his hands to defend himself, but as soon as the opportunity arose, the director immediately began to strike back at Pai Woo-jin and made several successful punches to his face. He was simply merciless. It seemed that this director had endless strength, and he could fight for a long time without losing his strength, just like now. He tried to attack after each attack by Pai Woo-jin. Pai Woo-jin kicked him so he jumped back a few meters. They stood opposite each other waiting for which of them would attack first. The director could not understand why this young man continued to get up after the blows inflicted on him. After all, he no longer had any strength. Pai Woo-jin actually stood up and walked forward to attack his opponent. He was not going to give up and he had to win at any cost. The director once again kicked him in the leg. So Pai Woo-jin lost his balance and also held his hands with his hands so that he could not strike. Pai Woo-jin held on with all his strength. He stood up even after he perfectly understood that he was about to receive another blow again. Pai Woo-jin, while falling, concentrated and struck his opponent from below so that his fist hit right in the lower jaw. It was not clear to the director where this young man learned this. After he found himself on the ground, he still got up and attacked. This time he landed several straight blows from them so that his opponent could not escape from them. He was wearing him down. The director understood that there were more and more blows and they were stronger, and he also would not be able to hold out in this battle for so long. Immediately after this attack, Pai Wu-jin, the director, kicked the young man's liver. Pai Wu-jin could not escape this blow and he staggered and began to fall back. The blow was strong. The director struck again so that the young man fell to finish him off. Pai Wu-jin fell back to the ground. When he backed up, his back hit the corner of the table. The pain was unbearable, but he had to endure. Pai Wu-jin began to slowly fall to his knees. It seemed to him that everything was already over, and he would no longer be able to rise. But he remembered his teacher who told him even when there is blood in your larynx, even when your legs are completely weak, the teacher said that he has no right to give up. And that's why the teacher always repeated that he has no right to weaken his defense. He must gather himself and enter the battle again. Pai Wu-jin began to rise from his knees. The teacher's words gave him a certain strength, and he had to do it for the sake of his teacher. The director didn't understand how this young man could hold on for so long. If he's getting up now, it means the previous attack didn't quite hit him. The director thought that the young man turned his back when he attacked him with his foot, and this reduced the damage, and most likely because of this he is still getting up. To the director, I really liked the fact that the young man was catching up with him in strength. With such an alarming speed, the only thing that he realized was that he was really strong. People like him are very rare, and if he ever meets him again he will become much stronger. He thought that he couldn't let him leave here alive, so instead of standing one opposite the other and waiting for which of them would be the first to attack, on the one hand Pai Wu-jin attacked and on the other hand, the director had to meet somewhere in the middle in order to understand which of them is stronger. They were coming closer and closer in order to begin their possibly last battle. They needed to put an end to it and determine which of them was stronger. No one expected this. A shot was fired. It was unclear who fired it. None of the people who entered the battle used weapons. Everyone who was in this office heard this shot, and for a moment everyone froze. It was necessary to find out who made it. Kim Jae-hoon stood, and in his hands there was a gun. He just fired this shot. He shot Kim Shin and said goodbye. Escort cars were racing along the highway. They were almost approaching the building where their owner Kim Jae-hoon had his office. Purgatory was driving. He was thinking that he had lost contact with Secretary Kim Jae-hoon. But he was calmed by the thought that Director Nam Gong-hyuk was also there, so everything should be okay. But despite this, he was still on nerves and pressed the gas pedal in order to get to the place faster. The cleaner saw that two guys on motorcycles jumped out in front of him. They rode right in front of his car, not allowing him to escape. Suddenly bricks started falling on his car. These were the same guys on motorcycles who were throwing bricks at the cleaner's car. These guys on motorcycles were shouting that fried food was on the menu today, and that they should already get what they deserved. They were having fun throwing bricks. These guys on motorcycles were well prepared. They had a plan and they acted exactly according to their plan when one of them pointed something with his finger. The motorcycles began to get closer to each other, and even more began to throw stones at the car. The cleaner needed to detain him on the road as long as possible. These guys on motorcycles did not allow the car to pass forward. As soon as one of the cars approached, it immediately began to rain bricks. The cleaner held his steering wheel so as not to fly into the ditch. He understood perfectly well that these guys showed so many tricks. Now it's time, he thought, show him. He pressed the gas pedal as best he could and moved forward at the speed. These guys on the motorcycle were forced to move to the side, and those who didn't have time flew into a ditch. The car moved forward. It was already very close and they would be in the office building. It seemed that nothing should happen to them. But something happened that he cleaner didn't expect. He couldn't be in the office yet, so they tried to detain him. There was his car in front, there was another car. Cha Soo-min was driving her. She had to detain her as a cleaner so that she could escape in time if something happened. She understood that she had to buy as much time as she could. The girl driving her car maneuvered in front of the cleaner's car, so she didn't let him get ahead. She understood perfectly well that she could only win a few minutes like that. So she had to hurry up. Kim Jae-hoon stood with a pistol in his hands. He fired a shot in complete darkness, and now he didn't know whether he hit or not. It was unclear to him whether he shot Kim Shin or not because nothing was happening around him, and this killed him even more. Kim Jae-hoon was so afraid of his opponent that he shouted at him to attack him already. Time dragged on for a very long time for him. The head of security came into the office to take the shot. He thought to himself that this Kim Jae-hoon is a complete idiot. No one in their right mind would go against this guy, and besides, he was not in the army. Therefore, he missed from such a distance. He did not want the gentleman to hit him now. And this security chief thought that he could do this monster Kim Shin because he saw him in battle before he came here. Kim Shin stood and did nothing. He watched how events would develop. He looked at this guard with such a look that it became clear to him that Kim Shin was letting him go. He hoped that this was not a joke and therefore he needed to get out of here very quickly. The guard thought that he should use this opportunity anyway. Kim Jae-hoon is finished for him, and he can only run away now. He turned off his phone and left this office. Kim Jae-hoon started screaming why the guard turned off the light and for him to turn it back on. He didn't know that he had already run away, and from here when he realized it he told him to come back. Kim Jae-hoon stood in the dark holding his gun and was afraid of fear. He tried to threaten everyone but it was already useless. There was only fear in his eyes, so he could barely restrain his emotions. He thought that with the help of a weapon he could hold Kim Shin. His nerves could not stand it. Ion shouted that no one should approach him and pulled the trigger. Another shot sounded. And again this shot did not hit the target. But he continued to hold the pistol in front of him. As it seemed to him that he had protected himself, he tried to pull the trigger again. Well, what happened was what he least expected. Right now he had run out of cartridges. Kim Jae-hoon tried to calm himself down. He told himself that Kim Shin also couldn't see in the dark and that's why he wouldn't attack him. But the next moment he realized that this was not so because Kim Shin approached him and took the gun from his hands. Now he was disarmed. The only thing he could do was run, but he didn't understand where he jumped and headed towards the exit. This was also not a very successful plan because Kim Shin clearly saw where he was moving and therefore stood in front of him and struck him. Kim Jae-hoon could not resist. The first blow was followed by a second and he was completely unable to move and slowly fell to his knees. When Kim Jae-hoon fell to his knees, Kim Shin stood behind him for the moment of truth and everyone had to get theirs. Kim Jae-hoon was very scared and so he asked Kim Shin to stop. He talked about what happened 10 years ago for a long time. If he touched him, the castle would come for him. Despite all the threats that Kim Jae-hoon said, the young man was determined to end this as soon as possible. Kim Shin entered the hall with a pistol in his hands and loaded the entire clip. His opponent did not understand why he was doing this. Could he really release this clip at him now? Kim Jae-hoon started talking about how Kim Shin has control over Hoyam, and he is transferring this control to him. He said that they are adults, and he is ready to resolve all issues peacefully. Kim Shin asked him again if he would resolve issues peacefully like in the past when he pretended to be a gangster at school, and also asked if he walked on the roof. At the next moment, another shot was fired. It was fired by Kim Shin. He shot at the window in order to break the glass. Kim Jae-hoon it became even scarier, and he realized what Kim Shin wanted to do to him, and he began to say that he asked not to do this because he was a good guy and began to offer him another part of the company. Kim Shin put a gun to his head and told him to get up and touch the broken glass. Kim Jae-hoon had no choice and he only did what he was now ordered to do, so he walked up to where the glass was broken and stood on the windowsill. Kim Jae-hoon already understood that he was not a tenant, and he wanted to finally relieve his soul. He said that he was wrong and he was very sorry, but what he is doing now is wrong. He began to make excuses and say that, honestly, he was not responsible for the death of his father. Kim Shin decided to listen to everything that this bastard had to say. Kim Jae-hoon said that his father crossed the line because of his son, whose son was sent to a colony, so the castle killed him. And he also added that if you think about it, Kim Shin himself is to blame for the death of his father. If only he had ignored and left, everything would not have gone so far. Kim Shin asked him if he said everything. He didn't want to hear him anymore, and no excuses could justify him and return his father to him. Kim Jae-hoon could no longer restrain his emotions and shouted what else he wanted from him. He began to threaten that the castle would come for him if he touched him and he would not survive. Kim Shin could no longer and did not want to hear this. He lifted his leg and pushed him. Just one movement, and the enemy was destroyed. Kim Jae-hoon flew out of the window of his office, which was located on the top floor, and fell down to the ground. He needed to calm down and think carefully. Pai Woo-jin also heard several shots. He was a little scared that something had happened to Kim Shin, but there was no command to leave yet. The director called the young man away. He needed to finish this fight, it couldn't go on forever. Therefore, the director said that it was time to wind down, and turning away from the young man, he put brass knuckles on his hands in order to finish him off. Pai Woo-jin thought that this cannot last forever, and he needs to decide now what to do next. They entered into a fight and began to strike each other. Either of them conceded and was not going to lose. Pai Woo-jin received blows and immediately dealt them to his opponent. He tried to avoid the blows that his opponent dealt, but he did not always succeed. The director was determined and received blows. He struck counter blows. The advantage was on his side. He was already stronger and also put on brass knuckles. Pai Woo-jin thought that his nose was already broken just because this director had brass knuckles on his hands. Brass knuckles were too dangerous. Even if Pai Woo-jin blocked the attacks, the damage was still not weak. The director attacked and dealt blow after blow with his fist and brass knuckles at the young man. For a long time it was impossible to withstand such attacks. When the director grabbed Pai Woo-jin, he thought that this was a chance, and decided that I would try to hit him and see what happens. He decided if he gathers all his strength and hits him with his fist from Kostya there, then maybe this guy won't get up anymore and stop bothering him. The director did just that, swung it and hit Pai Woo-jin with all his might, so that he flew to the side. It was a very strong blow, and Pai Woo-jin did not have time to block this blow and missed it. The director did not stop and struck again. The young man could no longer defend himself and could not avoid these blows. He fell. After the director dealt with the young people, he decided to go up to the floor where the office was and see what was there. Pai Woo-jin sat against the wall and could not move. He no longer had the strength. The director went up to the floor where the office was, and what he saw did not make him very happy. The director walked along a dark corridor to the office where Kim Jae-hoon was, but he didn't know the whole truth yet. When he approached the office and he thought to himself that this was not possible, and this should not have happened, he realized that he had underestimated this guy because all the files of those bodyguards he sent with Kim Jae-hoon were lying in front of him. He could never have thought that he could endure all of them alone. Now he understood one thing. He is dangerous. But he still didn't understand how much, so he didn't know the consequences if he entered into battle with him. The director decided for himself that he would not make such a mistake again, and would not miss him twice, so he was ready to fight with him. He told him that Kim Shin should start. There were two very strong opponents. But Kim Shin only has 8 minutes. Kim Shin ran towards the director trying to attack him. He was very serious and knew that there was little time left. The director didn't understand which side he would start attacking from, so he stood and prepared to take the attack. The director stood at us, looked at the young man and didn't understand from the left to the right or from the front he would attack. It seemed that he was everywhere. Or maybe he would go straight to the head. It was difficult for him to say because the young man was very fast and also moved very quickly. The director couldn't even imagine that he could miss this young man twice and not catch him now. Kim Shin slipped past him with such speed that the director did not even have time to react to him, and Kim Shin simply ran away. The director did not expect such a turn of events. In fact, he did not fulfill his duties and did not detain the leader. He slipped so skillfully and quickly that it was impossible to even react to him. The young man had such speed that it seemed beyond the control of people. A second later he was already going down the stairs and the director could no longer stop him. Kim Shin understood that there was little time left, and he needed to leave. He had completed his task. The director tried to catch up with him, but it was unrealistic. The young man was very fast and the director couldn't do it. The director thought that he had missed him twice. This had never happened in his life before. It's simply impossible. What the director saw now was unreal. He couldn't even imagine this. His bodyguards were lying on the floor, and there was not a single one who was alive. Looking around, he realized that he couldn't find Kim Jae-hoon anywhere. After all, it was for his protection that he was here. He thought to himself that Kim Jae-hoon's safety is his highest priority, and his castle was placed here. That's why he rushed in search of Kim Jae-hoon. In one of the offices, one of the employees was sitting between the tables. He was afraid to even breathe because he was so frightened by everything that was happening around him. This employee thought that he would never take overtime again in his life. And also this idiot Kim Jae-hoon did something that caused so many gangsters to come. This employee took a photo of his family and thought it was time for him to think about retirement. He doesn't want that kind of stress anymore. This employee looked at the window that faced the street. Let's go. Something was flowing brown. He didn't understand what it was at first. When he went to the window and opened it, he felt a certain smell. He realized that it was brown that was flowing on the glass. It stank. He guessed that it was poop. And I heard the cries of "Mom, save me." The employee raised his head up and saw his master. He was hanging and holding onto the windowsill of his office with his hands. He was so scared that he peed and pooped, and it all flowed down the office wall. It was from the employee that Chairman Kim Jae-hoon found out. But instead of helping him, he took his phone and started filming everything on camera. Some kind of whistle was heard and Kim Jae-hoon sank a little lower, and he was already holding onto the rope to be rescued and asked for mercy from Kim Shin. Another whistle and it was visible how Kim Jae-hoon was hanging on a rope on an office building. It seemed a little more and he would fall. As soon as the wind blew, it swayed and it hit the walls of this building. I broke my denunciation that face. Kim Jae-hoon continued to hang and no one was going to help him, and most likely no one could help him. In his eyes, everything darkened and swam. He was a few moments away from his own death. But he was still alive, and it depended only on Kim Shin. He begged Kim Shin to save him, persuaded him that he didn't like heights and was afraid of heights. He was ready to do anything just to be saved. He asked for forgiveness for everything. He thought that he didn't do much to be killed now by Kim Shin. Kim Shin stood upstairs and looked at him. He said that he came here to kill him, but his face continues to remind him that he cannot be killed so easily, and he said that he wouldn't do it. Kim Jae-hoon felt a little relieved. He believed that he wouldn't be killed today. Kim Shin said that it is much easier to kill a person than to make him live in fear every day, so let him live, repent every day of his actions and pray for forgiveness. Kim Shin told him not to forget the good truth of what goes around comes around, and said that he can't die yet because of everything he's done. Kim Shin said that he wants Kim Jae-hoon to remember this helplessness, this trembling and this fear that he is experiencing now, and he is only allowed this. The next moment, the rope on which Kim Jae-hoon was hanging was pulled up and this was salvation for him. He no longer expected that this would ever happen. When the director pulled him out, he was lying on the floor and was in a state of shock, could not say anything clearly and constantly asked for forgiveness. He called his mother whom he asked to save him from the outside. It looked like he had gone crazy. The director covered his nose and thought that this Kim Jae-hoon had gone completely crazy and now they had to decide what to do with him now. The secretary director came into the room and the secretary now had to decide what to do with Kim Jae-hoon and the others who attacked the office. The girl asked the director if he was going to let these guys go who attacked the office. Something had to be decided. Isol's boys pushed away all the guards and made their way to the exit. There was no time left, so they had to leave. One of the heads of the screen said that you need to take them, and not miss a single one. But this was impossible to do because there was no one to do it. One guard was pushing another to go and detain these guys who had just killed them all here. Jin-tae stood in front of them. They were afraid to even come close to him because they knew how it could end for them. Jin-tae said if they don't cross the line then they will survive, and if they want to and cross the line then no one will survive. And he also added that if they no longer need their lives, then none of them will live until dawn, and then they can calmly approach to die. None of these guards took a step forward because they needed their lives and none of them were ready to die now. The secretary told the director that honestly, in order to pursue these guys they need a cleaner. It's better to grab them a little later when they are ready for it. And the girl also added that there was a person who exceeded her expectations. It was Kim Shin. He took Pai Woo-jin and headed for the exit. The director didn't understand how it was that the Signs dared to invade the territory. He thought that they had gone completely crazy. He was sure that they would pay with their lives. He thought that there was a great power behind them, and these guys were not ready to go against the castle. The only thing that was clear was that this was just the beginning and the fact that someone tried to break off and attack them was a bad sign. A car stopped in front of the office. It was a cleaner's car. He tried to get here as quickly as possible, but realized that he was probably already late for me. His guy's car drove up after his car, but it was too late. Everything was quiet around. It meant it was all over. The cleaner thought that everything was already over without him. Now he needed to look at what happened inside the office. He waited until the light turned green and he could enter the office area in order to go inside and find out everything. A minute later he was already in the office parking lot, and he needed to find out all the details. He did not understand what could have happened during that time while he was not there. When he found out all the details, he realized that a lot had really happened in those 30 minutes while he was gone. He thought that the castle would not stand aside after the humiliation of Kim Jae-hoon, and now it would become a headache. The cleaner was driving down the street and thought that in the 30 minutes he was gone, Kim Jae-hoon was humiliated in his own building. Kim Shin accomplished what everyone thought was impossible, but no one was happy about this victory. They drove home in an exhausted state. Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-kyung were barely alive. They were sitting and needed help to open their eyes. Many of the guys in black t-shirts also needed help, and they were also not entirely happy with this victory. The Hazong Construction Company is only half of the Hazong Company, so today they only encountered half of Jin Tae-home, and as if he had never uttered a single word, he was very tired. Today they realized the difference between them and the castle. Their leader Kim Shin also sat silently in the car. He, like all the guys, did not enjoy it. But he thought that he did absolutely right by leaving Kim Jae-hoon alive. Now this one will be remembered for the rest of his life. How should he lead? The next day, the photo went viral all over the internet. It was a photo of Chairman Kim Jae-hoon, hanging from a rope in his office, all pissed off. This photo collected a lot of comments. People wrote different things. Some wrote that he was a big businessman and they should investigate. Others even called his name, and some just laughed. In one of the best clinics in the city there was a father and the president of this company. He was there for treatment after the photo spread across all social networks, and he saw this photo. Therefore, he called a meeting of all his employees right in this clinic where he was currently being treated. When the secretary took him out of the room, Kim Tae-hoon was the elder brother Kim Jae-hoon, who greeted the president. He came here to discuss a very important issue. Company president Kim Yom's son was Kim Jae-hoon's father. He couldn't understand why his son had been in such a state since yesterday. Kim Jae-hoon constantly shouted that he was very sorry and he was asking for someone to save him. And he also constantly asked for forgiveness. The doctors asked him to calm down, and therefore they put him in a straitjacket. Kim Jae-hoon's father asked his eldest son who did this, and he also asked who dared to look down on Hazong Company. His eldest son said that he didn't know. He said that because he didn't want to upset his father, and thought that he himself could solve this issue. The president couldn't stand it, and stood up and asked why they were treating him like this. And in all this time, really, they couldn't find this person who encroached on his. And he hit one of those standing in front of him with a stick that was in his hands so that his brain began to work faster. He swung his stick again and wanted to hit his eldest son, who had just answered him. He demanded the name of this man. His father shouted that they were useless children, and he needed to find out who did it. He hit another assistant so that he fell and was lying on the floor. He could not forgive anyone who took aim at his family and company. The father told his son that he didn't care how he did it, but he had to find who did it and bring them to him. His eldest son turned around and said that he agreed and he would fulfill the request of his president and left. On this Sunday everything was as usual, and people very often come to church on weekends to talk with God, or listen to the bells ringing after the service. They say that the ringing of church bells drives away various evil spirits. The service was over, but only one young man remained in the church. Most likely he stayed here to be alone with God. His phone vibrated, an SMS arrived. The customer was Hazong. They were making a request. The young man pressed the button to continue. And before that, he asked for forgiveness not only from God but also from his father to whom he made a promise. Tattoo studio explosion during the day, and at night an underground hospital came here. All the wounded who returned after the battle to the corporation. Only here could they be provided with medical assistance without anyone knowing about it, especially people from the Castle Corporation. A lot of guys came here who were wounded, and Isol and Jin Tae were here. They also needed help. Jin Tae, as always, was in high spirits. It seemed that he never despaired, and now he asked the girl who did the dressings for him if she was free. After that the girl replied that he still needed to examine others. Isao looked at him and thought that he was flirting as if he was doing it for the first time. But he couldn't get it out of his head how he moved and handled knives in battle, and he was also interested in knowing what happened to his body. He thought where this Jin-tae got such scars that were on his land, most likely it was due to the fact that he was in the war. Kim Shin sat on the sofa in his office. He asked himself only one question. Did he take revenge? He understood that yes, he took revenge, but he did not receive any satisfaction from it. Cha Soo-min came into the office. She said that she always thought that someday Kim Jae-hoon would teach according to the merits of his deeds. The girl asked what he was going to do now because Kim Jae-hoon's father, Kim Sun-yeon, would not sit idly by after what he did to his son and his corporation. The girl also added that now they are in an unfavorable position. If Kim Shin fights with them, he will simply waste time. And she also added that the main one is Kim Tae-hoon and not Kim Sun-yeon. Kim Shin replied that he plans to meet with Kim Tae-hoon and negotiate. Cha Soo-min, the girl, didn't understand what negotiations meant and how you could agree on something with these people, so she asked what he could offer them. Kim Shin answered her that nothing for now, but if he talked about negotiations, then he had some kind of plan and he acted according to this plan. He added that soon he would have something that he could imagine in these negotiations. He just had to wait a little. A car drove up to the entrance to the clinic. The driver opened the door, and Kim Jae-hoon's older brother sat in the back seat. He now had to act because his father told him to deal with the people who dared to humiliate his brother. In the front seat of the car was a secretary who was with Kim Jae-hoon all the time and who witnessed all the events. The girl's secretary asked the gentleman for forgiveness for the inconvenience that arose in their company, and said that she was ready to accept any punishment. Kim Tae-hoon said that he respects her for her ability to make decisions quickly. She is not to blame for what happened. If he dug his own grave, then nothing can be done about it. The secretary girl asked what about the group that attacked the company. They needed to find out something. What plans of action does Kim Tae-hoon have? Kim Tae-hoon, he still didn't know what to do with this attacking group. He needed a little time to make a decision and find out all the details. The girl began to talk about how they were attacked by a group from Hoyeom, and that they already have a leader, and his name is Kim Shin. Their leader Kim Shin gathered gangsters from Hoyeom and absorbed DS Security, a subsidiary of the Haesung Construction Company, a few days after arriving. He was also a classmate of Chairman Kim Jae-hoon in high school. He ended up in a colony after he got into a fight with Chairman Kim Jae-hoon, and later his father was killed by the castle. The order to kill his father was partially given by President Kim Song-yeong, and the executor was Baek Do-chan himself, Mr. Tiredly wondering what Kim Shin was doing all this time. In Korea, a person is considered dead if there is no information about his location, and for more than 8 years, and no one has heard of Kim Shin for almost 10 years. But now he has returned and revealed himself. Where he was, no one knows, and what he was doing too. Kim Shin injured Chairman Kim Jae-hoon, and now he is unlikely to come to his senses. And if he does, it will take quite a long time. Kim Tae-hoon said that his brother is not the type who is easily hurt, and it is worth admitting that this idiot Kim Shin is really good enough. He asked the secretary's girlfriend if she had seen him. The girl replied that yes, she saw him when he attacked the headquarters of the Haesung Construction Company, and he is strong enough to instantly knock out 10 special bodyguards. It seemed to her that he was a dragon, and she knew for sure that he was driven by revenge. So she was sure he would come, and according to their souls they needed to get rid of him. The girl added that it was he who caused concern in Koyeom. If we get rid of him, everything should return to the starting point, and then everything will be as before. Her words sounded great. Kim Tae-hoon told his secretary girlfriend to call Shin Tae-jun, and that should be enough to sort out this issue. The girl's secretary thought that Shin Tae-jun was the person who always took on dirty work despite his religious nature. Despite the fact that he went to all services and confessed and wore a cross on his chest, he was the person who removed unnecessary people. Shin Tae-jun was also one of the 2 swords protecting this city. His nickname did not suit him at all, but he was one of the best in the city. Therefore, only he could be relied upon when the cleaner was busy. Only he could do such a job. Today Shin Tae-jun left work early because he received an order from Haesung Company, and he needed to hurry up to complete the order. A church minister who knew him for a long time was surprised that Shin Tae-jun didn't even confess today. He approached the iconostasis for a few minutes, then crossed himself and left. Today he couldn't stay here for long because he had work. The minister of the church that everything is as always thought that everything is as always this guy. He always leaves money and leaves without saying a word. Shin Tae-jin went to the cell where there was supposed to be a task for him, and the details that he needed to know. Indeed, everything was as always when he opened the cell. He saw an envelope containing a description of what he needed to do, or rather who needed to be eliminated. When he opened the envelope, he realized that he had no additional information. He had photographs of two young people. These were his goals. He realized that there were some innuendos in this letter because he had heard rumors that these two guys had power. He already knew that the brunette was strong enough to overwhelm 10 special bodyguards to avoid Director Nam Gong-hyuk. All that was clear was that he was dangerous. In such cases, he always took off the cross that he wore for him. It was a ceremony that he was not going to refuse. Shin Tae-jin thought that this brunette guy might be at the level of the people from the castle, so when he headed to the car dump, looking for him, he already had information about him. But he still didn't understand who he would have to face, and what power this person had who needed to be removed. Shin Tae-jin, like an obedient parishioner, read a prayer and said that God would not hold a grudge against him. He put the mask on his face so that no one would recognize him. He always did this. He asked God for forgiveness for all his sins that he had done and that he would do later. He was a believing murderer. He understood perfectly well that people like him are always ready to die for someone or something, but not for themselves. He quietly walked up to the door. He was wondering how quickly Kim Shin would react. This is one of the necessary skills for survival. Having opened the door slightly, he thought that he had no one to blame because there are strong and weak in the world, which means that only the strongest will always win. But he didn't see anyone in the room. There was complete emptiness. He tried to look around, but there was no one there. When he tried to go inside and open the door, he still didn't see anyone. But he had a feeling as if he was here, and this feeling did not let him down. He thought that he could go unnoticed and unexpectedly attack his opponent, but he did not succeed because he did not know his opponent well. Kim Shin grabbed him and pulled him into the room. This really should be fun, so Shin Tae-jin thought. Kim Shin stood armed with a pistol and his opponent tried to attack him with a knife. They were both strong enough and neither of them was going to give up right away. They were both assassins. Shin Tae-jin got his bearings much faster, and with one blow I will yank the pistol out of his opponent's hands so that he does not have time to shoot from it. But this was only the beginning and therefore their battle would be all ahead. Kim Shin always calculated his strength and first looked at what his opponent was capable of. Shin Tae-jin tried to do the same thing. He was a professional and a mercenary who carried out his task more than once. Therefore, Kim Shin did not let his opponent get closer and launched a kick straight into his stomach. His opponent flew to the side. After this blow, Shin Tae-jin flew out of the room he had just tried to enter, and was already at the car dump site. Kim Shin attacked his opponent with a knife. He had to knock the gun out of his opponent's hands. Shin Tae-jin defended himself with this pistol and therefore held it in his hand. Kim Shin decided that this was a good moment, and right now he will be able to knock this pistol out of his hands, so he struck with a knife. So the pistol fell out of the enemy's hands. But Kim Shin was also wounded and his opponent stabbed his arm with a knife. Although the wound was not very serious, and therefore the fight continued, these were two fighters who were worthy of one. Each of them moved very quickly and tried to strike. Shin Tae-jin thought that the rumors were really true, and this guy is very dangerous. He asked Kim Shin how he knew that Shin Tae-jin was coming. Kim Shin answered him that if you don't be an idiot like Kim Jae-hoon, then it's quite natural to guess that they will come to kill him. Shin Tae-jin thought to herself that most likely he is here alone, that he thought that there is no one above him here, so he only needs to cope with him. They stood opposite each other, each of them waited for his opponent to start attacking. No one wanted to waste their strength just like that. Kim Shin thought to himself that this young man was using himself as bait to lure him out and then destroy him. If this is true, then he is too arrogant, and I only think that he can win. But if this is really the case, it is very stupid to think that he is the strongest and there is no one who can defeat him. But there is always someone stronger. As this time the opponents attacked each other, Shin Tae-jin tried to strike several blows. Kim Shin avoided these blows. Kim Shin managed to avoid the blows of his opponent. He waited for the moment when he could deliver one single blow and finish off this mercenary. Kim Shin moved quickly and was in a fairly advantageous position. He had to control this entire fight to know when to deliver the killing blow. The blow that he tried to deliver now did not hit the target, and his opponent avoided this blow. Therefore, he needed to act even more carefully. Since his opponent immediately struck back with a knife, Kim Shin was able to escape this blow at the last moment. Kim Shin concentrated on the fact that this battle should not drag on too long, and, having taken an advantageous position, began to attack, inflicting blow after blow on his opponent so that he did not have a single chance to defend himself. Kim Shin's position was more advantageous, and this was precisely the moment when he could strike his opponent. Therefore, he did just that. It was a matter of technique. His opponent no longer controlled this battle at all and could not defend himself. Kim Shin tried to stab his opponent's chest with a knife, but Shin Tae-jin grabbed his hand and did not allow him to finish the blow. Kim Shin's attack was unsuccessful, but now he knew for sure that he had a strong enough opponent, and he couldn't win so easily. The battle continued. They again stood opposite each other at this car dump, and now they needed to understand how to proceed and what tactics to use. Shin Tae-jin thought to himself that this guy is not made with a finger, and is so easy in battle. Most likely he will not be able to remove. He thought that if he climbed, this guy would be able to cut him. It was not an easy situation. Well, it was clear that the guy knew how to fight. Kim Shin thought that he saw Nam Gong Hyuk not long ago, and was able to get away from him. Kim Shin thought that this Shin Tae-jin had the same aura as Nam Gong Hyuk had the aura of the cones from the castle. Therefore, there was no reason to put yourself above others. You had to land on the ground and think realistically. The sun of the citadel failed. The mountains remain always high. Shin Tae-jin right in the eyes of his opponent. He needed to determine what he was up to and how he would present himself in the next moment. The atmosphere of their battle changed and none of them tried to attack. Everyone tried to analyze the current situation. They stood opposite each other, waiting for which of them would be the first to continue this retreat. Now it was important to determine which of them was stronger. Kim Shin stood and expected the enemy's attack. He already knew what he wanted and he already had a plan that he wanted to execute. 3 days ago in Vladivostok, in one of the establishments where underground rings were held, a pet appeared. The director of the bar, Iskra, sat and told your friend that the python had returned from Korea and she saw him from afar and never up close, and she also said that she pretended that everything was fine but her body did not move. The guy who was sitting with her asked the girl that this was the same python that was the killer of his colleagues. He didn't understand what the ghost of the past was doing here. This guy was surprised because he had the audacity to come into the spark and that he would no longer try to get rid of the python. He didn't understand how the python came back here. It was complete madness. It was as if he had declared war. He was a little disappointed that the Amur tiger had retired. The girl completely agreed, but she was not here to discuss the ghost of the past. The bar owner said that Iskra doesn't rely on exes, so she would like to ask a favor from Mr. The man she was talking to now, it was the bear. He was a killer subordinate to the Spark and the manager of the underground fight club. The girl needed only one thing for the bear to finish with the python. The fight continued. Kim Shin tried to strike several blows at his opponent. He was able to escape these blows and not get injured. Immediately after Kim Shin's attack, his opponent also tried to attack and strike with a knife, but Kim Shin leaned back and this blow missed. Shin Tae-jin looked at his opponent and thought that this guy was one of the strongest he had met in Korea. And he also thought that the slightest doubt or wrong movement could cost him his life because this guy was very good with a knife and was quite strong. This time the attack ended with them crossing their knives and only the stronger one should win. Kim Shin turned out to be stronger. He pushed his opponent away and inflicted a slight wound on him by cutting him with a knife. This gave him an advantage over his opponent. Immediately after this, Kim Shin swung his hand to attack and strike the next blow. There was no time to hesitate, and the enemy had to be taken by surprise. Kim Shin was completely confident in his abilities, and despite the fact that his opponent was also quite strong, he knew that he needed to win. Shin Tae-jin tried to kick him so as to knock the knife out of Kim Shin's hand, but he bent down and the blow went over his head. Shin Tae-jin decided that he needed to change his hand and take the knife in the other hand without the enemy noticing it. Now he could attack with the other hand. Shin Tae-jin was wounded in several places and therefore lost his strength. He could barely see his movements, and he understood perfectly well that he needed to be on guard because his opponent was very dangerous. Shin Tae-jin thought that this was one of his strongest opponents, and until that time he had never fought with anyone who had such strength. Therefore, he decided to take off his mask in order to see better. The slightest mistake on his part could lead to death, and this was very problematic. Shin Tae-jin told his opponent that if he saw his face then he cannot leave him alive, and this fight must be a fight to the death. Kim Shin listened very carefully to everything his opponent said and agreed only with the fact that this is a fight to the last, and that means to the death. There was complete silence at the car dump for several minutes. The opponents were preparing to end this battle. They stood opposite each other, preparing to attack. Now the most important thing was to concentrate, and not miss the attack of their opponent. Shin Tae-jin was the first to attack. He tried to strike Kim Shin directly in the forehead, but the young man had a good reaction, and he was able to dodge this blow by moving his head to the side. The knife passed by Kim Shin's face. Immediately after this blow, Kim Shin was ready to strike a counter blow, and he swung his knife to strike his opponent directly on the head. Shin Tae-jin decided that the time had come and it was time for him to get the second knife, so he pulled it out from behind his back. With one knife, Shin Tae-jin parried his opponent's blow, and with the second knife he struck Kim Shin's hand so that blood splashed in all directions. Shin Tae-jin tried to knock Kim Shin down. He thought he could do it, and then he could finish the fight. Kim Shin, due to his injury and the fact that his opponent was so stubborn and constantly attacked, he could barely stay on his feet. At some point, he even lost his balance and almost fell, but he decided to take advantage of the situation and kick his opponent. He tilted his body back so that the enemy could not reach his goal and so that he could not injure him yet. Kim Shin was at arm's length from his opponent. He was now the most important thing was to stay on his feet and concentrate his strength. Kim Shin's next attack came immediately. He tried to hit different parts of his opponent's body very quickly, so he wore him down. Shin Tae-jin received several more wounds and was very weak, but he stayed on his feet. He himself said that this fight would be until the end. Shin Tae-jin couldn't stay on his feet and staggered from the blows thrown and fell to the ground. He had to do something. He quickly realized and remembered the very pistol that he had knocked out from his opponent at the beginning of the battle. He only needed to feel it in order to pick it up, and then he could finish with his opponent. He picked up the pistol and pointed it at his opponent. All he had to do was pull the trigger, and everything could be over. Shin Tae-jin was lying on the ground pointing the gun at Kim Shin. The next moment, he pulled the trigger, and a shot rang out. Kim Shin managed to move his body to the side and the bullet passed by. Kim Shin had a better position now. He could hit Shin Tae-jin and prevent him from getting up from the ground. He did just that, struck with his fist right in the face of his opponent so that he could not get up. Shin Tae-jin understood that this was practically the end, and he only needed to defend himself in order not to be killed. He picked up his knife again to try to strike again if he could do it from a lying position on the ground. But the blow was not so strong. Kim Shin was able to stop him by grabbing his hand and knocking the knife out of his hand. It turned out that they hit each other at the same time. But Kim Shin's blow was much stronger and his opponent fell back to the ground. Shin Tae-jin needed to get up, otherwise he could lose. He did just that. He began to try to inflict another blow on his opponent. It seemed to him that he could still win this fight. But all his actions were useless, and as soon as he stood up, Kim Shin struck him so he received another injury. Shin Tae-jin realized that this guy has no weakness. He is now fighting against beasts. He has no chance against this beast. He couldn't even imagine that he would ever face a real beast like Kim Shin. And so his next attack was out of desperation. He still thought that he could continue the fight, but he understood that there was a beast against him. And even when Shin Tae-jin attacked him, Kim Shin was able to wound him. He did not kill his opponent, but exhausted him and wounded him. Shin Tae-jin was strong enough, but even now he could no longer tolerate it. He was tired of the wounds inflicted and the pain. A long time ago, when he came to church for the first time to serve and to repent of his sins before God, each time, in the depths of his soul, he longed for his death, although he was a very believer and believed that only God can decide who lives and who dies. And now he has received a force against himself that could end his life, which is exactly what he asked for while in the temple. Kim Shin saw that his opponent had opened up and now he could finish this fight with one blow, but he still didn't know what to do, and he avoided the blows of his enemy, although the temple inflicted on him was bleeding all over him. A little more, and he would have died only from loss of blood. This was a good chance for Kim Shin, but he had to decide exactly what to do with this assassin, whether he needed him or not. One blow with a knife, and you can completely put an end to this man who was engaged in killing other people. It was very strong, just one blow from one blade of the heart, and the enemy could not get up. Shin Tae-jin looked at the ground with his eyes downcast. He was preparing for the fact that he was going to die and never see this light again. He didn't understand why Kim Shin hesitated and didn't strike him. Kim Shin asked her opponent why he gave up because he could have dodged and not gotten hit. Shin Tae-jin told him that there was no point in saying kill me and that he no longer had the desire to fight. He asked Kim Shin well to kill him, and he also added even if he kills him, they will still all die. They went against the castle and therefore they must be killed. Kim Shin couldn't understand why he wanted to die so badly because he was a worthy opponent. But he didn't hear any answer, so he didn't hesitate. He had to finish this. Shin Tae-jin. Shin Tae-jin closed his eyes because he couldn't stand this pain anymore and wanted it to end as quickly as possible for him. Kim Shin had no choice but to fulfill his opponent's request and end it. Therefore, he decided that if he already wanted it so much, he would fulfill his last request, swung it and struck. The cross that Shin Tae-jin wore remained lying in the boxes with his jewelry. He usually put the pectoral crosses of his opponents there, which he removed from their necks. At the car dump, who shouted that he had finally woken up and that they should leave him alone because he would wake up soon. Shin Tae-jin slightly opened his eyes and tried to look around. He didn't understand why he was still alive. Someone sitting next to him noticed that his fingers were moving. Isol noticed that this idiot woke up. They sat and watched him. They needed to prevent him from dying. He tried to raise his head, but he couldn't. He was weak and practically couldn't move. He clearly remembered that the knife pierced him in a vital point. Then it is unclear why he did not die or he missed on purpose. Shin Tae-jin realized that in front of him were Kim Shin's people and they were also wounded. Isol said that he could relax. Their boss asked them to leave him alive. Now it was clear he didn't kill him on purpose. The reason was quite obvious. Most likely he plans to use him in negotiations, but this won't help them in any way. Hazong doesn't care about him because he treats him like a thing, and also because Chairman Kim Tae-hoon has no thoughts about negotiations there, and he gave the task to remove Kim Shin and Jin Tae. He thought it would be difficult to break out of Kim Shin's fight, and asked these people to call their leader Kim Shin. He needs to talk. Cha Soo-min came into the room. She said that their boss was not there yet, and he would have to wait if he wanted to see him and talk to him. She explained that their boss met halfway. Cha Soo-min was so confident in her boss, not in what he was doing. Shin Tae-jin heard about this and thought that this couldn't happen. Why then did Kim Tae-hoon give him the task? Kim Tae-hoon's car, accompanied by another car with security guards, was driving along the highway at high speed. The driver of their car suddenly braked. It was very unexpected because they usually never stopped on the highway. The driver asked Mr. Chairman for forgiveness. He explained that this car in front suddenly blocked their way. The driver from that car shouted that they did not know how to drive properly. The driver was unhappy and said that his morning was ruined and he demanded the driver to punch him in the face. The girl's secretary caught herself thinking that she had already seen this young man somewhere. He reminded her of someone. The driver of their car opened the door and asked for forgiveness from the gentleman, saying that he would now completely sort it out and come back. The secretary girl still thought that this gentleman on the street looked very familiar, and when the driver had already gotten out and approached this young man, he put a knife to his chest. He said not to twitch if he didn't obey, otherwise it would be very painful, so just let him stand a little outside. The girl's secretary guessed it was Kim Shin. She just didn't understand what he was doing here, and why he was here. Kim Shin walked up to the car, opened the door and sat in the back seat. Thus, he himself decided to negotiate with his opponent. Kim Tae-hoon asked the young man if he knows who he is and understands what he is doing. Kim Shin took off his cap and said that of course he knows who he is and he is here for a reason, and also added that he is glad to meet Chairman Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon guessed that now Kim Shin was sitting in the car with him. This is the one who did this to his brother, and who arranged a lot of interesting things. Many guards appeared near Mr. Kim Tae-hoon's car. They were ready to throw this young man out of the car, but no one gave them a signal and they stood with the driver on the street. Now this young man has gone too far. He was alone with Mr. Kim Tae-hoon. But his friend Jin-tae didn't think so, and so he sat in their car waiting for nothing to happen to his boss. A young man, Ryu-ji-hak, got out of the car accompanying Mr. Kim Tae-hoon. He was an influential member of the Hazong company. The guy looked around, and he said that this Kim Shin looks very strong, and so you need to be careful. The secretary girl took her knife and turned to the side where Kim Shin and Kim Tae-hoon were sitting. She wanted to show that she was ready to protect her master. Kim Tae-hoon told the young man that he wouldn't live to see dawn if he only lifted a finger. Kim Shin listened very carefully to his interlocutor. He did not want to threaten him and did not want to contradict him. His task was different. He unbuttoned his jacket and took out a box from his inside pocket. He was clearly ready for whatever this gentleman would say now and therefore was not going to interrupt him. The girl's secretary stood with a knife in her hands. It seemed to her that she was so in control of the situation, and Kim Shin would not be able to attack his master. Kim Shin put this box in front of him, which he took out of his jacket, and opened it. There was a knife inside. The secretary girl immediately recognized this knife. This knife was Shin Tae-jin. They just yesterday gave him the task to destroy this Kim Shin. Kim Tae-hoon also found out whose knife it was. Everything became clear to him. So the person they hired to kill Kim Shin was killed himself. Kim Shin said that he just wanted together and control over Hoyam. In fact, he got what he wanted and he doesn't need anything else. And he also added that the gentleman no longer needs to share the Hazong company with his brother. He is now the sole owner of this company. Kim Tae-hoon said that Kim Shin says very funny things. He didn't even think about it. Kim Shin bowed his head to the master and asked for his forgiveness. It was his plan. He had to show how much he was ready to respect him. The young man continued to say that he doesn't need much from this life. He just wants to save what he has left now and move on with his life. He said that he no longer has a family. If they wanted, they could finish him and his people off at any moment. But they didn't do that, so he is ready to carry out any order that the master gives him. Kim Shin lowered his head even lower and asked them to help him. They definitely couldn't expect this young man to come to them and bow his head. The secretary definitely didn't expect after she saw this Kim Shin there in the office that he would come and bow his head. Kim Tae-hoon, after listening to everything that Kim Shin was trying to tell him now, said that enough was enough and he had to go. He didn't have time. And he also added that he can go, and when he thinks about it, he will contact him and tell him what decision he made. The girl's secretary was shocked by everything she saw. She turned to Mr. Chairman. She didn't understand. Could he really let Kim Shin go? Kim Shin said that he would look forward to his call and would be glad to cooperate with him, opened the door and got out of the car. The security of which she was standing near the master's car stood and waited for a signal. They were sure that the master would want to detain Kim Shin to take revenge on him for his brother. The girl's secretary turned to the chairman and asked him if he really believed this Kim Shin. She was a little surprised by his decision. The gentleman answered her that it was difficult for him to trust this young man, but he could kill him whenever he wanted, because that's exactly what he just said. And he also added that at least Shin Tae-jin couldn't finish him off. He's sure that Ryu-ji-hak can do it. And he also added that he doesn't think it's such a big problem. They have 2 more people who can kill him at any moment. And he told his secretary that they were now heading to a place where she had never been before. This territory of monsters. The people who tried to attack Hazong would never be able to imagine what kind of force was behind him. Of course, what happened to Shin Tae-jin was a surprise, but there are always replacements for such people, and today they will find a replacement for him. They wanted to see if Kim Shin could survive in Hoyam. If he had the strength to do so, then Kim Tae-hoon would make this deal with him. But if he can't and doesn't have enough strength, then he's a dead man and there's no point in regretting him. Kim Tae-hoon turned to the secretary that she missed one detail, and that is that this young man is not a dragon at all, as she said. It's only at first glance that he is brave. But in fact he lowered his head and began to talk about the fact that he doesn't need much from life and he wants to save what he has left and continue to live. The gentleman added that it's hard to think about it, but Kim Shin is one of the best toys he could ever get his hands on. Jin-tae was waiting for Kim Shin near the car. He said that he could barely restrain himself from starting a fight. And he also added that when they attacked the headquarters the weather was much better. Kim Shin, that Shin Tae-jin is the cleaner who was sent by Kim Tae-hoon yesterday. Now he is sure of it. This cleaner was at the spark level. He gave up voluntarily. If he had not done this, it would not have been so easy to win. He also met a guy named Guk Hyuk, and it seems to him that he needs to find out more about them. In the meantime, Kim Shin said you need to sit quietly and not stick your head out too much until there is complete information about everything and everyone. And I thought to myself that this is just the beginning. I need to wait for the right moment to strike the next blow. It was time for them to return, so they got into the car and headed back to Hoyam. A few minutes later they were already at the car dump where all the wounded and Cha Su-min were located. Pai Woo-jin and Kim Dae-kyung and Lee-sol were waiting for the result of Kim Shin's arrival. They did not believe that it was possible to negotiate with these people. Cha Su-min said that they returned with such faces. This means that the negotiations with Kim Tae-hoon were successful according to plan. Kim Shin replied that he would think about their proposal and they would have to be on guard until then. He could arrange a provocation. But most likely he will contact him soon. Another person heard all this. It was the same cleaner Shin Tae-jin whom Kim Shin spared. Kim Shin walked up to Shin Tae-jin lying on the bed and handed him a pack of cigarettes, thus showing my respect for this man. Shin Tae-jin asked only one question: why he didn't kill him yesterday in battle. He was very aggressive towards Kim Shin and did not take cigarettes. Kim Shin didn't take long to persuade him and threw him a pack of cigarettes, and then told him that he took his knife. And today, when he talked to Kim Tae-hoon, he said that he killed him. Kim Shin hoped that this information would help him. Shin Tae-jin asked the young man what he was up to without receiving an answer. He then said, "Is he really going to use me in his game?" The young man replied that he could not guarantee this, but he could help him in other ways. He said that he would help him live his life the way he wanted, and in return he wanted only one thing: information about the citadel. This proposal made the cleaner laugh very much, and he did not know how to properly explain to the young man that he would be killed anyway. Kim Shin looked at him. He was ready for such a reaction, but still he had to get information. He wanted to know everything about the castle. Shin Tae-jin laughed for a long time and then started talking about how the young man is very interesting and he can't solve his problems like that. And he also added whether he will give him information or not about the citadel, and whether he will be on his side or not. He will still pay for failing this mission and not killing Kim Shin, and they will all die too. Of course, he admitted that Kim Shin is strong enough and qualified in Korea. Not one of the people outside the castle has such strength. And the Yakuza have such power in Japan or the triads in Hong Kong. It's a fly to determine where people trained. But the young man's skills were amazing. He did not belong to any of these organizations and had never learned from them. He was from the Russian Spark. This is also an organization of hired killers who were quite cruel and strong. Of course, if Kim Shin is from a Spark, then it is clear why his strength is so great, and this is quite understandable. Then at best he is at the level of people from the top of the castle. But that's all there is to it. Shin Tae-jin wasn't going to tell him any more information. He wasn't going to talk to him anymore at all. The only thing he added was that if life is dear to him, then let him give up, and if they were targeting him, then he's already a dead man anyway. At the same time, everything was calm in the office of the Hazong Company. Now it will be led by one of the gentlemen, elder brother Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon had already arrived with his secretary girlfriend at the office. He hadn't been here recently, and so he needed to see how things were going here. The girl's secretary approached the elevator and pressed the call button. Their office was located on the very top floor of this building. The elevator door opened, but there were already people inside and they did not enter the elevator. One of them turned to Kim Tae-hoon and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The gentleman did not answer anything. There was a gentleman and a girl in the elevator, Yu Woo-song. It was President Hua Jin, a former representative of the Chinese triads of the Black Dragon Division, and a girl. Her name was Lin Lin. She was a special bodyguard. The gentleman suggested that they come in and go together. Kim Tae-hoon decided that it was safe and told his secretary that they were riding together in the elevator. Lin Lin was a pretty girl, but there was one habit that everyone around her couldn't like: chewing gum, and then blowing air bubbles and popping them. The secretary girl looked at her and thought how funny and ridiculous she looked when she inflated these bubble gum balloons. Mr. First started the conversation. He asked Kim Tae-hoon, is it true what he heard, what happened to his brother, and how is he okay, and also added, will he celebrate? Kim Tae-hoon said that enough jokes, it's not funny at all, and his brother, if not now, will be fine later. The gentleman laughed a lot. He felt funny because sometimes it's very fun to tease them with the president. This is the only way to see his real face. And he also took him by the shoulder, adding that to call him at any time if problems arise. He is better than responsible Beck. The elevator stopped and the gentleman had already gotten out, but he said that his guys are good at erasing people without any problems, so he can use them. Kim Tae-hoon was so self-confident that he said that he didn't need anyone's help. He thought that he could solve all the problems on his own. When they got out of the elevator, there were guards who checked them with a metal detector. Where they were going, they couldn't bring anything metal in, which meant they couldn't have weapons with them. Shin Tae-jin talked about how the main reason why the castle could not be defeated was because of the people it consisted of. Yu Woo-sung, chairman of Hwa-jin, and Kim Tae-hoon, chairman of Hazong Company. This is what they reported when they entered this office. Shin Tae-jin asked Kim Shin if he has ever heard of the 7 pillars of the castle on which he is based. They were invited to the office for a round table. Yu Woo-sung said that it was rude. His dear seniors sitting at the table answered him that it was very good that the juniors were late. The first one who sat on the edge was Kim Hwan, an important figure in the national bond market. He turned to the young people and said that he was glad to see them all again, asked how they were doing and inquired about their bodyguards. In the next seat was In Muyel, the former Yakuza chairman of the Mori Investment Company. He said that he was glad to meet. Behind him sat a gray-haired man with a face that was covered with scars. It was Jang Il-du, the chairman of the Castle Hotel. He said that they all have things to do. So let's hurry up, please. Yu Woo-sung, chairman Hwa-jin, former representative of the Chinese triads of the Black Dragon Division, he said that he loves the tense mood of his elders. Kim Tae-hoon, chairman of the Hazong Company, was taciturn. He said that he did not see Beck as responsible. Another seat was empty. Baek Du-chan, the former Russian killer in charge of trade, was supposed to be sitting here. The secretary of the castle came out and said that Chairman Beck was absent since he went on a business trip to Russia. The chairman will be the chairman today, and the door opened and another representative of the castle entered the room, who was supposed to become the chairman today. Everyone sitting at the table froze and looked in that direction. They didn't know who they were going to deal with now and who had gathered them. This person was Choi Min-wook, the founder and head of the castle, the most powerful shareholder of the castle. He said that thank you to everyone for coming and their meeting begins. Shin Tae-jin says that it all started with a temporary truce, but now the castle is on a completely different level. The castle had a great influence not only on politicians but also on business, so the money that circulated inside the castle was a colossal amount. From the Yakuza and triads in Asia to the mafia in Europe and North America, the cartel in Latin America, it was all a castle. These people have influence absolutely everywhere, and there is simply nowhere to run from these people and their organization. And most importantly, Shin Tae-jin said that he should not forget that he was not the first who decided to overcome the castle. The young man remembered his father and teacher. The castle also destroyed them, and now he wants to destroy this castle to avenge them. Kim Shin listened attentively, and did not say anything. He understood perfectly well that the cleaner wanted to say this. But he was also dependent on this castle. Shin Tae-jin thought if this happens and someday the castle collapses, he will go to Jeju. He was always wondering why these scum are neglecting their country, fighting overseas. Yi-seol overheard the conversation a little and so stood up and asked his boss about the same spark that this person was talking about. Is he really related to her? Cha Soo-min said that she wasn't even surprised. For some reason she thought so because he disappeared for almost 10 years and he had to be somewhere. Kim Dae-kyun was the first to say that he didn't want to eavesdrop and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness before that day. They only now realized that they simply existed, being incapable of anything because they did not understand what was really happening. Pai Woo-jin is the only one who turned to the cleaner. He asked him if he wanted to die like this or if he thinks that's how life is. Jin Tae, as always, couldn't miss Pai Woo-jin's words, so he thought that something had happened to this idiot. One of them shouted, "Hey killer," and I will continue that if he thinks that they do not realize the difference in strength, this is not true. They know everything perfectly well. Kim Dae-kyun began to explain to the killer that despite this, they would still challenge them even if it cost them their lives. And he also added that he was ready to do anything in order to destroy the castle. The killer now just had to sit and watch. Shin Tae-jin replied that we'll see and added that he wanted to tell them something else that they didn't know before. Kim Shin said that they already know about the 7 pillars, that they should also know about the structure of this castle. He wanted to know about the special forces supporting these 7 pillars. Shin Tae-jin replied that they all have strength similar to Gung Hyuk, and they all have quite a lot of strength. Jin Tae and everyone else listened carefully to everything this killer was saying. They needed to know who they were dealing with. Kim Shin asked Killer how long he had been in the castle. This was necessary in order to determine the degree of trust of this person in the castle. He thought for a while and said that it's good since they want to die so much. He will tell everything he knows. He began his story with the fact that there are 10 people in the castle who are much stronger than him. These 10 people have special training. Each of these 10 is presented to one of the 7 pillars, all of them world-class and no less. In the room were Kim Dae-jaeon and Pai Woo-jin and Isul and Cha Soo-min. They listened carefully to every word that the killer uttered. After all, this also concerned them. And there are also 10 people in charge of the castle, continued Shin Tae-jin. At least that's what they call them. Nam Gung Hyuk is one of the 10 who are responsible for the castle. They all have approximately the same strength and are ready for anything. Jin Tae asked Killer how about the Python Baekdu-chan. He knows something. He is also responsible for the castle. Shin Tae-jin said that Baekdu-chan, if he is from Spark, then he should know him, and added that he still cannot forget his first meeting with him. It was when he joined the castle that there were people who questioned his skills. They only doubted until he proved them wrong. Baekdu-chan killed everyone who doubted his skills. He leaves no one who gets in his way. This is how he showed his strength in front of the castle, and the castle stopped doubting him and accepted him. He is a member of the castle. Of course, he is one of the 10 people responsible for the castle. But if you think about it, there have been rumors about him for a long time. That Baekdu-chan has become one of the untouchable beings in the castle. He has a lot of power and great strength. Shin Tae-jin turned to Kim Shin. He wanted to ask him. He wanted not only to tell about the castle, but also to find out everything about these people. So he asked Kim Shin how many people he had who could defeat him, or Nam Gung Hyuk. This was a very important question. Kim Shin looked at those around him and at each of them separately, at Kim Dae-jaeon and Isul standing next to him, and then on Jin Tae and Pai Woo-jin and Cha Soo-min. He also considered them all very good fighters. That's why he said that he has at least 5 people who are ready to fight. Shin Tae-jin told him that if you dare to say that you plan to destroy the castle, you need at least 5 world-class people, because if you don't have them, then the castle is no match for you. And he also added, if you are going to sit quietly, then think the castle will do the same thing. No, they will act. And he also said that it was too late, they had already lit the flame. If he was lucky he would survive, otherwise he was dead. And he also added that they said that a full-scale war ended in their victory. But he was not going to enter a battle that was obviously lost. The young man thought that the castle was a really powerful group. It was quite obvious that they would die if they started kicking. So he decided that he would start by destroying the people responsible for supporting the pillars. There was also another piece of information left to him by his benefactor, and it was very important to them. Kim Shin said that Kim Sun-kyu from the Innovation Party is a presidential candidate VIP client organization castle. Shin Tae-jin was surprised by this information. He didn't know for sure and didn't understand where this young man could have information about the castle. He thought, is it really true that Kim Sun-kyu is from the Innovative Party and that he is a client? He knew for sure that this was the first time he had heard about it. This meant hidden information from those in charge. At this time, at a round table in the castle, they discussed the latest issues that could affect their activities. The secretary announced that Chairman Kim Hwan would take up the matter. The president will personally complete the action program related to sweeping clients. And he also said that everyone should know that the results of their many years of investment are almost in their hands. And he added that before the presidential elections they should be careful with the act on personal weapons. The use of firearms and skirmishes are also prohibited. Therefore, Kim Shin decided that he should meet with representatives of the castle in 6 months, and this could not have been done earlier. Its chairman believed that the castle would become the largest in the history of cartels that no one would dare to touch. Kim Shin believed that it was then that they would attack them. Shin Tae-jin, when he heard everything that Kim Shin said, he realized that this guy was not joking. He was seriously going to do this. Despite the fact that he is as small as a bug, he really tries to destroy the castle. Shin Tae-jin said that he ended the conversation, and he no longer has any information. Everything he could he already said. Kim Shin was pleased with what he now learned. Now he understood how the castle works and how many people there are there who have great power. Russia's St. Petersburg is one of the most criminal cities. In this city there are people who divide this city into parts and control it, thus making money. It was one of the street fights they ran to help their boss because their boss was in danger. This man stood with a machine gun and was very outraged that these idiots dared to break into their base. One with a pistol and the other with a machine gun ran to help their boss. They often had such showdowns, and that's why they were ready for this. A jeep burst into the courtyard of this base and completely destroyed one of the walls of this base. There was only one person in this car, but he behaved unusually aggressively. He was ready to fight with all the armed people who were at this base. At some point there was an explosion and everything around was in smoke. No one could see anyone, they only heard that someone was approaching. It was him. This was a special killer Spark. His name was Kusaka. He was ready to make any disaster to order. Here he was also to order. With his machine gun, in a matter of seconds he shot all those who were at this base. He loved speed and shooting. Now there was only silence around and you could hear the wind blowing. There was no longer a single soul on this base. He got out of the car to check the debris lying on the earth, dead, and he still had one more goal. Namely, he needed to take all the money that was in the safe at this base. So he went up to the room where the safe was and forced it to be opened. The man who opened this one said that it contained $100 million with all the bonds. He asked not to be killed. After all, they agreed. This killer said that he really had an agreement with someone and added that he doesn't at all look like the kind of person who would stay in such agreements. He's trying really hard to do it, but he still can't do it. He really was a man who didn't keep his word. He did it all for the money and nothing more. The man who opened the safe was very scared and began to talk about letting him go because he promised him. Another person appeared in the room. It was a monitor lizard. He was a killer from a Spark. He said that he kept his promise. Now all they had to do was take the money and divide it among themselves. There really was only how much money, this man said. One of the killers told the other that, as I expected, the business trip turned out to be very cool. It was fun thanks to that kid. The second one replied that he was starting to get tired of such work, and he didn't join the Spark at all for the money. But the first killer answered him that a little money won't hurt them. But here there are very few of them, and there is no longer a single gang in which you can get as much money as you get in Spark. The second one answered that maybe there is. He heard Python is recruiting strong killers and that he will pay them more than in a Spark. And he also added whether he knows what he is capable of. If the rumors do not lie, then he is so strong there are no such people among them. The first killer, after listening to everything, said, does he really want to check which of them is stronger now? The second agreed and said, let's test ourselves which generation is better than them or him. If he turns out to be like that, then they will be able to show their strength and increase their demands. But what to do if the rumors do not lie? Then they will simply join him and together destroy the Spark. In both cases they will not lose anything, but will only earn even more. This offer was quite tempting and he needed to think, but he didn't think long and decided to support his comrade. He said that it sounds very good and the winner will then take everything that they took today at this base. They needed to fight the Python. Now they needed to see if he was as good as he said he was, and everyone around him was talking about him. After some time in Vladivostok, Russia, these two killers who made a bet now had to find out who owned the money. So each of them had to fight a Python. One of the killers stood and watched as the second one penetrated through the roof. He thought that his opponent was much braver and his nickname suited him perfectly. This killer who climbed through the roof, he thought that the Python was not a very simple fighter, and most likely his nickname corresponds to his character, but it sounds poisonous. When this killer climbed into the room where the Python was, he flattered himself with the hope that his nickname was Monitor Lizard and Monitor Lizards eat pythons. His opponent stood watching from the side. He had to wait for a while because he had to come in a little later after his opponent. Therefore, he thought that the Monitor Lizard should keep his ear to the ground, otherwise he could die at any moment, and entered the building. Where was the room where the Python was located? When he entered the building he moved freely. He even thought it was a little strange that he could move without obstacles along the corridor of this building. He thought to himself that it was very strange that there were no traps, and it was unclear why this Monitor Lizard was quiet there. In theory, he should have already caused a fuss in this building. He approached the room where the Python was located, very quietly opened the door inside the room, There was silence. Then he thought it couldn't be that the legendary python is so weak. But this monitor lizard is also not so easy to bear. He decided to go inside and look around. He needed to understand whether something had happened here or not, and then decide according to the situation. He walked around this room in the dark, and he had a bad feeling. He couldn't yet say why, but he understood that something had happened. When he walked deeper into the room, he was very surprised by something he definitely didn't expect to see here. His opponent in this bet, a dealer nicknamed Monitor Lizard, was sitting near the fireplace and not breathing. It was clear that this piece lost, but it is not clear how long this fight lasted. He felt that someone was standing behind him. He heard the breathing of this person. When he turned, he saw a reflection from the glasses. He didn't even have time to react when he was hit. He couldn't escape this blow because it was unexpected. Having fallen to the floor near his rival, the Monitor Lizard, he fired several shots towards the person who struck him and managed to remove his head because they also shot at him. It was the owner of the room, a python. The killer looked at him and could not take his eyes off. It seemed that he had some kind of certain power. He understood that his life would now be decided. Python, as always, was at his best. He did not show a single emotion. He looked through his glasses as through a prism eye determine a person's ability. When Killer came here, he was fully prepared and therefore he had a backup option up his sleeve. He had a knife. Now he could only strike immediately until the python gained an advantage. He understood that now he would have a fight with a very strong enemy. Despite the fact that the knife blow was unexpected, the python easily escaped this blow and remained undamaged. It was necessary to think what to do next. Concrete didn't wait long and grabbed his unexpected guest by the chest and threw him aside. He needed to show who's boss and who's stronger. Holding a pistol in one hand with the other hand, he grabbed the hand of the killer who burst into him. He needed to knock the knife out of him. The pistol was in the python's hand, which means he could pull the trigger at any moment, and then it would all be over. The killer tried to move the python's hand with the gun to the side, and at that moment he himself threw the gun into the corner of the room. It was clear that he deliberately threw away this gun, only now it's unclear why. Did he really think that he could cope with it with his bare hands? All these actions of the python seemed very strange to the killer. In a matter of seconds he killed his opponent, and now for some reason he is messing with him. While Killer was thinking and reflecting, the python began to attack and struck him with its fist. So he could not stay on his feet and almost fell. This blow was followed by another blow, and the killer could not escape this attack, flew to the side and fell. He landed on a table standing in the corner of the room. Killer did not expect that this python could have such power, and was not quite ready for it. He stood up and coughed up the blood that had collected in his mouth after the blows he received. Now he needed a few seconds to come to his senses. Python said that many killers from Spark are still in business, and there are fighters there who are much better than those who have already come today. Python asked him if he really specialized in knives and handed him a knife to see how he was in battle. This killer really specialized in knives. This was the closest thing to him, but now he needed time to show what he was capable of. Python said that this is very good because the use of firearms in Korea is very limited and the fact that he specializes in knives is only a plus for him. Concrete asked Killer to show what he was trained in and what he was capable of now. He needed to concentrate and engage in battle with him. The killer replied that if he has a knife in his hands, he will shred the python in a matter of seconds before death. And to himself, he thought that the rumors that are being spread about the python are all just lies. It is much stronger than they say about it. Now it was clear that this was a fight to the death. The killer needed to show how he wields a knife and how he moves, but in order to destroy the python. Therefore, he stood up and immediately began to attack, saying that he would send the python to the biters. But his opponent was quite prepared and, despite the fact that they were receiving strong blows, he easily escaped them. The killer realized that now there would be a battle to the death, and he needed to survive in this battle. So he wanted to leave the advantages on his side and attacked all the time. The killer was the kind of person who didn't know much about loyalty and didn't follow anyone. He was on his own, and now in battle he carried blows not only with a knife but also tried to kick. But the python immediately grabbed his leg and said that he liked the way he behaved in battle. He was really good. And he noticed that he could attack with just one hand, which for many fighters was completely impossible. The python easily repulsed attacks. And every attempt of the killer to strike the enemy did not end in success, and his enemy escaped from these attacks undamaged. The killer prepared himself for the fact that this python is already old, and it's time for him to retire. I continued to attack him from different sides, and killer began to succeed. He was able to strike with his knee directly to the python's head. He was determined to destroy him. The killer looked at his enemy and knew for sure that he had to destroy him. Otherwise he could be a victim himself. Python admitted that his opponent blocked him again. He laughed a little and said that his opponent was amazing, and then he added that he was glad that he turned out to be much stronger than the rumors that circulate in their spark. The python made a sharp movement, and thus threw his opponents aside. So his opponent had no chance to attack. Some kind of deadly cold emanated from the python's hands, and this cold fascinated his opponents, and they could not move quickly. The killer was preparing for the attack. He told the python to know that he is one of the best knife specialists in Spark. No one can handle knives better than him. And he also added that he made a mistake by giving him a knife. The dealer believed that the knife was an extension of his hand, and he wielded it perfectly. Therefore, the next moment he calculated and struck with a knife. As it seemed to him, the knife should have passed through the entire body of his opponent. But something went wrong, and he realized that his enemy was not wounded. He understood how he could not have reached him because he was at such a distance that he had to inflict injuries. He didn't notice when the python moved away and the blow missed, but he decided that he needed to repeat it again, and approached the python and struck again. And again his blow did not reach the target. It was completely incomprehensible how his knife had to pass through the entire body. It was not clear to the killer how he did it. He knew that he had definitely cut him. After he closed the distance, but he was again unharmed. This python very much resembled the Amur tiger, and had the same technique and the same strength as him, and maybe more. The python decided that his time had come, and now his victim was ready. He must eat it whole. He grabbed his opponent by the hand and began to strike him on the head. The enemy could no longer resist and avoid the blows. He was powerless in front of this python. But his opponent was not going to stop and continue to strike. The killer could no longer stay on his feet and leaned back a little unsteadily. A little more and he would fall from powerlessness. But the python did not stop and struck blow after blow. It seemed that he was swallowing his victim whole a little more and his opponent would be exhausted. He could no longer resist and could not wield his weapon with a knife. He could only receive blows from his opponent. At some point, he stopped completely resisting and avoiding blows, and having completely lost his strength, he fell to the floor. It was clear that this killer from the very beginning did not have a single chance of victory, but he did not know that. Dom was in such a stage that he needed to finish this fight. He finished off his opponent. He delivered several kicks straight to his chest. He no longer resisted. Initially they didn't have a single chance. He was too strong and merciless, and he didn't leave his opponents alive. He dealt the final blow, so killer flew to the side and fell, hitting his head on the floor. He could no longer move after the blows struck. This guy really was a python. He treated his victims like pets do. He swallowed them whole. Oddly enough, the python did not finish off this killer. He approached him to clarify some details. He liked the fact that this guy is good at handling a Nepalese knife with a curved blade and is generally good with a knife. But this knife didn't suit his style much, and so he needs to think about choosing the weapon he wants to fight with. Python asked how much time he spent being the chain dog of the Spark Bar. He clearly wanted to offer something to this killer and pushed it into the chest of drawers and pulled out a knife from there. He threw the knife towards the killer and told him if he wanted, he could become his sword. He had never made such an offer to anyone. He was the first. The killer was lying on the floor and the knife stuck into the floor right next to his head. Now he needed to make a choice who he would be next. This python said that killer should join him, and then he will become much stronger than now, and he will know the black freedom that people do not dare to overcome. He did not expect such an offer, and this is what he always wanted, to be the strongest and to be above everyone else. All this talk about why he is a python, and he also smells like fish is all nonsense. Killer thought that he was chasing strength all the time. But until today he has never lost to anyone. Now he is offering him what he has been craving for so long. Namely, the thing that he could not get for a long time is the pure anger that Killer has, and the python had it. Therefore, the decision was inevitable and Killer took the knife in his hand and began to rise from his knees today. This man was everything to him. And even more than everything, he was a god for him. This only meant that today this killer will work for a python. Pai Wu Jin, his health has become much easier, and now he has passed in order to try to fight with Kim Shin. This was necessary for training before the upcoming fight. Pai Wu Jin saw that his partner had arrived. He said that he was ready and they could start. They were both students of the same teacher but had different powers. Kim Shin told Pai Wu Jin that if he is in battle without a weapon, then he may die and he needs to think about what weapon he will enter into battle with. Pai Wu Jin said that Kim Shin should fight him at full strength. He just asked him to do so. He needed to determine for himself how strong he was. Kim Shin and Pai Wu Jin stood on the court opposite each other for real. This was supposed to be a fight between two students of the same teacher. Shin Tae-jin was sitting in the courtyard of a car dump. He was thinking about the words that Kim Shin said to him about his life. When he woke up this morning, he realized that this was enough, and he must say thank you to all these people who saved him. These people gave him a chance, saying that he looks like someone who wants to leave this city, but he can stay here if he wants so much. He just needs to make a choice. In his hands was the same pack of cigarettes that Kim Shin had recently brought and gave to him. He went outside to understand what kind of person he was and what he wanted. A rustle was heard from his side, and someone said that there was a very good view from here and asked Shin Tae-jin how he liked this place. It was Jin Tae. Jin Tae came here specifically to talk to him. He immediately said that he wanted to start a conversation. Shin Tae-jin interrupted him and said that they are doing things that are contrary to common sense, and said that it is stupid to improve skills through battle even though there are only 6 months left. Well, they won't be able to learn anything. Jin Tae asked his interlocutor to just shut up and watch him. The boss doesn't do anything without a reason, and if he decides to fight, then it's worth it. Pai Wu Jin looked a little sloppy on the court, but he had great potential, which is why Kim Shin decided to fight him. Pai Wu Jin himself wanted to fight Kim Shin. He was wondering how much stronger he was, and if so, then acquire his skills. It all started very quickly, and Kim Shin immediately struck Pai Wu Jin. He blocked this blow. He knew that one of the rules of battle is defense. Now he needed to strike a counter blow. That's exactly what he did. He tried to attack and punch the enemy. The attack was quite fast and strong. His opponent in this fight avoided the blows or covered himself from them. Kim Shin avoided the blows very quickly, and not a single blow of this attack reached its target. It was necessary to act even faster. The next attack was at the same time, and each of them went there to the side again. The attacks did not reach their goal. Kim Shin did not stop and delivered another very fast blow. Right on Pai Wu Jin's head. The young man did not have time to react, and the blow hit the target. Kim Shin needed to see the reaction. What will Pai Wu Jin do after this? He deliberately provoked him. Pai Wu Jin also tried to guess the tactics of his opponent, and guess what he would do next. He needed to get ahead of Kim Shin. He did so and tried to kick his opponent, but Kim Shin ducked and the kick went past him. When Kim Shin bent down a little, he pushed Pai Wu Jin back so that he staggered and fell. Now Kim Shin had a comfortable position. He was standing on his feet and his opponent was lying on the ground. He could have finished him off right away, but it was a fair fight. Pai Wu Jin understood perfectly, and so he told him that if he were the enemy now, Kim Shin would simply kill him and the fight would be over. And he also added that he asked that Kim Shin fight him at full strength, and took this very seriously. Kim Shin thought for a while and said if that's what he wants, then now they'll start the fight again, but at full strength. Shin Tae-jin watched the fight and told his interlocutor that Pai Wu Jin has good inclinations and therefore he understands perfectly why Kim Shin is doing this. Pai Wu Jin rose from the ground and now he needed, as he asked, to start the battle again, but now at full strength. Pai Wu Jin tried to advance, and even hit Kim Shin. This time it was for real. Shin Tae-jin looked at this fight and thought that this guy was very good, and could not believe that in his city there were diamonds in the rough like him. Well, you can't just learn a move like his. Watching someone, most likely he has a teacher. Jin Tae replied that they really had a teacher, Kim Dae-kyung and Pai Wu Jin, and a boss, and even he owes everything to this man. Their teacher was quite famous. His name was Kang Min Mona. These words of the young man made some kind of incomprehensible impression on us. Shin Tae-jin. Jin Tae asked him if he had heard this name. If he really lived in this city, he should have known it. Shin Tae-jin, now everything has become clear to him. Kang Min Mona, their teacher, everything that happens takes on a certain meaning. They know the VIP client personally. Ordinary people trained enough to hit the spark. He clenched your fist and hit the table. Now everything came together for him. These people also formed the strongest team in history capable of destroying the castle. No one on this team was out of place. Only Kang Min Mon could pull this off. So he is not only a teacher but also the head of this team. The plan was definitely his. Pai Wu-jin only wanted one thing, for Kim Shin to go all out, and for this he needed to constantly attack and strike him. He tried to do just that, delivering one blow. He immediately delivered the next one. Kim Shin avoided these blows to the side. It seemed that he knew where his opponent would hit now. Pai Wu-jin wanted to feel the wall that he had built around himself, and which could not be broken through by any attack. Kim Shin couldn't fight at full strength now. His opponent was weaker than him, and so he didn't teach him anything. Therefore, he struck counter blows to Pai Wu-jin. But this was still not all his strength. He did it without straining himself. Kim Shin, having struck several blows, realized that Pai Wu-jin was already running out of strength, and asked him if he had enough for today. Pai Wu-jin couldn't just leave the bullet of the fight. He had great endurance and self-control, so the fight had to continue. Kim Shin approached him from behind, put his foot so that he would stumble, and threw him over his leg. At the next moment, Pai Wu-jin was already on earth, and it would seem that the battle could be ended. Well, the young man is not a god, just leave the bullets wallpaper. He got up again to start all over again, and their battle continued, despite the fact that his strength was running out. Before he could get up, Kim Shin immediately struck Pai Wu-jin with his fist. The young man staggered and flew back. He lay on the ground again. Kim Shin at that moment was ready to finish him off again. He had the best position and his opponent was again lying on the ground. Pai Wu-jin understood that he was weaker but did not want to give up. He wanted Kim Shin to show all his strength. So he quickly got up and decided that he needed to kick his opponent now, and he succeeded. Shin Tae-jin watched the fight taking place and thought that the last kick was an extra one. Such a kick is dangerous for the user. Pai Wu-jin concentrated, and his punch stopped stronger, and his body moved much faster than at the beginning of the fight. Now this fight was no longer as sweet and pleasant as at the beginning. It was already a serious fight with quite strong blows and blood. After Pai Wu-jin's attack, Kim Shin decided to inflict a series of blows on his opponent in this fight. He advanced on him quickly and punched him in the face over and over again. And then he kicked his opponent several times in the ribs, and he no longer defended himself, and did not avoid the blows because he did not have time to react to these blows. Then Kim Shin swung his right hand to strike the jaw. He succeeded and Pai Wu-jin staggered and fell. Kim Shin decided that enough was enough, and his last blow should sober up Pai Wu-jin, so he began to leave the site. But unexpectedly for him, the voice of Pai Wu-jin was heard from behind him and told him that this was not all. Pai Wu-jin claimed that he was not finished yet. He stood all beaten up and blood was flowing down his face and body. He needed more than 1 day to recover from this fight. Pai Wu-jin said that he turned his back on him, but this is not the end and he is ready to strike him again. Then he ran up to Kim Shin and wanted to strike him from behind. Kim Shin saw everything that was happening around him and clearly saw the attacker behind him, so he prepared for an oncoming attack like an animal waiting for its time. Kim Shin turned and it seemed that he was not alone, but there were many of them, stood up to attack from all sides, and his opponent in this battle no longer had a single chance. Pai Wu-jin fell to his knees. His only regret was that he could not force Kim Shin to fight at full strength. Pai Wu-jin remained on his knees because in this battle he spent all his strength, and he was much weaker than Kim Shin. Then he fell to the ground because he had no strength left. One thing was clear, he lost this fight. He thought that just recently he fought with Nam Gong-hyuk. He was also quite strong, but Kim Shin is much stronger than him. From that moment on, Kim Shin was his goal. He needed to surpass him. Pai Wu-jin decided that he would surpass Kim Shin no matter what. Kim Shin sat next to Pai Wu-jin. He lit a cigarette to let him smoke. It was important for him that the young man recovered as quickly as possible, and wanted to become stronger. And Kim Shin brought a cigarette to his mouth. He took a puff and took it back because Pai Wu-jin couldn't even move. The young man wanted to ask Kim Shin a question, and it was about their teacher. He was wondering what the teacher looked like the last time he saw him. Kim Shin replied that the teacher was calm and confident, and he was also very elegant, in principle, as always. For some reason, these words calmed Pai Wu-jin a little. He understood that it was he who united them. Pai Wu-jin asked the young man where their teacher was last time. Kim Shin answered yes. Pai Wu-jin decided that he needed to go to Russia. He wants to be where his teacher was recently. He needs this in order to gain strength. Kim Dae-kyun and the owner of the restaurant stood and watched this whole fight from above. They saw how Pai Wu-jin had now lost. Kim Dae-kyun said that he expected this. But their boss is much stronger than he thought. If he hasn't shown all his strength now, then he can't even imagine what he's capable of. The owner of the restaurant said that he was depressed that Pai Wu-jin had gone so far, and he did not expect this. Kim Dae-kyun said that this is why he follows the boss and trusts him completely, and Pai Wu-jin will also change, and soon he will become different. It just takes a little time for him to understand all the values in this life and understand who his friends are. Kim Dae-kyun also added that Pai Wu-jin is like a brother to him, but today each of them will go their own way. Kim Dae-jaeon finished smoking his cigarette. The fight was already over, and he told the owner of the restaurant that it was cold outside and he would go inside. The owner of the restaurant followed the young man with his gaze and thought to himself that this is exactly how everything works. First a fall and then a takeoff, and then a fall again. Competition and faith in each other is exactly how they will move forward. You always need to remember the good old days and the fact that there was not a single boring day. Those were the glory days. They had nothing, but they were the best if it was a massacre. And when the gangsters of this city came out, then there were only 4 of them against everyone who stood on the other side, and they were not afraid of any of them. Pai Wu-jin, he is one of you and very similar to his teacher, as strong and as perfect as his teacher. Kim Dae-kyun, he was a real man who took full responsibility, and he was like Il-guk. And the last Kim Shin, who was the strongest and who went a long way to gather these people around him. Their teacher Minmona, when he found problems for himself, even if he went very far from them, and there he still found the following problems. The only thing that was unclear was when he managed to create a monster like himself again. Kim Shin was similar to him in his character and his strength, and when the teacher left the department, he definitely wanted to leave everything to these guys. He created similar students for himself. It was then that the owner of the restaurant said that he agreed and he would wait and watch them until the very end. Now it's their turn for these new guys, Kim Shin, and Kim Dae-kyung and Jin Tae, and Pai Wu-jin and Lee-sul. It was evening and it was the road to Koyam. There was only 1 kilometer left. The car was driving very fast along the highway. It was a trip across the country, and he already wanted to return home quickly. Lee-sul was driving this car. He thought that this guy knows how to light a fire in people's hearts. Lee-sul thought that this guy somehow hooked him and he was ready to help and trust him. But now he only wanted to go home. 2 days earlier in the DS security office where everyone had gathered, there was a discussion about their plan. They needed to decide what they would do now. Until this day, they did not know what the castle essentially was and did not know the structure of the castle. Now they know the structure and needed a plan. The difference in strength between the Kim Shin guys and the castle was huge. Therefore, it was necessary to act unusually since they were not expected. Kim Shin made a statement that right now they are still weak and they need to wait until they can face the castle. If now they go against the Hazong company, they will be destroyed and everything will end before it even begins. The forces were unequal. Therefore, he suggested that from now on they need to expand their search beyond the borders of Hoyam. They needed to increase their influence, and they also needed people who had a grudge like them. Cha Soo-min is a little surprised by what Kim Shin said now. She was not ready for them to expand beyond Hoyam. Kim Shin asked the crowd, do they all understand the responsibility that will now rest on their shoulders? Jin Tae, as always, could not remain silent and asked what about Sister Cha Soo-min. She replied that Daejeong's big boss Wang Deok was drinking, most likely he will join them, and has anyone else heard of Kwak Jun-hyun from Busan? Assistant Lee-sul said that these are very old names and respected people. They made the whole career shudder. So they know everything. The girl continued to say that these were people who stood on a par with her father Cha Il-guk, and they were also brutally suppressed by the castle a long time ago. But besides these 2 people, there were many more strong people they had to survive. They needed to contact them and recruit them to their side. Kim Dae-kyun said that he has a lot of connections outside of this city, and these people can go and find the people they need. Lee-sul added that if you recruit someone outside the city, That is, he has a person who can do it professionally. And he also added that this person is connected to the big boss. He is a good person with excellent communication skills. It will not be difficult for him. After listening to all the proposals, Kim Shin said that it was great, and they each began to work in their own direction. They split into groups. Kim Shin and Jin Tae and Yi So will begin to recruit people outside of Hoyam according to the plan they came up with. Cha Soo-min and Kim Dae-kyun and the Youth Association will be looking for people in Hoyam itself and surrounding areas. They needed to reorganize the existing business and absorb the divided ones. All decisions were not yet in the city. Kim Shin was entrusted to Kim Dae-kyun. Kim Shin, at parting, explained to everyone that they should keep at least a castle in their minds. Now is not his time to make a move, but he couldn't let his guard down. He also warned everyone to beware of Haesong because Kim Tae-hoon might start taking revenge for his brother. Kim Shin said that they can let them move around a little well. They are also concerned about the situation with Kim Jae-hoon. They should have understood that Kim Tae-hoon can kill them whenever he wants. The young man also added that they only have 6 months to prepare them. They must gradually become strong enough. They needed this in order to remove the 7 pillars of the castle one by one so that they did not have time to do anything. The most important thing was that the issues had been resolved and all that remained was to begin to act. Kim Shin relied on his people and trusted them, but now they each needed to mind their own business. He said that they would meet soon, but now they needed to go their separate ways. They all had to act according to the invented plan, the only way they could win. Kim Dae-jaeon remained in the city in charge. Now he was in charge of making decisions in Hoyama. At this time, Shin Tae-jin came into the tattoo parlor to say goodbye. He decided that he had to change his life. He said that he had caused a lot of problems lately, and wanted to make amends to the owner of this tattoo parlor. The girl replied that he survived all this time thanks to the fact that he managed to come here and bring his broken body with him, and then added that he should take care of himself if he does not want to go to the next world. It was difficult for him, but he decided to say goodbye to the people close to him. So he thanked her again and left the tattoo parlor. Kim Dae-kyun was already waiting for him on the street. This was a little unexpected for him because he didn't know what to say to him now. Kim Dae-kyun started first and asked to wait. He asked if he could talk to him. His face was tense, just like the rest of him. Shin Tae-jin didn't say a word to him. He was ready to listen to everything his Kim Dae-kyun told him for the last time. Kim Dae-kyun started his conversation by asking where Shin Tae-jin was going to go, and why. The young man replied that yes, he was about to leave and he needed to go to one place and don't let Kim Dae-kyun worry. He won't go back to Haesong. Kim Dae-kyun told Shin Tae-jin that he didn't even think about it, and then added that boss told him that he regretted being a castle. Kim Dae-kyun told him that this was not why he was waiting for him here. He wanted to know some more information from Shin Tae-jin. Kim Dae-kyun continued to say that this guy was talking about the 10 people in charge and therefore he needed to know how much stronger he was compared to them. Shin Tae-jin said that he didn't know and asked why he was so curious even after he had already left them. The people of the castle are strong. In addition to the 10 responsible, there may be many people stronger than him. He cannot know how many people there are in total. Shin Tae-jin also added that if they come after his soul, it will be a different matter. He can kill even 10 responsible. That will be enough. Kim Dae-kyun thought about his words. This was a very serious answer. It means this guy has such power that the 10 people in charge in the castle have. He can't be let go. Kim Dae-kyun said that this is very good and that is enough. Shin Tae-jin could not understand everything that was happening now. Immediately after these words, Kim Dae-kyun knelt in front of Shin Tae-jin. This was very unexpected and most importantly, it was incomprehensible. Shin Tae-jin asked him what he was doing and why he kneeled in front of him now. Kim Dae-kyun answered him if he has such power then he asks to become his teacher. And he also added that he wants to fight like him. Kim Dae-kyun said that he is very ashamed that he is weaker than him and others like Nam Gong-hyuk, and he is sure that he cannot defeat him even if Pai Woo-jin also fights. Shin Tae-jin turned away from him after thinking a little and asked Kim Dae-kyun how this applied to him because he was his enemy. And he also added that he should ask his boss to become his teacher. Kim Dae-kyun stood up on his knees and said in a very firm voice that no, and added it should only be him. Kim Dae-kyun said that he doesn't have much time left, and he must defeat one of the 10 responsible by any means without anyone's help. Unfortunately, He is not as talented as Pai Wu Jin, and he also knows that no one has ever closed the gap so quickly. He knew well that it would be very difficult, but he was ready for it. That's why he came here to ask him to become his teacher. Kim Dae-kyun knew for sure that he had to become stronger. Shin Tae-jin listened very carefully to the young man, and these words touched him. Kim Dae-kyun said that by studying the representatives of the castle, they can learn about the abilities of each of the 10 responsible and find loopholes. He just wanted to get a little stronger to oppose the castle. Kim Dae-kyun said that this is very important to him. Shin Tae-jin can take everything he has, just let him help him achieve his goal. Shin Tae-jin, it was difficult for him to make a decision right away, but he listened to this young man to the end. There was something in him that touched him to the quick. Shin Tae-jin remembered the words that Jin Tae said, that Kim Dae-kyun and Pai Wu Jin and the boss and he are always obliged to that person, namely their teacher. Shin Tae-jin closed his eyes tightly in order to think and make the right decision. After all, before that he already knew what he would do, and this man at one moment wanted to change his life. Shin Tae-jin told Kim Dae-kyung to get up. He had already made a decision for himself but wanted to voice it elsewhere. That's why he said that they need to go to a quiet place and also that they don't have much time. So let them not expect mercy. It was a small country house, no one lived in it, and there were no houses or people nearby. Shin Tae-jin decided to become his teacher. But first of all, he told him that in order to study those in charge of the castle, he must first know himself. Shin Tae-jin brought a small wooden stick to the gym that was lying on the ground. He needed it to start training. Then he got into a pose and said, "Only now they can start." You started showing the exercises. Kim Dae-kyun rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. He needed to completely adopt all the knowledge that Shin Tae-jin had. At this time in Cheonan, a car was approaching a bar. Lee-seol had been driving for a very long time, so he was hungry, and now he had only one desire: to eat. He walked into this bar and ordered a double portion of ramen. It felt like he hadn't eaten in forever, so he swallowed it in a few seconds. In order to eat in peace, he needed to go into this bar and engage in battle with several security guards of this bar. Someone opened the door of this bar with his foot and went inside. The roar was heard throughout the entire bar. Lee-seol continued to eat while sitting at the bar. Nothing could distract him from eating, especially now that he had made such a long journey. This man who came in so loudly asked Lee-seol who he was and how he dared to disgrace his name in Cheonan. This was a very influential man in the southern province of Cheonan, and his name was Gu Il-hwa. Lee-seol turned towards this man and asked him, "Does he look so strong that he is ready to fight him?" And Kim Shin thought to himself, "Wait, he is ready to make him sacrifice your charm." The bartender who was standing behind the counter asked Lee-seol what he was doing. No one had ever talked to this gentleman like that. Lee-seol saw that he was not in this bar to drink something. He was looking for a gentleman here. And then he added that he was looking for one gentleman whose name is Gu Il-hwa. He is quite a big celebrity here, and asked the bartender if he knew about this. And the bartender's face changed. He asked again whether he really was looking for Gu Il-hwa. Lee-seol confirmed that he needed this particular gentleman. And then he added that this gentleman was like a brother to him. The people who were sitting around and drinking whiskey turned towards Lee-seol to see who exactly was looking for him. One of these sitting people asked Lee-seol who he was and why he was looking for him and how you knew each other, and also asked what problems he had. Lee-seol replied that he has his own reasons for looking for this gentleman, and asked these people why do they need to know this, and are they Gu Il-hwa's people? If so, then they are all his brothers. The 3 guys sitting at this table stood up and approached Lee-seol. One of them told Lee-seol not to get carried away and behave this way because I was on his territory. Lee-seol told them that it doesn't matter but asked them to call him here to arrange a day of remembrance. Lee-seol ate 3 servings of ramen. Now he could talk to them calmly. Nothing irritated him. He was annoyed only by these smart guys who stood next to him and tried to teach him about life. A second later they were already on the street, having flown out of this bar. The bartender even opened his mouth from what he saw. He had no words. The only thing he could say was bro, and then stuttering. The door opened and Gu Il-hwa entered. He immediately began to say from the threshold how he dared to pronounce his name in Cheonan, and who he was. Lee-seol saw him and immediately thought that he looked cool as always, or was trying to look that way. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lee-seol said that it's been a while since we saw each other, and that Gu Il-hwa is just as cruel as before. He also added, "How dare he speak like that to his brother?" These words calmed everyone around a little, which means these people really knew each other. Gu Aiwa asked him how he knew that he was here and why he came to him. Isol answered him that he once said that you would build yourself a bar when he was released, and you only told one person about this. Isol turned to face him, and then he realized that it was his old acquaintance. He was glad that they met. But he said this a long time ago. Once upon a time in prison, when Gu Aiwa just got there, you could hear from all the cameras, "Look who we have here." Others were shouting that he was finally caught, and they could give him a gift to kill him. This was 8 years ago in prison. And when he was brought into the cell, the first thing the rest of the prisoners began to say was that they would kill him, or make his life unbearable. Some prisoners did not understand how he was even taken. Did the police really start working well these days? Someone said what he would make of him massager. The fat policeman who accompanied him told Gu Aiwa why he stopped, and pushed him forward and told him to go to the cell. He thought a little, took a deep breath before crossing the threshold of this cell. He had no choice but to surprise everyone. Therefore, he began to shout to all the prisoners who were in this prison that they were ordinary bags of emptying, and from that moment on, Cheongju prison belonged to him, Gu Aiwa. The prisoners looked at him and thought that this guy was going to die. Others said that he thought a lot about himself. But he said that if they had something against him, he would definitely give them time. And he is ready to fight with anyone who now utters at least one word in his direction, after which the cell door opened. Now he only had to take one step, cross the threshold, and go into that cell where he would spend a large amount of time of his life. In this cell, 4 prisoners were sitting on the floor. All looked in the direction of the newcomer. None of them asked a single question. Gu Aiwa thought that they all had different, serious crimes, which means they are wolves in sheep's clothing. He came in and introduced himself as expected in prison, saying that his name was Gu Aiwa and he was from Cheonan, Wang Duck Pill's ward, and added that he would kill anyone who stood up on his way. Gu Aiwa threw a box of his things in front of these people and told them to help him with this. And he also added that he only had 8 months left to sit here, and there was no need to be afraid of him. He said this as if all the prisoners in this prison should listen only to him. The toilet door opened and someone's voice was heard. This person said, "Do you know Gu Aiwa, or whatever your name is? You made a very bad statement about yourself." This man came out and told him not to do that again. No one here will look after him. Gu Aiwa then thought to himself that this idiot is probably the most important in the cell and most likely he knows me. So he asked him if he knew who he was. He was used to solving his affairs through fights and showdowns and always showed his strength and advantage over others. He thought here he would also be the strongest. Gu Aiwa said that he is the #1 daejong in the family, and his name is Gu Aiwa, after which he swung his fist and punched him straight in the face. The blow was quite strong, but this prisoner didn't even move. It seemed like he was standing like a copper mountain. He answered him that he had heard about him, but it was still unclear how he could stay on his feet after such a blow, which means this guy is strong enough. This guy grabbed Gu Aiwa by the collar. "I told him that if you ever tell for your actions, think about living the rest of your life with dignity," and began to pull him to the floor, and he also said that you don't need to live with feelings of guilt all the time. And most importantly, he said that next time let him introduce himself normally. It was Isul, and this was their meeting in prison. Gu Aiwa then realized one thing. This guy has such a power that he doesn't have, and he didn't be rude to him anymore. Gu Aiwa, while walking and whenever he had any opportunity, he tried to find out everything about this Isul. He asked absolutely everyone about him, and even his lawyers. He needed to know all the information about this man. After some time, he found out that this man was from the Cha Il Guk family and he was from Hoyam. He was quite strong, but for some reason no one had heard of him. Many people greatly underestimate him, and therefore did not take him seriously, and did not even think that he could be their competitor. Prisoners from other cells did not communicate with him. They looked at him as an outsider, and he also behaved alone. He almost never talked to anyone and always sat on a bench to the side with his eyes closed. It seemed like he was sleeping. When someone needed advice or needed some issue resolved, they went to him alone and asked him to help with that person who was harassing Wang Duck Pill. They said that his subordinates could not even go anywhere, so it was unbearable to imagine how they would feel if the strongest family member also shows up here. Well, It was clear that sooner or later he would become crippled for the rest of his life, and this could happen right there in prison. Gu Aiwa thought that he would never admit defeat so easily, and he was ready to destroy him at the right moment. When he was bathing in the shower, it was that very opportune moment. He saw these guys approaching him from different directions. Therefore, he thought that they wanted to kill him, but they did not have the strength to do so, they were too weak. He said that they would still need 20 people to try to kill him, and these who came he could deal with them just once. And without thinking twice he turned around to strike the one closest to him. He wasn't going to bother with them for long. One of them asked how he felt. His leg was okay, and this preparation took 3 days from the moment he found out that he was here. It became clear to the guy that his affairs were very bad and the situation was not at all in his favor. There were many more of them. The only thing he had time to think to himself was that he only had to make a mistake once, and he could have died at that moment. 2 showers opened, and someone said that's enough. Everyone turned to the side to see who was so impudent. This man said that everyone should quickly get out of here. Isol came by to say that he doesn't know what he's doing, but don't let him cross the line again. Gu Aiwa at that moment thought to himself, why is he helping him, because they didn't have any common affairs. These guys came out of the shower with nothing because Isol it was their revenge, and another one said that they were taking what belonged to them, and what this one owed, and that he should leave while he was safe. Isol answered them, do they seriously think that they can cope with him now, and these guys don't have the right to break out and take revenge like that? And he also told them that they are such garbage only on the outside, and on the inside they won't be able to utter a word, and added that they are all just empty space. These guys stood and could not say a single word. They could not go against Isol against his strength. And he also replied that the responsibility for everything that happens here will be on Ei Deong, and he should know about it. These guys were very determined, so they still tried to attack the 2 prisoners in this shower. Gu Aiwa remember all the events. I remembered if it weren't for that toothbrush, then maybe everything would have turned out a little differently. He then shouted that his name is Gu Aiwa and he is from Qianan, and all these guys should not underestimate him. He, completely naked in the shower, began to wave his fists and throw these prisoners in different directions who came here to kill him. One of these prisoners told Isol not to mind his own business. They will sort it out here themselves and punish him. This prisoner swung his knife and tried to stab Isol, but it didn't work because the young man leaned to the side and the blow went above him. He immediately grabbed this prisoner by one leg and arm and pulled him towards another prisoner. So they all fell in one heap. One of these prisoners who came here for a showdown shouted that Isol was a stupid gorilla and tried to hit him. Well, this is a mouse fuss. The floor was slippery and one of the prisoners tripped him. He wanted to knock this gorilla off his feet, but he couldn't do it. Gu Aiwa extended his hand towards Isol and said that he was counting on his help. In the shower there was just a massacre. 2 completely naked young men beat those who came to kill Gu Aiwa. One of these prisoners said that he can kill Gu Aiwa because his leg hurts a lot, but Isol's strength exceeds his expectations. In order to strike, this prisoner crouched down and began to make his way towards Gu Aiwa's leg. This was his plan. When he got very close to Gu Aiwa, he stood up and tried to stab Gu Aiwa directly in the chest, so that he could not escape this blow. But Isol controlled the situation and put his hand under the knife, so that the knife went through his entire wrist. This prisoner's plan didn't work and he injured a completely different person. It was heaven, the rules that were inside this institution. Despite the fact that Isol had a knife through his hand, he dealt several blows to the jaw of this prisoner. Everyone who came here to attack Gu Aiwa was lying on the floor. None of them had such strength to fight these 2. Gu Aiwa then asked Isol why he helped him. They were far from close friends. They were even strangers. Then he answered him that it was the responsibility of the chief in the cell to look after the weak who could not stand up for themselves. Gu Aiwa was a little surprised he was called that for the first time before. No one could say that he was weak. It was after this incident that they became close and never parted while they were in this prison until they left there. One day, Isol informed the service that a child was being bullied in a neighboring apartment. Well, no one solved this issue. So he broke into this very apartment and beat up these parents. He said only one thing, that he showed such cruelty in front of a child, and he really wanted to earn as much money as possible to build an orphanage where such children could be happy. Gu Aiwa said that he can help him, and if he wants he will give him a special job, but it is a little difficult. It would be great if a big guy like him would be around. Isol did not agree and told him thank you for at least offering, but he has a dream and wants to make it come true. Gu Iowa said that he also wants to end this life and start a bar with his brothers, and he even came up with a name. It would be Bao Mina Bar. Isol then thought that this was a lame name. Gu Iowa asked Isol for forgiveness, and said that he is no longer the same person he remembers. Isol expected this. They haven't seen each other for too long, and no one knows how their lives turned out after they left prison, but everyone's dream came true. Isol was very interested to know what he had been through all these years and also thought that he did not think that it would be so easy to convince him. He is sure that he will not have problems in Xianan, although he said that he knows someone there, but he still needed to be on the safe side. Kim Shin answered him that Isol is strong and he can handle it, and he also believes him, and then he told him that they found Kwak Jun Hun. And most importantly, they found the last trail of Kim Min Man, so they followed this trail and Kim Shin and Jin Tae arrived in Busan. This meeting was a big surprise for both of them. After they left prison they did not see each other even once. The guys who were Gu Iowa's men and who were now lying on the floor because Isol sent them there thought that this guy was really their boss's brother. The situation changed radically. Gu Iowa told his friend if he is already in Xianan, then let him drink and have fun. He is busy with construction work, and turned to the bartender. He said that the drinks are at his expense. He ordered the bartender to pour him the best they have. The bartender replied that he obeys his master. That Isol came to me just to see his old friend for a few minutes and remember everything that happened before. So he told him that Gu Iowa has become a big bore, and is he really so busy that he can't give him a few minutes. Isol also added that he doesn't know a lot, but one thing I'm 100% sure of is that Gu Iowa will never shut up even if you put a knife to his throat. Isol began to talk about how after he came out, Gu Iowa came to his shelter time after time to see him, and he knew about it. When Isol opened his orphanage, he was constantly with these children, and when he drove them home saying that they would catch a cold if they played for too long, so that they would go into the house, they said that they did not want to because there were a lot of gifts on the street. The children said that they saw a man who often comes to their shelter and leaves gifts on the playground where they play. The children also said that he was very similar to the director of the orphanage on Isol. He was just as big, but he had curly hair. Isol, after all the stories of his children, went outside and saw a large number of boxes that stood on the site where the children played, and yes, there were not only toys, but also food. Isol turned to Gu Iowa. Could he really think that he wouldn't guess who this kind person was who brought children's toys and food to his orphanage, and this happened more than once. But more than once, Gu Iowa did not want to meet Isol in person. He left everything on the site. His driver came up to him and asked if he didn't need to meet this person. After all, they came all this way here. But Gu Iowa always just stood there and then left without meeting anyone. Gu Iowa said that it was nothing and he wouldn't meet him this time because everything was fine with him. For some reason he thought that they weren't communicating as well as in the good old days. And mentally saying goodbye to his friend, Gu Iowa left. He had to make sure that everything was fine with Isol and he no longer needed anyone's help. The time has come when everything doesn't go the way they want. Most people give up when hard times come. There's nothing to be ashamed of. It's such a life. It's always the fittest who survive. Isol said that his brother Gu Iowa has never been a coward without common problems and looking for excuses like he is now. He said this in order to hurt Gu Iowa's pride. He added that if he really became like this, it means that his brother died a long time ago. Gu Iowa didn't want to listen to her anymore. He turned away and headed towards the exit. Isol couldn't let him go like that. He had to try something else. The only thing that came to his mind was to stop him and have a drink with him, and then he could talk to him. Therefore Isol caught up with him and stopped him by holding his shoulder. It was impossible to let him go. It was even unclear how he would react to his proposal. Stop him and hug him. Isol said that they should drink something together. A long time ago they once dreamed about this. Gu Iowa agreed with him. When the bartender poured them a glass, Gu Iowa asked for forgiveness for behaving like that. Well, in fact, he wanted to start a new, quiet life. But because his boss Duck Pill raised him like a son, he had to continue living as before in order to maintain contact with his brothers. He did not want Isol to see him like this, and once again asked for forgiveness. After they drank their first drink, Gu Iowa asked Isol how he was doing and how his orphanage was thriving. Isol was silent for a few minutes, didn't know how to start a conversation, and then said that to be honest, he came here because he needed Gu Ilwa's help. Gu Ilwa asked him what problem he has and added that he should not be shy, tell everything as it is, he will help in any way he can. Isol decided to have a glass before he started talking about why he came here, and what help he needed from Gu Ilwa. He started talking about how Gu Ilwa must have heard about the castle. Gu Ilwa tensed up a little because he knew how much power the castle had. Isol continued that he has a couple of kids that I know where to go, and he would be truly happy if he could help them achieve all their goals and fulfill their desires. But the world is so rotten that no matter how righteous he is, idiots who want to destroy what we all hold dear will never stop appearing, and he realized that these idiots are too strong. It is because of this that he got scared and gave up. Gu Ilwa was very intrigued by these words. Now they were talking about a powerful castle organization that held everyone in this country in its hands, so he asked what they did. Isol finished his glass of alcohol and put it on the table. Then he continued to say that then he appeared who gave hope. It was incredible, but when he appeared it seemed that it was a shooting star and offered to help in destroying the castle. Maybe you will show yourself that he is going crazy, but he did not miss this opportunity. Gu Ilwa was the kind of person who had to think first, and now after all these words he needed to think in order to answer his sworn brother correctly. Then he said that while working with his boss and the person who raised him, Dak Saw was connected to them with a castle. It was because of these idiots that their family fell apart. After thinking a little more, he said that he was ready to help his brother and added that for him the point of no return as far as the castle was concerned had already been passed, and he could ask anyone who lives in this city, he would tell him the same. And then he added that if he had already come to visit him and asked him for a favor, then in any case he was obliged to help him. Isol looked at him and said that he knew that he could be relied on, and for that I thank him very much. Gu Ilwa, when he had already answered the main question and said that he would help, now he became very curious about this man who was able to change him. Isol smiled and then said that this is one very good guy and soon he will introduce them to each other. He will definitely like this guy. Then, after thinking a little, he added that sparring with this guy would be to Gu Ilwa's taste. He definitely doesn't expect this. Pai Wu-jin was on the plane and watched the clouds fly past him. Now he is heading to the place where his teacher was in Vladivostok. At the airport when he was seen off, he asked Kim Shin and Kim Dae-kyung to take care of Cha Soo-min while he was away. When he was already leaving, Kim Shin stopped him and told him to take it. It was a medal. When he extended his hand from this medal, he said that Pai Wu-jin would find a bear in the ballerina club. If he shows him this, then everything he wants will happen. Pai Wu-jin took this medal into his hands. It was supposed to serve him as a pass in many ways and help him. When he arrived, he decided to look around. He ended up in the place where his teacher spent his last days. Leaving Vladivostok International Airport, he went out onto the street. Kim Shin took care of him and asked people to take care of him. Because he was in this country for the first time and in this city too and did not know the rules by which they live in this country, Kim Shin said in parting that he asked a familiar guide to help him. After all, it was his first time in this city. A red sports car was racing through the airport. Most likely she was late to meet someone who had arrived. Kim Shin said that a blonde will be waiting for him and her name is Fox. She is more dangerous than she seems and you shouldn't get too close to her. This is a red sports car parked right next to Pai Wu-jin, which means this is the very guide who should meet him. A beautiful blonde was driving. She stopped the car right in front of Pai Wu-jin so that it would be convenient for her to talk to him. The girl asked the young man his name is Pai Wu-jin. She didn't even look in his direction. When Pai Wu-jin saw the girl, the first thing that came to his mind was this the same fox that Kim Shin warned about. He got into her car and she immediately drove off. They left the airport and drove along the highway towards the city. The girl didn't say a word. The only thing was that she turned on the music very loudly and drove at high speed. They drove like that for several minutes. Then she turned up the volume on the tape recorder and asked the guy if it was his first time in Russia. He looked at her without taking his eyes off. Therefore, he couldn't answer right away. He needed to concentrate. He said that it was his first time in Russia and continued to look at her. Lisa said that if so, then it's good and asked if they were going straight to the hotel or somewhere else he wanted to go. He didn't know what to answer her, but he asked her to stop the car. He wanted to look a little at the falling snow. Everything he saw outside the car window was the first time for him, and this snow in Gura and these snow-covered Christmas trees. It was somewhere here at the same time that his teacher was killed, and he lay on this snow on the same white as he saw now. Therefore, he thought well, he decided to take advantage of what Kim Shin told him. He remembered very well what he told him goodbye, so that he did not particularly trust the fox. And he remembered the very medal that Kim Shin gave him as a farewell. He decided that he should take advantage of it. So he said that now he wants to go to the ballerina club and he needs to meet a man whose name is Bear. The girl didn't say a single word, she just watched this guy who was sitting next to her. She thought that the Amur tiger had sent a tough guy. And pressing on the gas, the girl drove the car even faster. It was clear where they would go. A few minutes later they were already near the club. The fox ballerina walked ahead. Here everyone knew her, so she had to show everything to her guest. This place was called that only because it used to be the basement of a ballet school. But despite the elegant name of this place, it was quite dangerous. Every night in this club the guys fought for their freedom. There were only two reasons why they came to the Bear. The first and most common reason is that they all wanted to make money, and they couldn't do it in any other way except with their fists. The second reason why people came here was to gain strength by fighting other stronger fighters. It was possible to gain their strength. This is why Pai Wu Jin came here. The fox asked the young man why he was here and did he really come to the Bear to get strength. The fox led him into the office. Someone was sitting at the table in a large leather chair. But this person was not visible at all because the chair was turned in the other direction. Near the doors of this room there were guards who were armed with pistols, which means this man valued his life very much and guarded it. Sitting in the chair, he was the Bear. Without turning the chair, he said that lately the fox has been coming to see me very often and asked who it is. The girl replied that this was Pai Wu Jin and rather added that this guy wanted to meet him. The Bear didn't turn around. He wasn't interested in what she just said to the foxes and he said about it. And he also added that the list of participants was already full. Pai Wu Jin clearly knew what he wanted and knew why he came here. He decided to take advantage of what Kim Shin gave him. So he reached into his inner pocket to pull out the same medal that he received at the airport from Kim Shin. The guards who stood near the doors twitched and took off their pistols. They were ready to point the pistol at this young man. But from his inner pocket he took out not a weapon at all, but a medal that Kim Shin gave him and added that he wants to surpass Kim Shin. The Bear immediately recognized this medal and asked who Kim Shin was and how he was related to the Amur tiger. The fox replied that Kim Shin is the real name of the Amur tiger, and this young man knows him by name, and does not know him as the Amur tiger. After these words, the Bear laughed for a very long time. He couldn't even imagine that this guy could really know the Amur tiger and have something to do with it. The Bear said that this was some kind of madness, looked carefully at this young man again, but couldn't believe him. Don't go by my words. Yes, this is exactly the medal that Bear gave to the Amur tiger. Its engraving does not reflect the color, which means it is genuine. The Bear could not understand where this young man got this medal, but if he had it, then he should become worthy of this medal. The Bear noticed that he is not God and cannot make him strong in the blink of an eye. This requires time and his great desire. And then he added that if the truth wants to surpass him. At that moment he stood up from his leather chair and approached the young man. The Bear said that he had to prove that he was able to survive in the cage. At that moment he took this medal into his hands, which meant that today he would fight in the cage. The fights here usually began in the evening when a lot of people gathered. These people came here to watch the fight and make their bets. The inevitable Vasily had to fight against Pai Wu Jin in the cage. His height was 190 centimeters and his weight was 97 kilograms. It was a mountain of muscles. The fox stood with the Bear on the inner balcony and watched what would happen now in this cage. She knew for sure that it would be a very interesting fight. For some reason she was confident in this guy. It was in Pai Wu Jin that his height was 184 centimeters and he was much shorter than his opponent, and his weight was only 82 kilograms. Everyone was interested in only one question: how good is the product from Korea? A lot of people always gathered in this establishment. In order to place their bets, many wanted to make money on this. In addition to enjoying the spectacle itself, a boy with a bucket of water walked around the hall. He needed to clean up before the start of the fight. He walked among these people and listened to their conversations. Most people bet on Vasily because he already had a string of victories and no one knew the second player yet. The boy analyzed everything that these people said and what it was. It was very strange, because 4 years ago one Asian man had already appeared and actually carried all the participants out of this ring by hand. Someone said that this can't happen anymore, and it needs to be left to Vaska. This is the only way to raise some money. None of these present knew such a fighter named Pai Wu-jin, and did not even know whether he was from Korea or not. Yes, most likely he was Korean, and he looked quite prepared, but here in this club no one knew him. He needed to prove himself. Before the fight, the bear told him that in a fight you can allow any blows, there are no rules and this is a brutal fight without judges and weight categories. Vasily began his fight by insulting his opponent, and shouting that he was a yellow monkey, and that he forgot in Russia. And this Vasily also said that it would be sad if he was here just for the money because he would have to pay bills for treatment. He was so confident in himself. This crazy Russian pig rushed at his opponent. The fight began. He shouted that he loved tearing off the limbs of babies like Pai Wu-jin and enjoying the screams. But he didn't even have time to attack. He received a counter blow to the head and a series of other blows that took him by surprise. Vaska thought that when he had time, he didn't even notice how he was attacked. His opponent was so fast. Pai Wu-jin has well learned all the rules that the bear told him, and he remembers that in the ring you can hit without rules. So he now immediately began to put this into action and dealt a number of blows to the enemy. Pai Wu-jin told his opponent that this fight would end quickly if he didn't fight seriously. Otherwise he would kill him immediately. Such words really caught his opponent's attention. He decided that Pai Wu-jin was just an upstart, and he was a little lucky at the beginning of the battle. Vaska said that how could such a thought of victory come into his head and rush to the attack? The battle should really be interesting. Everything was no longer as clear as before this fight and many were not confident in Vasily's victory, as at the beginning. Vasily really tried to attack his opponent, but Pai Wu-jin went on a counterattack and also began to strike his opponent. Everyone was sitting in the hall and watching what was happening in the cage. Oddly enough, they were worried about the money they made on bets before the fight. The janitor also watched this fight carefully for the boy. He had not seen such a strong opponent for a long time, and was watching Pai Wu-jin's every move. He couldn't take his eyes off this. He saw this for the first time in all this time. He worked here as a cleaner. Vasily realized that his opponent was not so weak and decided that he needed to take this fight much more seriously. The bear said that Vasily was a champion in amateur sambo, and once he pushed him out of the ring, and once he killed his opponent. The bear was sure that he was the best here, and Pai Wu-jin must understand that now he is in Russia and there are completely different rules here. Vasily knocked down Pai Wu-jin. So here he was lying on the ground. He used the sambo technique and held his opponent with his whole body to leave him lying on his shoulder blades. Vasily had to make the right grab, and since no one knew the sambo technique better than him, he had to twist his opponent's head. Vasilisa tried with all his might to perform at least one hold and pacify his opponent. The fight turned into a fight on the mat. Pai Wu-jin had never dealt with such a fighter before, and everything that was happening now was a little unclear to him. But he knew for sure that he should not lose to this thug. Vasily tried to grab his body with his legs in order to turn him over and put him on his shoulder blades. But he didn't succeed. But he still had an advantage. Vasily said that he loves this ring only because no one stops the fight. Even if he tears off someone's hand or knew. Pai Wu-jin was a little unprepared to fight such a fighter. He immediately wanted to show his strength and was a little confused when the fight turned into a fight on the floor. Vasily also thought that this guy is not like that anymore, and he's just strong enough, and he can't bend his arm like he usually does. Despite the fact that Vasily weighed more than his opponent, Pai Wu-jin tried to get up in order to throw off his opponent. He succeeded and his opponent collapsed straight to the floor. Pai Wu-jin now had the initiative. The young man tried to punch his opponent, but Vasily grabbed his hand. It was a strong grip. Vasily grabbed the young man's hands with both hands, and the very next moment he grabbed him with his foot so that he could not move. The grab was made and Vasily was already fixing Pai Wu-jin's hand and his work with his legs. It seemed to him that the fight was already over. Vasily celebrated the victory. He said that it was very good, he still killed him. And now he will tear off his hand and this guy will no longer have anything to fight with. And after these words he laughed. The boy who was cleaning the room watched all this. He thought, really, no, but he believed very much in this Korean. Everyone froze. Vasily took the grip of his opponent. Everyone knew that this was the end of the battle. He never let go of his opponent from the grip. But not this time. The bear said that if you hit Vasily's grab, you won't be able to get out, and just like that, he bears the inevitable title. On the other hand, Pai Wu-jin is good at hit and run tactics. So he's not that good at withstanding blows. The bear said that the Amur tigers overestimated Pai Wu-jin when he gave him a medal and sent him here. She interrupted the interlocutor and said, why did he take it? Bad boy was not finished yet, and we had to wait a little. No one gave up yet. And most importantly, the fox told him to look at the eyes of this young man. She was definitely sure that he would not lose. Vasily could barely keep his opponent in his grip. He only thought about how this guy got so much strength, and how he could resist. The fox looked at Pai Wu-jin and understood that he was at the very beginning of his journey. A little more and he would begin to become a beast. Pai Wu-jin made one sharp movement and twisted out of his opponent's grip. He stood on his feet, and this thug Vasily hung on him like a monkey. Only now the real battle began. It was the Chinese town of Koryang in Busan. This is where Kim Shin and Jin Tae went to meet their friends and get new information. They were sitting in one of the restaurants in the city. Jin Tae, as always, was indignant. He was not satisfied with why they were so late. After all, they were much older. The door to the restaurant opened and Mo came in with his bodyguard named Shireford, said that he was a little late, and asked for an apology from the Amur tiger. The Amur tiger was glad that they didn't just come here, and the mole met them. He ordered food for himself, and said that he would never have thought that Kim Shin would be with him so quickly. He said that he didn't expect to meet a shire here, but he was glad about this event. Now they had to give the information that they already owned, and that could help the Amur tiger. Shire said that he found traces of Kong Min Man as Kim Shin asked him, and he can tell them about it. Kim Shin was silent and listened carefully to his interlocutors. Now he had any information on a gold visa, and even more so when this information was about his teacher. The last time they saw the teacher with his colleagues was 2 years ago, and until the moment he passed away no one knew anything. Soon after he was killed, the people of the castle took responsibility for his death, which they were proud of. He said that these people who killed the teacher suffered very heavy losses in battle when they tried to destroy the teacher. But there is something else very interesting. According to rumors that are circulating among all organizations and the castle close to the organization, it is that the team of cleaners assembled by the Python, which was on the front line, was itself half destroyed. And that's why the Python is now in Russia. He needs a new team, so he's recruiting fighters for the castle. Jin Tae was very surprised that half of them were destroyed. This was more than he expected. Then one could only imagine how strong he was as a teacher. This guy said that Kong Min Man was not alone either. He was helped in this, and he had a team of killers from the Spark that he created. These people from the Spark are one single team and they are called Fixers. They were personally prepared by the teacher himself, and each of them has their own task. This was completely new information for Kim Shin. Now he had to understand everything and how to proceed. This guy said that they could not fully investigate this case because the remains of bodies were not found at the site. This was right before the disappearance of the Fixies. In time everything coincides, yes. And people are capable of fighting with a castle. There are not many of them. Now many things became clear to Kim Shin. She needed to know where to find these Fixers and people who could resist the castle. Kim Shin asked him, when he found the last trace of the teacher, had to be sure that the teacher did not leave any other clues. This guy replied that this would not help him in any way. Even if he showed me the very place where his teacher was at the last moment, there was nothing left there. Only one thing was clear: the stronger the despair, the castle acts and removes everyone in its path without even leaving a trace of them. The strangest thing is that the survivors of the Buddhist order chose an honorable death over a miserable existence, and then paid for it. This guy put his business card on a chair and moved it towards the Amur tiger. If you see them, he said, then you will understand what the conversation is about now. Kim Shin said that he would remember this and asked him, so this is where Kwok is located, so he needs to move exactly there. This guy replied that yes, but you need to be very careful. One of the pillars of the castle, the Mori Investment Company, is located there. Kwok Junhong is known to have been suppressed throughout the entire peninsula and his entire group was killed. And this is all thanks to the castle. Despite all these events, no one is still protecting Busan, even though the strongest faction has collapsed, and no one has yet been able to capture Busan. Kwak Jun-hyun, it's not destiny, he said to Jin-tae like that. Why hasn't anyone done this yet? And the city now without an owner is actually a cool city. The guy replied that we will not give up the fish even if the fish is rotting. This is Mori's policy. Now one of the trusted people of the Mori company is in charge of the city of Busan. He is quite famous. This man from the Yakuza clan is also famous for his problematic character. This man mainly worked in Japan, and he also added that he was looking for a person who could take over Busan. Well, I don't think there is a suitable candidate for this. He took a photograph out of his pocket and put it on the table in front of Kim Shin and said that a new person had appeared in this Mori company. His name is Mo Sungya. It was he who betrayed Kwak Junhong, and now they are content with the scraps falling from the table. Mori. He could not control this city. And there was one more very important information. Most of the people around this gentleman were only 20 years old. The leader is a newcomer who just turned 20. He seems to be doing well. He is called the Busan Kid. He hangs around in various areas of Busan. This guy said what he said now will help or not, but he is later ready to provide more information about this young man. Kim Shin thanked this person for the information provided and asked him whether he would return to Japan again. This guy replied that yes, and let the tiger say what else he needs. He very often visits Tokyo, Osaka and Busan. They left this restaurant and thanked each other, said goodbye, wished each other good luck, and their meeting was over. The mole and his bodyguard went to Gimhisa International Airport, which was located near Busan. He flew here only to meet the tiger. A pond with its man was always where he was needed or where he was paid a lot of money. This guy asked the mole why he didn't tell Kim Shin that the python had started to act and that he could already be dangerous. The mole replied that the tiger was his benefactor, but he must strictly obey Iskra's protocols. It was not within his authority to give him information about Iskra's affairs. Some guys were walking towards them, talking very loudly on the phone and saying that they didn't care. The mole told his assistant that he should also keep this information secret about the spark. These guys who were passing by were shouting very loudly on the phone. The mole's assistant was unclear, and they rented the airport. Why is it so loud here then? The mole caught himself thinking that this guy who was passing by him had just seen him somewhere. The assistant asked him what happened. The mole thought no, he has no reason to get involved with people like this. He is a simple businessman, and answered his bodyguard that nothing happened. When this guy finished his conversation, he thought what kind of old guy was he who was indignant so loudly, and was not that old yet, and was already saying that I was disturbing him when I spoke loudly? This guy who was just talking on the phone hung up and said that everything was very bad. This old soul was making him very tired, so he decided to go to the sauna. It was Oduwa, the second in the Mori Yakuza investment company from Yanagawa-gumi, one of the 10 in charge of the castle. Pai Wu-jin fought in a cage against a thug. He threw it to the floor and the enemy hit his head with all his strength on the ground and the iron grate. The enemy was not going to give up so quickly, so he grabbed Pai Wu-jin with his legs and began to choke him. After that, he squeezed with his fist and wanted to strike back at him. When he hit him, the enemy seemed to evaporate, and this blow did not cause any damage because he flew past. Pai Wu-jin at that moment moved very quickly and found himself behind his opponent. When he was behind him, he immediately began to choke his enemy and took him in a tight grip from which it was very difficult to get out. Pai Wu-jin said he wants to get this over with as soon as possible, and he's already getting bored. He began to beat his opponent several times harder, and wanted to finish him here and now. The people who were in the auditorium did not understand what was happening to Vasily, and why he was losing today. This is my Asian. The boy watched this battle and understood that this was not the end and the pain would continue. The bear put his head down, and said that the cage was too dishonorable to just win in it. Pai Wu-jin missed a blow from his opponent, and felt drops of blood running down his face. He jumped back and created distance between himself and the enemy, but nevertheless blood dripped from his face. Vasily asked your opponent what he will do now? He said that before they entered the cage there were certain rules and agreements. Vasily looked at how the blood flowed down this guy's hand and said that in this place any techniques are allowed. Lisa said that she is sure that Vasily is an ordinary typical fighter, but nevertheless he is an exception to the rule. The bear answered her that Vasily is essentially just an incredible fighter, but the secret to surviving in a cage lies in other things. Vasily looked at his opponent, and said that the only problem that worries him now is whether to break his opponent's arm or not. He said that right now he changed his mind and decided that he would just kill his enemy, and bite him again, and make him bleed. The bear said that Vasily is a real maniac who loves to kill people in the ring, and he can bite or strangle an opponent to death, and all veterans of the rank avoid fights with him. Pai Wu Jin looked at his opponent, and realized that he was a dangerous enemy. However, this does not mean that he will win. Vasily raised his fist and asked Pai Wu Jin how he was going to defeat his opponent if his enemy was a maniac who wanted to kill him at any cost. Pai Wu Jin was not afraid of the terrible appearance of his enemy, and immediately counterattacked with a kick to his stomach. Vasily felt a very strong pain in his ribs and realized that most likely they had just been broken, and he began to cough up blood. Pai Wu Jin waved his hand and said that he doesn't care how good his enemy's skills are. He pointed two of his fingers at the enemy's eyes and wanted to gouge out his eyes. He said that instincts cannot be avoided. Vasily closed his eyes at the level of reflexes, and although in this way he could protect himself from the enemy's fingers, Pai Wu Jin deceived the enemy and, instead of gouging out his eyes, punched him in the jaw at the very last moment. After the blow, Pai Wu Jin said that it doesn't matter what kind of monster he is, and because when his eyes notice something approaching them, his body reflexively freezes. Vasily tried to make a dash to the side and get around the enemy. He understood that now he needed to take the initiative and the battle into his own hands. Pai Wu Jin hit his opponent's spine with his elbow and did not allow him to get around him from behind. He pushed off the floor and made a high jump. Vasily turned his head to the side and couldn't figure out what was happening now. Pai Wu Jin, at the moment of flight, swung his fist to deliver a powerful blow, and before hitting, he shouted that if his enemy tasted his blood, he would have to pay for it. He finished his attack with a powerful fist strike reminiscent of a hammer striking an anvil. Spectators were shocked when they saw this Asian guy just hit their favorite fighter. The boy was delighted when he saw that this man was able to push away such a large monster. He believed that this Asian would become a champion. At that moment, the audience jumped up from their seats and began to shout enthusiastically that they had a new winner. They hated Vasily for losing this battle. Pai Wu Jin said that he still has a very long way to go. He cannot waste time on garbage like Vasily, who is now lying on the floor unconscious. The fox said that this guy is a tough but smart hunter, and his fighting style is reminiscent of a predatory wolf. The bear was shocked when he saw that this guy finished the battle in an instant of the eye and became the winner without any doubt. He didn't understand where this Asian guy got such talent in fighting. The fox turned around and began to walk towards the exit. She said that the bear should train this guy well. If he survives, he will become an important figure. The bear said that this Asian wants to surpass Kim Shin himself, and he still has a lot to experience. The bear looked at this guy who was now walking towards the wild beast in the cage of the octagon, and said that only he himself could decide which way to go next. She replied that she knew this and could not force him to make the right choice. The mop absorbed water while in the bucket. The boy washed the floors specifically near the room in which this Asian was located after the battle. Pai Wu Jin was sitting on a bench in his changing room and thinking about something. The boy noticed that this guy's hand was bleeding heavily, and most likely I don't even know where the first aid kit is. Suddenly a man walked past him along the corridor, and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt, and lifted him up. The boy did not expect that this could happen. Pai Wu Jin saw that at that moment someone suddenly came into his room and asked him to look after the child. The bear threw this boy at him and said that the mother of this child was also Korean, and he would be his guide in this place because Pai Wu Jin speaks terrible English. Pai Wu Jin looked at the boy in surprise and tried to understand what he had done here all this time. The boy felt very awkward due to the fact that this gentleman now knows that he was being spied on all this time. The bear took a cigarette out of the pack and said that this time Pai Wu Jin managed to win. He was able to move on, but there are comments on his fighting style, and he makes too many mistakes. The bear said that this hell would make him stronger. But if he considers himself weak, he may give up halfway and walk away like a disgraceful coward. Pai Wu Jin said that he likes hell much more than heaven and he agrees to move on. In the city of Busan Gamcheondong that day it was very noisy and there were a lot of people. The assistant who walked behind his boss and said that in this city all the houses are close to each other, and it bothers him. Kim Shin said that he recognized this place, and they finally came to where they needed to go. They saw a man sitting on the ground not far from them, who was busy with something. This man was crippled and he was missing some limbs. At that moment he was sitting on the roof and smoking a cigarette. This man asked two strangers who were standing not far from him what they were doing here. He said he'd never seen them here before. Kim Shin said that he knows this man. This man's name is Kwak Junhyun. Kwak looked at this guy and didn't understand how he knew his name. He didn't like it when some strangers knew more about him than he did about them. Kwak put out his cigarette and asked what they wanted. He said he was tired of idiots like them constantly coming here and asking the same thing. He said that he didn't know who they were but they weren't mistaken and they should go somewhere else. Kim Shin told this man that he is very bad at lying and it would be better for him to quit right away. Kim Shin said that he would not have come here without preparation and he knows for sure whether a person has killed anyone in his life or not. Kim Shin looked at this gentleman and told him that he probably killed. You can see it on his face, and you can immediately see that he is a professional in his field who has done this many times. He said that he was sure that this story would not last long, and he was ready to listen to it from the very beginning. Kwak said that my master should not listen to this story, and there is no need for him to bother himself with such stories. At that moment, the door of one of the buildings located nearby opened and a man came out with an iron hook instead of a hand. Kwak pointed his hand at this man and the guys who were behind him and said that they were just a bunch of disabled people unable to see or hear. Jin Tae understood what the mole meant. He was shocked when he looked at all these disabled people. The guy took a gurney for the disabled and said that these people already understood everything and asked them to politely leave. Kwak said that Kong Min Sung's students are not the most ordinary ones. Kim Shin said that the people from the castle created these terrible injuries on their bodies. He asked these disabled people if they wanted to take revenge on the castle. Kwak said that the guy didn't see anything at all, and they would have nothing to say even if Kong Min Sun rose from the dead. He said that together is a word that can be spoken when you have the strength. Tae said that this old man is very hot-tempered, and it would be nice for him to rest. Tae asked will this old man listen to them? He asked did they fail the mission just now? Kim Shin at this moment was thinking that the person who is in front of him was previously known as a beast slayer, and now he is just a shadow of his former self. Not to mention his body, but in his soul he has definitely given up. He thought that the stronger you are, the more severely they will break you. These were the methods of the castle. Kim Shin told his partner that they had nothing more to do here and should leave. He followed his boss and said that the subordinates they were looking for had been destroyed and there was no point in coming here anymore. Tae said that this man looks like Yoon Deok-soo except for a few things and after that he asked what will they do now? And we still need to meet the children. Kim Shin said that we need to check on them and it would be a waste of time if they came back like this empty-handed with no news. They might still find something. Tae said that in this case the boss can rely on him and he is an expert in such things. At that moment, near the stairs, behind the wall, there was a man in a black Panama hat that covered his face, and this man was eavesdropping on their conversations. He secretly followed them, and tried to remain unnoticed. There was a bright yellow sign hanging on the building that attracted the attention of passers-by. The boss entered his building and saw that all his guards were lying on the floor and many of them were now unconscious. He asked them what happened but they couldn't even answer anything. The boss saw two strangers who were sitting on a chair and waiting for him and asked them, "Wasn't it just me who neutralized all the guards?" He sat down on the table opposite them. "I said that they are good in a fight, but he still doesn't understand why you didn't come to his territory. This gentleman's name is Pyo Young and he is the head of one of the two largest groups in Busan called Pinouts." A strange noise was heard coming into the building. Two guys were fighting each other, and one of them was armed with a knife. He stabbed his opponent very quickly and his opponent deftly dodged his blows. He made very fast strikes with his knife and tried to pierce his body. The opponent is not much of a knife, it's like an extension of the hand, and you can't let him fool you and you need to look at your legs and shoulders. He kicked off the ground and made a rapid dash forward. He swung his fist and thought that now was the perfect moment to strike. At the moment, when the enemy's foot touched the ground, he needed to attack. But he was not allowed to do this, and the enemy put the knife forward and held it near his neck. He still didn't understand how the enemy was able to put his knife forward so quickly. He removed his knife from his and told her that the blade is thrown out along with the step, This is Baek Du-chan's specialty. He said that none of the 10 years in charge has a skill equal to this. He said that it was only a pitiful imitation of such an attack. If it had all been for real, you left him with a large hole from a knife. He said that he needed to take a break and then threw a bottle of water to drink. They sat down on the floor and on the sofa to take a breather and drink some water. He replied that it seemed to him that he had already understood how to resist this skill, but he was on a completely different level, and he already felt his limit. He drank water and heard his friend say that if he fights, he will need a knife to fight. The guy stood up from the sofa and asked him if he was really going to train until he cut himself with his own knife. He said there's nothing good about it. After that, he took out his bag and said that he needed to concentrate on what he could do right now. That's all he could do. He thought about these words and wanted to understand what exactly he could do right now. Suddenly he saw some black bag fall in front of him, and his friend said that the breaks were over, they should continue training. He asked what it was and said that he did not want to train blindly with this mask on his eyes. The guy in the white t-shirt said that if he is not satisfied with these methods then he can be free and leave right now. He said that he wouldn't be distracted by the knife and also didn't have to worry about missing his target and ending up with a vital point. He said that he had to try to predict his movements without using his eyes, otherwise he would never be able to dodge them. He took a knife out of his bag and took it in his hand, putting it forward. He said that in 6 months he was going to meet the 10 people in charge face to face and fight them to the death. He was making a mask over his eyes and heard his friend say that if this is true then he should be ready to give up his life, and if he wants to achieve something he should break out onto the battlefield without a shadow of a doubt. He said it was reckless and didn't understand the point, but suddenly he heard the first step of his opponent, and realized that the training began from that moment. He didn't see anything because there was a mask over his eyes and he could only trust his hearing. He could not see his opponent but heard him from different sides. He thought that this was some kind of madness, and he didn't understand how to resist such an enemy if he couldn't even be seen. He thought that he couldn't step back and give up, but he didn't know what to do in such a situation. He understood that the most important thing is not to lose concentration, and he must dodge the blows so as not to be stabbed with a knife. He heard a very clear sound of an approaching knife from the right side. He understood that the enemy was attacking him with a knife from the right and tried to dodge this blow. But his attempt to dodge was unsuccessful. He felt like his cheek was now cut and blood was running down his face. He tried to strike back at his opponent until he was stabbed with a knife. The knife made a cut on his back and cut his t-shirt and left a scratch. His fist missed his opponent's face and did no damage, but was very close to his face. He understood that at that moment the battle had stopped for some time, and he was very close to victory. He removed his knife from his body and said that such a counterattack could work against 10 responsible people, and this blow was very good. He asked his student to remember this feeling. If he is afraid of the knife, he will become its slave, so he must always control his fear. The teacher's voice was heard from the house and said that now they are repeating this training again. The guards ran into the room where the boss was located in order to notify him of important information. The security guard said that Danya was now worried and he asked the boss why his phone wasn't working and he wasn't answering calls. The boss answered his guard that he could now order his last dying wish and after that asked what kind of alarm happened in their building. The guard replied that the problem was a man named Mo Sungir. At that moment the guy's hands started shaking. The guard said that this man, this scumbag, sent 2 people who kill and their people to the shelter and spare no one. Pyo Young put his head on the table and asked the guard if they had time to cause any serious problems. The guard said that they didn't do anything to these people. He said that he would now personally go up to these guys and talk to them. Shin said that these guys don't have enough patience, and I can't die because of this. But they don't care about this place, and they came to see their boss. Kim Shin said that he heard that their boss is the strongest among his peers. Tae replied that for people with young boiling blood this is really the best medicine. But the boss did not come out even after he found out that his people were beaten. Tae turned his head to the side and said that this was the very boss they were waiting for. Pyo Young was surprised and shocked when he saw that these 2 guys beat all his guards and managed to remain unharmed. Young asked these guys, were the 2 of them able to cope with these guards and put them on the ground? He said that they are actually quite good fighters for old people who should retire. Tae heard some strange sounds in the corridor, and realized that help was now approaching here. The guards ran into the room and informed the boss that they were already here and they had gathered everyone to kill these two idiots. But when these bouncers saw the two opponents who were now sitting on the chair, they got scared because they had already seen these two thugs before. Yong asked the guards to close the door, and because in the near future this room will be very noisy, he asked these two idiots did they not hear his order? He ordered them to hurry up or after these two thugs he will destroy his guards. They looked at each other, and did not understand what would be the right thing to do, because the boss's order is the law. The guests who were in this room were dangerous opponents. Tae suggested that all the guys calm their nerves and talk normally because they are not bad guys who came here to discuss one thing. Yong hit the chair that stood next to him with all his strength, and said that these two Starakovs were starting to piss him off. They saw that this bar stool was flying straight towards them, and this means that they do not want to enter into peace negotiations. Tae said that he wanted to personally deal with these idiots himself but asked his boss to cover his back. Kim Shin said that he would have no problem covering his back but asked him to go easy on this youngster. Yong very quickly began to run until he met these guys in order to attack them. Tae kicked the chair to the side and saw that the enemy boss was now flying towards him. Yong did a double kick in the air and tried to attack two opponents at once. Kim Shin dodged this blow without even getting up from his chair. Yong didn't understand how this guy was able to evade because usually his attacks are very difficult to evade because he moves very quickly. Tae grabbed his leg and said that he doesn't like it when children ignore him. He spun it in the air, and then threw it on the floor. Tae was able to group himself at the very last second before the fall, and thanks to this he did not hit himself during the fall, and was able to land normally. Yong thought that this opponent was actually very strong and he wondered why these two came here. Tae said that this child may not even look in Kim Shin's direction because first he needs to deal with him. Kim Shin watched this boy and realized that he moved like an ordinary child. He understood that this guy fights with beautiful techniques that are in many ways impractical and very easy to block and counterattack. Tae kicked Yong with all his might in the jaws and threw him aside, after which this boss could not even block the enemy's attack.